Chapter 161. Young and beautiful nuclear physicist. The one waiting here was none other than the bald heavyweight named André, who had forced Liu Yao to play roulette last time. André sized up Liu Yao contemptuously and sneered, "You actually had the guts to come here. Do you really think you're a big shot just because you played roulette once?" After he finished speaking, he burst into arrogant laughter with his accomplices, exchanging remarks in the local language, assuming an air of disdain. Liu Yao, impatient, said, "I'm in a hurry, either let them go, or go to hell." André's eyes flashed viciously, his muscles bulged making his tattoos even more conspicuous, and he pointed a gun at Liu Yao and roared, "You!" Before he could finish his sentence, the figure of Liu Yao suddenly blurred and vanished from sight. By the time André reacted, he only heard a clack and felt intense pain in his arm. Liu Yao had twisted the man's arm and instantly snatched his revolver, lifting the gun and blowing the heads off the other three with 3 shots, splattering blood like red bean paste all over the ground. The swift and realistic action was more thrilling than any action movie, leaving Semyon with his mouth agape, speechless. Liu Yao was already hauling the howling André with the broken arm into the factory and considerately shut the door behind them. Afterward, Semyon could only hear gunshots, wailing, various crashing noises, and muffled thumps from inside the factory like someone was remodeling. Finally, a pitiful figure violently crashed out from the second floor and fell to the ground, a massive dent in his chest. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood before drawing his last breath. By now, André, being held by Liu Yao, was too terrified to continue wailing. This Asian man would blow off someone's head every time he fired his gun. Not only was he fast and accurate, but the most terrifying thing was that while holding André, he still moved like a tiger, pouncing forward and sending people flying. As Liu Yao kicked a man flying more than 10 meters out of the second-floor window, the factory also fell into silence. Read latest chapters at Empire. Listen, if you spare me, I promise I won't appear before you again. I didn't touch that woman. André babbled frantically, begging for mercy, while Liu Yao kept walking and said, "I gave you a chance. People should pay the price for their choices." He hauled André to the administrative area on the second floor and violently threw him out. André flew out and crashed through a door into a room, where a barrage of gunfire turned him into a bloody, perforated mess. Liu Yao had long since heard people inside. After his marrow was cleansed, his physical condition had improved drastically, his senses had been enhanced, and in conjunction with the spirit-refining oblivion, he could instantly determine the number of people inside and what they were doing by the sounds alone, as if he had ultrasonic scanning. Liu Yao, powering off the wall with his legs, ran inside. He raised his hand and shot dead 2 enemies with X with 2 shots, landed, and then shouldered into the last man, banging him against the wall, which sent him bouncing back to the floor. The man bled from all 7 orifices and twitched his legs a couple of times before lying still. Liu Yao approached a fortified door and shouted, "You behind the door, step back," then kicked the entire door down with 1 foot. Inside were 4 young women with their hands and feet bound, crying, and with smudged makeup. He easily untied the ropes but didn't find Sana. As he was looking around, suddenly a girl hugged him tightly and said excitedly, "Mr. Liu, thank you. I thought I was done for, oh my god, thank you so much." The girl was so emotional that her words were incoherent. Liu Yao looked at her several times, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you? Are you Sana?" Without makeup and dressed in normal women's clothes, Sana looked completely reborn, pure and pretty, and very young, about 20 years old, to the extent that Liu Yao didn't recognize her. "With your reward, I can say goodbye to my past and start a new life. But I was targeted by these bastards." Sana gestured for the other pitiable girls to leave and continued, "I really appreciate it. Without you, I'd have been sold to those barbaric countries in the west to be a whore." Liu Yao smiled and said, "No need to thank me, we people from Xia country believe in destiny. It was only right that I saved you having met you." Sana pulled out a cigarette and was about to light it when she realized where she was and spat it out. "Their money is here. Mine too." She led Liu Yao to the innermost room, where opium and rolls of cash filled the space. Sana's $100,000 were also there, just taken out of the bag and ready to be put through the money counter. She couldn't wait to take it back and even gave it a couple of fierce kisses. Liu Yao, seeing so much money, instantly felt better, glad he didn't have to go back to get more. He packed all the money up, weighing over £1 million in total. Making money from business without any initial investment is quite fast, next time if I'm short on cash I'll just rob the opium dealers. They conveniently like to keep cash at their strongholds. Semyon had only been waiting outside for 5 minutes when he saw Liu Yao emerge with his daughter. He hurried forward to check on them, embracing Sana and repeatedly saying things like thank God. Sana, somewhat disgusted, pushed him away. Then, Semyon, holding on to Liu Yao with excitement said, "You've redeemed a father's soul, words cannot express my gratitude, I am willing to do anything to repay you." "It was nothing, no need for thanks, I should be on my way now," Liu Yao said, ready to attend to his own matters. Sana quickly said, "Are you heading to Marshall's tank factory? Let me drive you there, let me do at least something for you." With a comfortable car ride in the offering, Liu Yao had no objections. Sana was kidnapped in broad daylight right on the street, her car was being driven by Semyon and was parked right outside the black market. No sooner had they left than a crowd of people began shouting and running to search the factory, completely ignoring the recent gun battle that had taken place inside, stripping the bodies of their clothing and even starting to fight over the spoils, creating total chaos. Liu Yao felt this place was a bit like Guadala city that he had been to before, both were so chaotic. Sana bit on a cigarette but did not light it, sighing and saying, "This place will soon be occupied by a new gang. I was a student at Shevchenko National University before, but I had to drop out because I couldn't afford it. Now, I can continue to complete my studies." Liu Yao listened silently, casually asking, "Shevchenko National University? Not bad. What major were you studying?" Sana answered, "Nuclear physics. I admired my father when I was a child, I thought he was the smartest person in the world, and I wanted to be an engineer or a scholar like him." "Then you've got to work hard." "I will. Mr. Liu, meeting you changed my life." Sana looked at Liu Yao earnestly, with meaning in her voice, she slowly said, "I am willing to do anything for you." "Anything?" "Yes, anything." Liu Yao nodded, "Then study hard for me." Sana. Arriving at Marshall's tank factory, Liu Yao got out of the car, waved to the girl, and was ready to leave. Sana called out, "Liu Yao, will I be able to see you again in the future?" "If we're destined, certainly." Liu Yao walked into the factory, and Alexander, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted him with a bear hug. Chapter 162. Fire God Cannon and Tri-Protective Suit. Alexander personally took Liu Yao to the workshop. There was a pile of items on the ground covered with canvas, which, when suddenly lifted, revealed 3 fire god cannons standing quietly erect. This Gatling gun, made up of 6 barrels, exuded a modern and rigid beauty of machinery. Its appearance resembled a Gatling gun magnified countless times. However, the size difference between the two is like that of a soda bottle and a pencil, with the Gatling gun looking extremely petite by comparison. Alexander patted these killing tools, proudly introducing them, "Behold these beautiful and elegant gods of slaughter. 20 mm caliber, an initial velocity of 1 km per second, firing high explosive and armor-piercing rounds, the firing rate is adjustable, up to 6,000 rounds per minute. With the firing cycle distributed among 6 barrels, the lifespan of the machine gun has been greatly extended." Liu Yao, after admiring them for a while, was very satisfied, especially with the initial velocity of the fire god cannon's projectiles and their durability. Because after using a GSH-23 cannon just once, he had identified 2 flaws. Find exclusive stories on Empire. 1. The projectile's initial velocity was too slow, only 700 meters per second. When targeting enemies at a distance, if the enemy is as fast as Yangqing and possesses a spirit refining stage, it would be very hard to hit them. 2. The barrels overheated too easily. After all, just 2 barrels were supposed to handle a firing rate of up to 3,000 rounds per minute, and they would turn red hot in no time, running the risk of bursting. This was fine on an airplane with airflow to help dissipate the heat, but not when held in hand. Liu Yao immediately paid, handing over his large backpack to Alexander's bodyguard like tossing away a bag of trash, since he didn't care about money that he had acquired for free. The bodyguard received the bag and upon opening it, found it was full of cash, certainly no less than 1 million. He hastily started counting with a money verifier. Alexander was very pleased with the quick payment, becoming even keener to retain this major client so as to save enough for a comfortable retirement. After all, the former president was ranked 3rd on the Forbes list of Yukolan tycoons. He too should follow this example and strive earnestly. Thinking this, his expression became a few degrees more sincere as he said. Lu, you're a straightforward person, and I really like that. Marshall Factory will always welcome you. I'll give you 10,000 rounds of ammunition as a token of my friendship, and from now on, all your ammunition purchases will be half-priced. Thank you, Lu Yao responded nonchalantly with a nod. When one possesses strength, the way they view things changes completely. With his current abilities, a little money was completely out of his consideration. At that moment, Lu Yao remembered his other purpose and asked, do you have military heavy-duty NBC suits? I want to buy 3 sets. The heavy-duty NBC suit protects against the harm of nuclear radiation, chemical and biological weapons and is essential equipment for key national facilities. Alexander naturally said. Of course, Marshall's tank factory even has an underground nuclear bunker, naturally equipped with heavy-duty NBC suits. Dear Lu, let me gift you 3 suits as a present to witness our friendship. After saying this, he immediately instructed his subordinates to fetch them. Nowadays, Yukolan was just a poor and insignificant country that didn't even qualify for the use of nuclear weapons, making heavy-duty NBC suits merely ornamental. Lu Yao did not decline, adding, all right, I'll buy some more ammunition then. After speaking, he handed over another bag of money. These were all ill-gotten gains from plunder, not his own money, so he didn't mind spending it in the slightest. Alexander personally took the money bag, pulled out a roll, took a sniff, and excitedly said, no problem, just give me a moment. He went over to the bullet production line in the workshop and shouted a few orders in the local language. The equipment that was originally producing 7.62mm bullets was adjusted by the workers, and then it started operating at full capacity producing 20mm cannon projectiles. Amid the clang of noise, the primer, casing, and projectile were all automatically produced and assembled, then flowed out along the conveyor belt, producing 1,000 rounds per minute. This was already outdated equipment. The new machines in Xia country not only had higher output but could also automatically sort out defective bullets and neatly pack them in boxes. Lu Yao watched the scene he had never seen before with great interest, suddenly feeling that it wasn't bullets that truly restrained martial artists in Otherworld, but rather industrial assembly lines like this. Tools of slaughter were ceaselessly produced, killing one's own kind now needed but the twitch of a finger, no longer requiring the long and arduous hammering and tempering. Meanwhile, the bodyguard fetched 3 sets of heavy-duty NBC suits, and then tested them with considerable professionalism to ensure there were no issues. There were also 2 workshop workers cranking the reloader, inserting the extra cannonballs Lu Yao had purchased into the ammo box. Having witnessed the defense of an innate martial artist comparable to an armored vehicle, they all purchased armor-piercing rounds. Each of these cannonballs was as big as a soda bottle, stored in ammo boxes that resembled travel suitcases. The ammo boxes were connected to the Gatling gun via an ammunition rail, and firing could commence with the simple pull of the trigger on the handle. After busying themselves for a while, they finally finished their work, and the workers carried all the equipment onto a Mars truck from the Iron Alliance era, which was also a friendly gift from Alexander. In the end, Alexander, with his subordinates, waved goodbye warmly, bidding farewell to the newly developed big customer until Lu Yao disappeared from sight, then they reluctantly returned. An old man missing an arm, wearing faded military fatigues, leaned against a rust-covered T-54 tank, sipping from a bottle of strong liquor lazily, as if all before him was commonplace. After leaving the factory, Lu Yao took out his phone and called Chi Kuya from the International Jewelry Trading Center. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Lu, do you have something precious to sell again? Not this time, I'm actually asking for a favor, he said. Chi Kuya had made a fair amount of money through Lu Yao and promptly said, just tell me what you need. I remember your family is in the antique trade. Could you help me look into something? A triangle with an eye in the middle, I'll send you the detailed design, he requested. No problem, a small matter. I'll have a look for you, and even if I can't find anything, there's still my great-uncle, she reassured. Then I'll leave it in your hands. If you can find a clue, I have a genuine masterpiece to offer you in gratitude, he promised. Mr. Lu, you're too polite, she replied. Lu Yao hung up the phone, aware that the Qi family had been in the antique trade for several generations, with extensive connections in the field. They should be able to dig up some leads, to clarify what exactly was in his head and what the relationship might be between the 2 worlds. Jin Garden. When Lu Yao arrived home, it was already deep into the night. Liao Qi was asleep, snoring like a pig, and it seemed that only fireworks next to her ear would wake her. Liu Yao wrapped his arms around her and fell asleep, not waking until the next morning. Upon waking and seeing her beloved next to her, Liao Qi immediately climbed on with joy. Liu Yao knocked her out with a blast of pure inner breath, then massaged her with Art of the Dragon Slayer manual. By the time Liao Qi came to, her beloved was already drenched in sweat, regulating his breathing. Even as a spirit refining expert, assisting others in their cultivation was quite draining, especially when Liu Yao exerted himself with great care. Liao Qi felt a pang of guilt and was about to say something. Liu Yao spoke up first with teasing humor, "Let's not stand on ceremony with each other. You need to catch up on your cultivation level quickly, or I'm afraid to use too much strength." There was a large disparity in physical constitution between the two, being at different stages of cultivation, and Liu Yao was always cautious not to harm her. Liao Qi laughed and punched him playfully a few times, and the two got out of bed together. "Come on, let me show you the new Gatling gun." Chapter 163. The Promise with My Senior Sister. Liu Yao coaxed his sister with the enthusiasm of offering a treasure to test the fire god cannon, only to run into the just awakened Liaoya by the small lake. Wearing a sheepish smile on his face, Liu Yao approached and fawned, "Senior sister, I've brought a new weapon. Come take a look with us." Liaoya looked at him with little interest and just followed with her head down. The fire god cannon, a weapon based on the revolving principle, was in use by various countries on Blue Star and generally mounted on aircraft and as close and weapons on warships. The ones Alexander sold were the rare type fixed in position, complete with huge mounting brackets. Liu Yao dismantled everything, then lifted the fire god cannon, nearly 2 meters in length and as thick as a thigh, and pressed the trigger aiming at the distant back mountain. The 6 barrels rotated, spewing out half a meter of flames. 20 mm caliber cannonballs stormed out of the barrels, and amidst the noise of an electric pickaxe drilling walls, soil, and rocks flew, leaving a cleared area on the mountain. Liu Yao's feet sank deeply into the ground from the cannon's formidable recoil. "The firing rate of 6,000 is a bit fast, 4,000 will be sufficient," he said. After adjusting the cannon, Liu Yao let the eager Liao Qi have her turn to play. Squeals and shouts accompanied her strafing, and the casings scattered on the ground were quite satisfying to watch. Liaoya stood aside reservedly, equally eager to try. Liu Yao promptly picked up another cannon and ingratiatingly urged, "Senior sister, you should try too." Liaoya then started playing with it hesitantly, her face soon filled with an excited smile. After having her fun, Liao Qi contentedly went to her duties at the National Martial Arts Association. At the National Martial Arts Association, since all three of them had positions, they needed to make appearances every few days. With Li Pei looking after things, there wouldn't be any problems. Liu Yao also gave his M500 revolver to Liao Qi for self-defense. Once her sister drove off, Liaoya took a deep breath and took the initiative to say to Liu Yao, "Junior brother, can you come here for a moment?" The two settled in a pavilion next to the artificial hill. Liaoya looked out at the beautiful garden landscape, twirling her sleek black braid as she spoke softly. "Junior brother, ever since I met you, I've had good days. I really should thank you." Liu Yao quickly replied, "You saved my life. However I repay you, it's only right." Liaoya bit her lip and said, "Junior brother, you shouldn't set your sights on me. As kids, our parents favored my sister more, and I was very jealous. I would often take her things. I took countless toys and treats from her. I can't grow up and take her man too." Liu Yao replied in a heavy voice, "It's quite normal for a brother and sister to become husband and wife, isn't it? And since I've already touched and seen. Senior sister, just give in to me." Liaoya's chest heaved with urgency as she said, "Martial artists don't fuss about keeping distance between men and women. Besides, if things get good between us, what about Liao Qi?" Liu Yao enunciated each word, "I want them all. You." Liaoya was shocked by her junior brother's brazenness and was at a loss for words for a long while. But she had already made up her mind before calling Liu Yao over. The young woman spoke seriously with a straight face. "Junior brother, it's not that I dislike you, but I cannot casually let you take liberties. Let's make a deal. On normal days, we're still fellow disciples. You cannot bully me. When you reach 2 martial Dao realms above me, your senior sister will give in to you." Liu Yao was currently half a step behind Liaoya, surpassing her by 2 martial Dao realms seemed virtually impossible. Still, his face brightened with joy. Senior sister, are you serious? Serious? Liaoya stood proudly, confirming solemnly, if you truly surpass me by 2 big realms, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is proper. I will explain to my sister myself. I accept the challenge. Senior sister, just wait to become mine. Seeing her junior brother so confident, Liaoya immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She held feelings of both kinship and affection toward the man before her, but she couldn't get past the hurdle of her sister, so all she could do was leave it to fate. If my junior brother can really surpass me by 2 major realms, it wouldn't be beneath us sisters to marry him together. Liu Yao was full of confidence. He had gone from a sickly youngster to being on par with his senior sister, so surpassing her by 2 major realms seemed easy. When that time came, they could share a bed. Just the thought was rather exciting. A cool breeze blew by, ruffling the surface of the pond with a few fallen leaves. Having made this agreement, a huge weight lifted from Liao Ye's heart. However, having been troubled these past few days, she still harbored some resentment. A sly smile appeared on her face as she said softly, "Junior brother, my body feels so tense. Could you help me with the dynamic dragon subduing art?" Liu Yao looked at her in surprise. "Senior sister, do you take me for a fool? We just made a pact, and if I help you cheat, wouldn't I be asking for trouble?" Liao Ye, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, replied, "We just agreed to be fellow disciples, so it's normal for us to massage each other, right?" Liu Yao, with his fingers charged with inner breath, said with a wicked smile, "All right, let's go inside." "Let's do it here." Liao Ye, with a triumphant look, actually sat down on a stone bench, and then draped herself over the stone table. This way, both her buttocks and chest were concealed. If someone wanted to play dirty, there'd be nowhere to do it. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Liu Yao chuckled, stepped forward, and lifted his senior sister's clothes. The delicate and fair-skinned girl was a sight to behold, beautiful from head to toe. Massaging any part of her was a pleasure, so it didn't matter that he couldn't play any tricks. Liu Yao savored the wonderful feeling under his hands, massaging his senior sister's back seriously, with a focused expression. Seeing her junior brother obediently giving her a massage, Liaoya thought she had outsmarted him and smiled, revealing her neat rows of white teeth. As the familiar sensation of burning comfort came over her, she blissfully closed her eyes to enjoy it. After 15 minutes, Liu Yao was sweating profusely. He finished the session and exhaled a breath of stale air. Liaoya gave him a sweet and gentle smile, wiped his sweat, and then took off his shoes to massage his feet. This time, it was Liu Yao's turn to enjoy the moment. After talking things out, their relationship took a step closer and became more intimate. After enjoying the moment for a while, Liu Yao said, "Senior sister, I still need your help with something. Let's study that strange Sigh of the Worlds in action scroll together." The two went inside the house together. Liu Yao was wearing a strange suit that was very bulky and included a transparent face mask, almost like a space suit, which completely enclosed him. It was the heavy-duty NBC suit. This protective suit had 3 layers, and it supplied oxygen internally, completely isolating the wearer from the external environment. No matter what kind of biochemical weapon the enemy used, it would be useless, and there was no fear of the residual radiation after a nuclear strike. Ordinary people wearing this kind of fully enclosing heavy-duty protective suit for too long could develop claustrophobia. But, Liu Yao intended to wear this thing while looking at that strange book. His muffled voice came through, "Senior sister, guard me with the spirit-refining state. I'm about to start reading." Liaoya nodded earnestly and entered a meditative state. Liu Yao opened the lead box, put on the neoprene rubber gloves, and directly picked up the Tome of Worldly Resignation. The moment he touched the book, even before opening it, countless whispers appeared by his ear. It was as if thousands of people were murmuring at once, causing a headache and nausea from the noise. Chapter 164. Deciphering the Tome of Worldly Resignation. As soon as he touched the book before even opening it, countless whispers appeared at his ear. It was as if thousands of people were mumbling into his ears at the same time, causing a dizzying, brain-swelling noise. Fortunately, Liu Yao was wearing a tri-protective suit, which allowed him to hear the sound but not make it out clearly. Although it's not completely blocked, it's much better than the original Devil's Resonance. "At least my consciousness is very clear," he said. He took a deep breath, flipped the book open, and went straight to the section about the fetal breath realm. On the pages, dense symbols resembling an eye in the middle of a triangle flickered in and out of visibility, at times clear, at other times dissipating into pixels. The mumbling in Liu Yao's ears became even more urgent, but he couldn't make out what was being said other than feeling like his head was split into 8 pieces. There were no other adverse effects. An ordinary person definitely couldn't bear it, but as a spirit refining expert, he could persevere. With focused spirit, he continued to read, seeing each character emerge with difficulty. It required his full attention to discern them. If he was the slightest bit distracted, the writing would morph back into those eerie triangular symbols. Liu Yao glared at these strange symbols as if he wanted to kill them with his eyes. Reading the book had become a tug of war. After what seemed like an eternity and feeling like his head was about to explode, he quickly closed the book and threw it back into the lead box. Taking off the tri-protective suit, he took a long breath of relief. It worked. I remembered more than 100 characters. He hurriedly picked up the prepared paper and pen to transcribe. Not with breath by mouth and nose, as if a baby in the mother's womb, harnessing inner chi with a firm hold. This is known as fetal breath. As he wrote, Liu Yao said cheerfully, the whole thing is nearly 800 words. It won't take many attempts to copy them all down. And when struggling with this thing, it can even temper the mind. I never knew the mind could be tempered. Although he felt somewhat exhausted, it was the kind of tiredness that comes after a reasonable workout, akin to the feeling of having just finished a jog, coupled with an inexplicable sense of refreshment. Once recovered, his mind would be even stronger than before. Junior brother, treasures and methods to temper the mind only exist in legends, as techniques of the ancient scholars. Since the previous dynasty, there hasn't been any news of a sect accomplishing that, Liaoya said excitedly. This meant they could crack this incredibly precious systematized mystic cultivation manual. It was like receiving the core legacy of a super sect out of thin air. After resting for a bit, Liu Yao said, Sister, why don't you put on the suit and give it a try? The chance to temper the mind was rare, and Liaoya immediately agreed, also donning the tri-protective suit. This time, Liu Yao acted as the protector. As soon as Liaoya touched the book, she staggered, then with furrowed brows and gritted teeth, she began to read through the pain. But this time was different. The 100 or so characters that Liu Yao had deciphered appeared as normal block script, and only after these characters did those eerie triangular symbols emerge. Liaoya also had to focus intensely to see the words on the page. In no time, she was sweating profusely, her complexion growing paler, yet she still forced herself to continue. As Liu Yao entered a state of oblivion, he kept a vigilant eye on his sister's condition. Sensing she had reached her limit, he quickly moved to interrupt, throwing the book back into the lead box. After removing the tri-protective suit, Liaoya's face was pale but she was visibly invigorated. It really worked. I can temper my mind. Let me note down the content first. She copied down a portion as well, directly following the content Liu Yao had recorded. Both were a little disappointed. It seems that this tempering effect on the mind only works once it is decrypted, it disappears. This is already quite a finding, junior brother. Don't be too greedy, Liaoya replied. Next, after regaining their composure through sleep cultivation, the two continued reading. They cooperated with each other, taking turns, one reading while the other guarded the reader. They did this from morning until dusk, skipping meals to transcribe the entire content of the fetal breath realm. They had reached their limit, and to continue would be to risk too much, so they decided to stop there. Though exhausted, the excitement for the man and woman was unabated. To have obtained a precious secret manual and to have honed their mental focus was a joy doubled. Liaoye, looking at the several pages, was overjoyed. With these, the Liao family could potentially rise to prominence. She had not let her father down. Liu Yao picked up one of the pages, which read: Fetal breath refers to the ultimate stability of the spirit, unmoving, unshaken, without worry, without fear, similar to a baby inside a mother's womb. In reality, it represents a state of mind that has reached non-attachment and non-action, which can be called great stability. The writing style was still accessible, easy to understand, and straightforward. Liu Yao couldn't help but exclaim. The whole book is written in vernacular, penned by the leader of the great vehicle sect, Hong Rongkan himself. This man is truly talented, the book could even be used as a textbook. Liaoya agreed, this person combined the strengths of both and indeed forged his own path. It's just a pity, things went awry. Liu Yao, somewhat melancholic, said, "There are only a few pages left now, and soon this perfect situation will come to an end." Liaoya also felt regret. Only a few pages remain, it seems to go up to the point of spirit projection. But it's enough, the sect leader of the great vehicle himself was at the level of spirit projection. Suddenly, Liu Yao said, "Let's leave a few pages for Liao Qi, let her train her spirit as well. This girl really struggles with spirit refinement." Liaoya covered her mouth and laughed, "My sister has been a mischievous monkey since she was a child, but you really do think highly of her, always including her in any good fortune." Liu Yao laughed, "You two are more important to me than my own life." With that, he reached out to pull his senior sister's delicate hand. Liaoya blushed, bowed her head, and for some reason did not pull away. Find your next read at Empire. No sooner had Liu Yao grasped her hand than the sound of a car engine came from the yard. Liao Qi was back. Liaoya hastily withdrew her hand, nervously fixing her hair and clothes as if she had something to hide. Soon enough, Liao Qi burst in with urgency, shedding her suit jacket, taking off the huge bow tie, and unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of her shirt to let in some air. "What are you guys up to?" The city was buzzing today. A bunch of foreign mercenaries who call themselves adventurers arrived to exterminate the great vehicle sect, she said. Liaoya curiously asked, "Foreigners exterminating the great vehicle sect? Shouldn't they just sit back and watch the imperial court clash with the sect, then reap the benefits?" Liao Qi sat down and crossed her legs, explaining. "What was the name of that Western teacher of the great vehicle sect leader we killed a few days back?" "Oh right, Luo Xiaochuan. He managed to escape from Jinling by sneaking aboard Einheit's arms trade ship, the Firefox." Luo Xiaochuan sent an encrypted telegram to his church back home while on the ship, but the Einheit people on board intercepted and decoded the message. Once that happened, the entire world knew. These foreigners are rushing over here like madmen, helping the imperial court eliminate the great vehicle sect without asking for anything in return. The more Liao Qi talked, the more excited she got, her crossed legs even began to shake. Liaoya approached her and straightened her legs to shape them into a ladle-like sit position, inclined to one side. Liao Qi stuck her tongue out, placed her hands on her knees, and continued in a proper sitting posture. "The foreigners are after the great vehicle sect's mystic cultivation manuals, just like the one we got last time." Chapter 165. A blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Speaking of the mystic cultivation manual, Liao Yaxing excitedly shared with his sister about deciphering the Asai of the Worlds in Action scroll, even showing off the mystic cultivation manual filled with characters. Liao Qi flipped through the papers and burst into laughter. "Ha, with this, there are no more secrets to spirit refining cultivation." Liao Ya's beautiful eyes fixated on Liu Yao with continuous amazement. "It's all thanks to Junior Brother's clothing that we were able to withstand the book's tricky methods. Truly miraculous." Liu Yao laughed. Senior sister's protective spells were also crucial. "If I were alone, I wouldn't have dared." The two looked at each other and laughed, clearly in sync. Liao Qi privately wondered, did they make up in just one day? They seem even closer now. At this moment, Liu Yao said to her, "We've left you a few pages of text to temper your mind force." Afterward, Liao Qi also donned the bulky tri-protective suit, and under the watchful care of Liu Yao and her sister, she read the Asai of the Worlds in Action scroll. Her efficiency was much slower, able to read only 80 characters at a time. Keep in mind, Liu Yao was nearing 150, while Liaoya also had 100 characters. Fortunately, they had the Liao family's ancestral sleep cultivation, which allowed for rapid energy recovery. In the days that followed, the three paid no mind to the outside world's turmoil, focusing their efforts on deciphering the core remaining parts of the Asai of the Worlds in Action scroll, the out-of-body realm. The spirit-refining out-of-body realm permits one's mind force to extend beyond the body, attaching to objects. In ancient times, sword immortals could fly swords to take someone's head from 800 miles away, and now mind force could attach to cannonballs to achieve strikes from 10,000 paces, truly a myriad of wondrous uses. Therefore, knowledge related to the out-of-body realm is valuable beyond measure, and such advanced cultivation techniques could only be exchanged with the highest level cultivation resources. Besides acquiring the precious secret manual, they were also tempering their mind force, a truly rare and splendid opportunity. The family of three was quite invigorated, dedicating 12 portions of energy to the task. After many continuous days of refinement, their mind forces grew even stronger, allowing them to read more than 20% more text at once, Liu Yao even progressed by 30%. Until they reached the final 2 pages. Upon reaching these 2 pages, the persistent whispers became like fingernails scratching on a blackboard, resounding directly within one's mind, the noise alone unbearable. At the same time, the sound spread further, requiring anyone standing by as protection to wear the tri-protective suit, otherwise, they would be affected, their consciousness gradually blurring, which was incredibly dangerous. Although both sisters tried repeatedly, even wearing the tri-protective suit, they were no longer able to read the characters on the page. Only Liu Yao managed to endure and read for a while, but after only 3 to 50 characters, he couldn't bear it, as if needles were drilling into his brain, causing excruciating pain along with dizziness and blurred vision. But no matter how difficult, it was only 2 pages in the end, and after another week, the entire Sigh of the Worlds in Action scroll was finally deciphered. Once deciphered, the Sigh of the Worlds in Action scroll turned into an ordinary book, void of those odd symbols and voices. Subsequently, it slowly disintegrated into dust, disappearing into the air. Fortunately, the contents had already been transcribed. Liu Yao had those contents etched into his mind, able to recite them from memory with ease. There was a little regret, though. It seemed the leader of the great vehicle teaching grew hasty towards the end, not as thorough as before, and he did not include the techniques for divine manifestation during the out-of-body state. Nevertheless, Liaoya was extremely content. Holding the papers filled with text, she happily twirled in place, nearly soaring with joy. Then, grabbing Liu Yao's hand, she said with unrestrained delight, "Junior brother, I owe it all to you that in this life, I could witness the spirit-refining method of the out-of-body realm. Truly a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Continue reading at Empire." Liu Yao was equally thrilled. This is everyone's achievement. He had exerted the most effort, and his mind force had increased the most. Ahem. Liao Qi gave a couple of discreet coughs and stepped forward to separate the two, saying, "Sister, shall we jot down the contents and then burn it?" Such cultivation techniques are usually passed down orally to prevent leakage. Liaoya nodded seriously, "Good." The sisters quickly scanned the material, memorized it in no time, and then burned the paper. Enhanced memory was one of the benefits of increased mind force. One might not understand the content at first, but it could easily be committed to memory. After sensing for a while, Liaoya confidently stated, "I will be able to enter the state of tranquility very soon." With the support of the tranquility state, moving as one wishes combined with exquisite control over inner breath, the cultivation will also become more efficient and effective. After speaking, she stole a covert glance at Liu Yao, her eyes gleaming with triumph, as if to say, "Don't even dream of surpassing me by 2 major realms in this lifetime." With calm yet courteous demeanor, Liu Yao smiled and said, "What a coincidence, my mind force has also increased quite a bit, and I can almost start considering the matter of fetal breath." After the increase in mind force, spirit refining cultivation seemed to transition from running to riding on a rocket. And spirit refinement had a tremendous boost on the progression of martial path. Liu Yao's message was clear, "You won't be able to escape." Not needing to breathe with mouth and nose, as if in the womb, is fetal breath. Fetal breath is the primal state of life, nurturing the fundamental mysteries of life's essence. These were the original words from the Tome of Worldly Resignation. With a substantial increase in mind force, Liu Yao naturally wanted to attempt advancing to the fetal breath realm. Hong Ronkin's books were all written in plain language, easy to understand. The essence of mind force is essentially a kind of wave. 50 years ago, an Einheit scholar Beck named it brainwave. The fetal breath realm is about nurturing the divine soul with fetal breath, strengthening the brainwave, allowing it to sink into the body, and leveraging the mind force to stimulate the body's potential, where the divine soul nourishes the physical body, thus preserving life indefinitely and unblemished. Reading this, Liu Yao leaned forward, engrossed with interest. In the 9 realms of martial path and spirit refinement, bone marrow cleansing corresponded precisely to fetal breath. Interestingly, the marrow cleansing involved refining the marrow throughout the body, including the spinal cord and brain marrow, allowing for nourishing the divine soul with the physical body, while according to the book, the fetal breath was about the divine soul nourishing the physical body. These 2 realms complemented each other, echoing the perpetual nature of the yin-yang fish. Just as Zhou He, the Taoist elder, said, neither the martial path nor spirit refinement can be neglected. While absorbed in his reading, a gunboat approached on the Sur River 2 kilometers away, bearing foreigners dressed in a variety of strange attires. Some were in tattered armor, others merely clad in filthy clothes, each was armed and making raucous noise, drinking heavily aboard the ship. Are these the foreign mercenaries who have come to crusade against the great vehicle sect? Liu Yao frowned. Ships like these had been sailing inland for days. The stronghold of the great vehicle sect in Jinling was less than 300 kilometers from Yunzhou, and they were connected by waterways, one could reach it in a day. Liu Yao paid them no mind. After all, the Sur River was not his to guard. Yet the vessel seemingly took a turn of its own volition and steered toward the dock of the garden. Liu Yao took the initiative to meet them head-on. Chapter 166. Li Pei visits. At this moment, on the nearly 30-meter-long gunboat, there were more than 20 people, including Westerners, people from Tiansu, and a few of yellow race. At this moment, they were sprawled over the railing, pointing and laughing at Liu Yao with amusement. A Shun countryman with 2 revolvers at his waist and a mouth full of yellow teeth shouted at Liu Yao, "We are from Minis, here to support the imperial court, and we've come to borrow some grain from your home." A Westerner chimed in with a strange accent, "Can we also borrow some wine and women?" Ha 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 ha. This sparked a series of arrogant laughters. Though they were laughing merrily, the cannons on the ship had already turned to aim at Liu Yao. They were 2 70mm quick-firing guns and 1 4-inch cannon. The gunner operating the large cannon had bright eyes, one could tell at a glance that he was at the spirit refining stage. Liu Yao saw the various grains and a mixed assortment of goods piled up on the ship and knew that these were extorted along the river. The man with the yellow teeth continued to shout, "This is a night of meanies. If you know what's good for you, offer up 10 taels of silver quickly. Otherwise, we'll level your house." Liu Yao did not answer his question, but instead pointed at a proud-looking Western captain and asked, "Where did you get the sachet on your waist?" The captain had a bald head and a nose flushed with rosacea, his appearance somewhat unfortunate. The sachet, a token of affection traditionally given to a man by a woman he admires, looked out of place on such an unattractive Westerner. Unexpectedly, he could speak the summer language and said with a smile that was not quite a smile, "It was given to me by a lady." Liu Yao frowned, "Is she on the boat?" "They." Captain shrugged, "She's not here anymore, maybe she got washed ashore by now." Seeing that Liu Yao was still in the mood for conversation, the man with the yellow teeth grew furious and ordered, "Stop dawdling. Gunner, fire at his house." But unexpectedly, the gunner suddenly rushed forward and yelled, "Sir, my deepest apologies for the disturbance, we shall leave immediately. Continue your journey with Empire." His face was pale, sweat pouring out like starch, his clothes soaked through. The others on the ship looked at him in shock. This was their greatest support, the gunner who had achieved spirit refinement firmness. What was happening to him? Liu Yao said with a smile, "Is your danger premonition ability kicking in?" The moment he said this, everyone instantly realized spirit refining experts have a very mysterious sense of perception. The captain was just about to order the cannons to fire. The man with the yellow teeth forced a smile, seemingly trying to smooth things over. The gunner leapt up, intending to jump into the river. But a barrage of bright red bullets had already engulfed the entire ship. From afar, Liao Qi was manning the fire god cannon and firing. When cannonballs left the barrel of the fire god cannon at high temperatures, they produced attractive bright red traces in the air. These bright red trails formed a huge wave that scattered the entire gunboat in an instant, and whether it was the people on it or anything else, they all burst apart in the face of the 20mm cannonballs, turning into pieces of debris. In less than half a minute, the gunboat disappeared, leaving only some flotsam on the water's surface as proof it had ever been there. The barrel of the fire god cannon slowly ceased rotation, and Liao Qi couldn't help but shout out, "Thrilling! I've been wanting to try it out for a long time." Liao Ya had been practicing inside the house and came out too late to enjoy the destruction, holding the fire god cannon with a hint of regret. Liu Yao said, "The presence of these people has made the security very poor, so I'm going to lay some landmines around." Last time, when he dealt with Zhang Xin, he took many broadsword mines and sensor mines that he had no place to use. Now was the time to employ them. All were to be set up in places where no decent person would go, assuring a blast for any unauthorized intruders. After setting up the landmine properly, Liao Ya came over and said to Liu Yao, "Sister Li Pei called, saying she would come later to have a break. She also wants you to help her use Art of the Dragon Slayer manual once, and in return, she will do the same for you." Liu Yao readily agreed, "Sure, I've been worrying about who would help me take down the dragon." Liao Ya spoke with slight embarrassment, "I've always had you exerting the effort. I'm about to reach firmness, then I will be able to help you. No rush, just take it steady. In the evening, Li Pei drove herself over. She was still dressed in a feminine version of a small suit. In a poised manner, she shook hands with Liu Yao and smiled. It's rare to have a spirit refining expert emerge, so I'm shamelessly here to enjoy the benefit. Commandery Princess is too modest, after all, the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual was given by you. A few of them strolled in the garden, and Li Pei seemed in a good mood. Recently, Einheit and Jihad have been engaging in an arms race, both mobilizing for war. It looks like they're really going to start fighting. That's good news. And both nations are courting the imperial court. Jihad even sold us 2 more ironclad warships, which Li Zhongtang named Zhenyuan and Jiyuan. With a smile on her face and the mole under her eye adding charm, Li Pei looked delightful. At this time, the group brought up the topic of the influx of Westerners. Li Pei shared what she knew. The Western master of the Mahayana church leader Luo Xiaochuan, originally named Roberts, is a missionary from a sect of the Western religion of Menes, the Baptism Church. This man taught Hongronkan Western languages and the doctrines of the Pantheism Church and even personally presided over his baptism. In a telegram he sent back to his home country, he claimed that Hongronkan had been to the divine nation. But according to the doctrines of Western religion, one can only ascend to the divine nation and become one with God after death. No one should have believed such a statement, yet Hongronkan managed to advance from a commoner to reaching the stage of spirit refining in only 5 years. The Westerners are certain he's received divine grace, while the martial world speculates he had a stroke of luck. So when word got out that Hongronkan had encountered trouble, these people swarmed to seize the opportunity, even some great grandmasters went. Liaoya expressed her surprise, great grandmasters went too. A look of resentment appeared on Li Pei's face. Some great grandmasters are disobedient and reluctant to follow the imperial court's orders to eradicate the Mahayana church. But the moment they heard Hongronkan was in trouble, they couldn't wait to rush forward to compete for his secret, which I find disgusting. Seeing that the atmosphere had become somewhat tense, Liu Yao smiled and said, Commandery Princess, let's start. After some modest back and forth, Li Pei insisted on starting with Liu Yao first. Under the watchful care of Liao Ye, Li Pei's 10 fingers filled with inner breath began to manipulate. Although her spirit refining stage was only firmness, her martial Dao realm inner breath for blood exchange was robust, and the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual was proving to be quite effective at the moment. Liu Yao experienced for the first time the sensation of his muscles, bones, and aperture points vibrating simultaneously, feeling cozy and delightfully comfortable as if his soul were soaring beyond the heavens. Li Pei's face lit up with satisfaction, for her purpose in coming here was to gradually showcase herself before bringing up the matter of marriage. The marriage of a martial artist is different from that of ordinary people. Liu Yao and Liao Qi were martial siblings, and their union was considered fellow disciples' affection, equivalent to being husband and wife. However, aside from martial sister, Liu Yao was free to find another wife. Martial sister and wife are like principal wife and secondary wife, with no distinction of seniority or importance. Then it was Liu Yao's turn. The Commandery Princess, straightforward as ever, raised her clothes and lay down, then unfastened her inner garment's straps. In truth, massaging only the spine wouldn't expose any sensitive areas, but the snowy white skin and graceful curves in view were no less striking than those of the 2 sisters. Although Liu Yao's inner breath was slightly inferior, his powerful spirit refining state immediately caused Li Pei's muscles, internal organs, and aperture points to all tremble in unison. Fortunately, the Commandery Princess was worldly and prepared for this. She used the powerful bodily control of the blood exchange mirror to mute her voice, preventing any embarrassing sounds from escaping. Chapter 167. Li Pei's proposal for a marriage alliance. Martial arts training really does wonders for a woman's figure. Liu Yao muttered while massaging. And during the massage of the Huiyang point, although Li Pei showed no odd reaction on the surface, her 10 toes, which looked like garlic cloves, kept clenching and unclenching, and during the process was obviously a struggle. Unfortunately, with 2 senior sisters watching on, Liu Yao didn't dare entertain any naughty thoughts and honestly completed the entire set of procedures. After finishing the session, Liu Yao's hands were fragrant. Liao Ye quickly went to help Li Pei get dressed. The Commandery Princess rose with ease, her face showing no trace of shyness or embarrassment. The massages given by a spirit refining expert are crucial for martial Dao cultivation, and martial artists seek them ardently. And since spirit refining experts are exceedingly rare, and even fewer are willing to give massages. It's a prized opportunity. If one were to also concern oneself with gender proprieties, they might as well never hope for a massage in this lifetime. Li Pei moved her body around and praised, "Liu Yao, your art of the Dragon Slayer has reached a great level of mastery. I regret not coming to you sooner." Liu Yao chuckled and returned the compliment, "Yours isn't bad either, my spine still feels toasty warm. I dare not compare to you, I just rely on my inner breath being a bit more robust, that's all." Both had benefited greatly and exchanged pleasantries, but Li Pei's compliments were particularly heartfelt. She was truly amazed. Liu Yao's technique was so skilled it could rank in the top 3 even in the imperial city, achievable only through frequent practice. Thinking of this person's talent and wealth, Li Pei decided to speak her mind. After some small talk, Li Pei suddenly said to Liao Ye, "Sister, may I have a few words with you?" Liao Ye saw no issue with it, and the two walked arm in arm to the lakeside pavilion. Li Pei was the first to speak, "Has Liu Yao become your companion?" Liao Ye nodded, puzzled as to what the commandery princess might mean. Sect companions, that's something to be envied. However, Li Pei hinted, "Forgive my frankness, but have you ever considered a political marriage for your sect?" Liao Ye was taken aback upon hearing this. Li Pei continued with sincerity, "I am a prince's daughter, in need of a respectable husband, and your junior brother is a suitable match. You can rest assured, I don't mind a man having multiple wives and concubines, and after the marriage, Liao Qi would still be Liu Yao's woman. In this way, your junior brother gains a royal wife, and our relationship will grow even closer. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. As the head of the family, you surely see the advantage in this." Stunned, Liao Ye tried to remain composed. But she quickly gathered her thoughts. After all, the woman before her came from the royal family, where marriages were treated less as unions founded on love and more as alliances and cooperations. Her junior brother's wealth and talent were enough to win a commandery princess's favor. Liao Ye, showing an awkward yet polite smile, said, "Commandery princess, this seems improper. This matter wasn't only about Liao Qi. She also didn't want to share him with others." Li Pei, oblivious to this, continued, "Miss Liao, did you know? I was the one who kept the news of Liu Yao achieving spirit refining oblivion under wraps. Otherwise, your doorstep would have already been worn down by visitors. The Liao family cannot accommodate a genius like Liu Yao. Who knows how many glamorous vixens will throw themselves at him in the future. But with me there, you won't have such worries. I am not a domineering person, we will get along just fine." Liao Ye was at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. Li Pei, however, didn't rush her. They sat for a while, enjoying the evening breeze. Li Pei brushed her hair aside and smiled, "Sister, this is just a proposal, no harm done if it doesn't work out. We royal women are often used as tools for political marriages. It's rare for me to have some say in the matter, so I want to find someone I can at least tolerate." The commandery princess smiled a lonely, wistful smile and finally sighed. "Ah, if it doesn't work out, let's not mention it to Liu Yao, so as to avoid awkwardness. We're still good sisters." Liao Ye nodded lightly, and the two of them walked back to the room arm in arm. At this moment, Liu Yao was performing a thorough massage on Liao Qi. Watching his skilled techniques and focused demeanor, Li Pei knew how he had trained to achieve such proficiency. Only when one cared deeply about the person in their hands would they meticulously attend to every detail of the massage, achieving extraordinary results. Li Pei envied Liao Qi's blissful expression, as if her soul had soared to the heavens, thinking, she must be able to enjoy massages full of love from her beloved every day. However, no trace of emotion showed on Li Pei's face. After a few laughs and chats with the three of them, she excused herself and left. After her departure, Liu Yao and Liao Qi eagerly asked what the two had discussed outside, but Liao Ye fobbed them off, claiming it was private girl talk and revealed nothing. The Shun dynasty had been having a whale of a time recently. The great powers were on the verge of warring amongst themselves, leaving no one to bully them. The leader of the Mahayana Church had encountered mishaps, struggling mightily under the ferocious attacks from all sides, and on the verge of collapse. The lure of out-of-body in 5 years drew domestic and international forces into action, fighting their way to the Mahayana Church's stronghold Jinling. The continued absence of Hong Ronkan confirmed for everyone he really was in trouble. In light of these circumstances, both the court and the common people were jubilant, feeling as if fortune had finally turned in their favor. As for the recent sharp increase in cases of robbery, murder, and disappearances amongst the common folk, they were but trivial matters. Meanwhile, Liu Yao and the two sisters had finally reaped the full benefits of the Asai of the World's Inaction Scroll. Liaoya and Liao Qi had both entered the calm and steady realm, gaining the abilities of body moves at will and 0.5 times speed. Originally, it would have taken fate for the two women to achieve this realm, especially the mischievous Liao Qi, but now they could even look forward to reaching the Oblivion realm. Liu Yao read Hong Ronken's writings every day, deepening his understanding of the fetal breath realm. However, a breakthrough in spirit refinement required some opportunity, which couldn't be rushed. In terms of martial Dao cultivation, his bone marrow had almost been completely cleansed in elementary practice within the marrow cleansing realm, without much difficulty. The next steps, spinal cord and brain marrow, were the crux of the matter, and also where countless individuals hit a wall. Days of study led Liu Yao to develop a certain admiration for Hong Ronken, the leader of the Mahayana Church whom he had never met. Regardless of the man's personal character, his proficiency in spirit refinement was undeniable, and his summarization skills were remarkable, having written a book that could readily serve as a textbook. The entire text lacked any obscure language, all written in plain terms, almost as if afraid others wouldn't be able to learn it. Many of his annotations also provoke deep reflection, such as comparing the power of the mind to brain waves. At this moment, Suiru respectfully presented today's newspaper. Master Lu, Izumo country has deployed troops to Goryeo, the government forces have surrounded Jinling. The young girl was literate and always summarized the important news up front. Liu Yao took the newspaper and began to read. The deployment of Izumo forces to Korea was nothing surprising, for the intentions of Sima Zhao were known to all. Government forces encircling Jinling, the Mahayana Church was doomed. Merchants of the great powers, various national churches, martial arts sects, the imperial court, and even militias formed by rural landlords. All of them hoped to obtain the Mahayana Church's mystic cultivation manual. A thought struck Liu Yao. The tome of worldly resignation is good, but after all, there is only one copy, far from enough for 3 people to share. Yunzhou is less than 300 kilometers away from Jinling, reachable within a day, why don't I go? With numerous powerhouses gathered, even if I don't gain much, just watching the chaos to broaden my horizons would be great. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, rushing to call over his sisters to discuss it. Chapter 168. In tranquility, contemplate action. Stillness brewing motion, the sisters agreed that going out for a walk would be beneficial, but some matters needed to be addressed before they could leave. Liaoya took a deep breath and stood with her hands behind her back, exuding the dignified presence of a sect leader, as she called out to Suiru, come here. The young girl, who had been practicing the running horse stance, immediately ran over and bowed respectfully, Master Liao. The continuous nourishment and training during the past days had allowed the young girl's body to fully develop, making her look as a girl her age should. There was a spiritual air about her brows and eyes, and she seemed to be the makings of a beauty. Over the past half-year, everyone had seen Suiru's behavior, her upright character and firm mind, qualifying her for formal entry into the sect. Liaoya said earnestly, your stance practice is good, and I am satisfied. Very well, today I shall formally accept you as my disciple. Arya, merely a nominal disciple thus far, was overjoyed upon hearing she could officially become an apprentice and quickly knelt to the ground. Thank you, Master Liao. Liaoya solemnly accepted her bow and continued, you are familiar with all 3 of us, have you thought about which mentor you wish to follow? This was allowing Suiru to choose her master and establish their formal relationship as master and disciple. Ordinarily, someone would certainly choose to be apprenticed to Liu Yao, for who wouldn't want a spirit refining expert as their master? However, Suiru stole a covert glance at him, then resolutely kowtowed 3 times to Liaoya. Liaoya was delighted, feeling that the young girl was grateful and that her own guidance had not been in vain. After enjoying her happiness briefly, Liaoya quickly straightened her charming face, maintaining the dignity of the teacher's path. Although I accept you as my disciple today, whether you receive the true transmission will depend on your performance. Do not become complacent. Respectfully, Suiru replied, disciple will follow the master's orders with care. Finally, she turned to Liu Yao and Liao Qi and, with her hands cupped in a fist and palm salute, she bowed deeply, calling out crisply, uncles. The 2 of them stood and solemnly received her gesture, signifying their acceptance. After the rites were concluded, Liu Yao smiled and said, the name Arya sounds like a milk name. Do you have a formal name? Arya first shook her head, I do not have a formal name, I've been called this since childhood. Then she quickly added, please, uncle, grant me a name. Liu Yao thought for a moment and then said, let's call you Sua Arya, in the hope that you will be as refined and graceful as your name suggests. Sua Arya. Sua Arya grinned happily and said, thank you for the name, uncle. It's really beautiful. And so, Sua Arya became a formal disciple of the Liao family fist, entitled to reside openly in Jin Garden. The sensible young girl chose a quiet little house in a side room, not far from Liu Yao's main residence. Having settled Sua Arya's affairs, there were still 3 treasures soaring in the sky. Liu Yao planned to take them along when going out. 4 spirit pets, accompanying their master on excursions to gain experience could greatly benefit their spirit wisdom, as well as enhance the bond between them. Moreover, there was another important task at hand to enable the 3 sparrowhawks to advance to the organ refining realm. Thanks to countless generous investments, the pets had grown several sizes larger than their wild counterparts and possessed heightened spirituality. It was time for them to advance to organ refining. At that moment, the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks had caught a weasel and flew up to the sky. At a height of 2,000 meters, they released their claws, allowing the weasel to plummet rapidly before swooping down to catch it just before it crashed to the ground, repeating the process over and over. Initially, the weasel was utterly terrified, releasing both urine and feces, but after a while, it became resigned to its fate, its spirit broken by the game. Afterward, the sparrowhawks switched games, treating the weasel like a ball in the air, tossing it back and forth, you throw it to me, I throw it to you, until their master called them back. The 3 birds of prey swooped down to land, with Ji Xiang and Ru Yi each holding half a weasel in their beaks, trying to ingratiate themselves with their master. Ping'an looked disdainful, knowing well that their master didn't like eating such things, so it hadn't bothered to compete earlier. Liu Yao, looking at the 3 increasingly divine and intuitive spiritual sparrowhawks, felt great affection and took out a wisdom spirit pill to feed each one. The sparrowhawk swallowed its meal in one gulp, flapping its 1.5-meter wingspan excitedly as it chirped repeatedly. Liao Qi laughed from the side, you've already fed it today, if you keep feeding it, we won't have many blood cores left. Liu Yao placed his hand on the girl's waist, unperturbed, there are countless mercenaries from the west around Jinling, we'd get blood cores just by killing a few. Before leaving, Liu Yao handed Li a Glock and numerous bullets, instructing her to practice her shooting when she was free and to be careful not to wander into the areas where he had laid landmines. The mine zones were sensitive spots in the gardens where well-intentioned visitors would never tread, only those who entered unlawfully would, and if so, their fate would be out of our hands. The 3 loaded their things into the Mercedes and set off. This time, they did not bring the hefty battle armor. With drone surveillance and the fire god cannon, the attack power was more than sufficient, allowing for long-range sneak attacks to take out the enemies. All they needed to bring along was the grenade sniper. As usual, Liu Yao drove, lifting the car and running whenever they encountered rough patches on the road. I feel like we'd be faster running than driving if it weren't for all this stuff we're carrying. After hoisting the car over a small hill, Liu Yao couldn't help but express his sentiments. In the marrow cleansing realm, one could easily run at speeds exceeding 100 km per hour, ignoring terrain, much faster than any classic car. Upon reaching the main road, the trio got back into the car, this time with Liao Ye taking the wheel. Severe winter had arrived, making the Jiangnan region cold and damp, stripped of its fine scenery. On the road, Liu Yao, out of boredom, played with Liao Qi's body, stroking her until she squirmed restlessly in her seat with seductive eyes. The girl, mindful of her sister in the front seat, firmly held down Liu Yao's hand to stop him from continuing and glared at him several times. Bored, Liu Yao raised a question. Sister, everyone talks about the 9 realms of the martial path. I only know about sinew strengthening, bone tempering, organ refining, marrow cleansing, blood exchange, innate, leak-free, golden body. That's only 8, what's the 9th? Liao Ye, not very skilled at driving, carefully watched the road as she answered, it's called the mixed element realm. But no one has reached it since immortal Qin. Liu Yao nodded and then asked, spirit refinement also has 9 realms, focused spirit, meditation, forgetting, fetal breath, astral projection, divine manifestation. What about the ones after that? Liao Ye shook her head, there's very little known about spirit refinement in the martial community, it's only known that after those stages, one has to endure heavenly lightning and thunder. Oh, I see. The martial path and spirit refinement have declined quite a bit since the age of immortal Qin, especially spirit refinement. The greatest practitioners these days only reach the divine manifestation realm. The three chatted casually, with the three sparrowhawks overhead chirping along merrily, thoroughly enjoying themselves and occasionally catching a live creature to take to the skies. But Liu Yao was not just out to amuse the birds, he wanted them to advance to the organ refining realm through combat. Without entering the organ refining realm, the sparrowhawks would remain merely strong pets. Only by stepping into the organ refining realm could they become spirit pets and truly distinguish themselves from their wild counterparts. Though they had spiritual nature, they lacked the intelligence to purposefully cultivate. Following the sparrowhawk taming method given by the girl from Manchuria, they had to be guided in a special way. To find opponents to fight, to fully unleash the wildness in their bloodlines, instinctively using the reserves built up in their bodies to advance, that is, to evolve. The beginning is always the hardest, the first step into organ refining is crucial, and Liu Yao had to find a suitable opponent. Chapter 169. Here's a test for you. The journey to Jinling was indeed bustling with excitement, as countless people from all directions came with aspirations, hoping to snatch a piece of the pie from the corpse of the Supreme Church. Liu Yao also saw many martial artists who were only in the bone-tempering realm, with a ragged sack on their back. They set off on their journey, eyeing the Liao family's luxurious carriage with envy, quickly stepping aside to clear the way. For most of the lower-class martial artists, seizing an opportunity meant risking their lives to break through, otherwise, they would never be able to advance to the Jin realm in their lifetimes. With shorter daylight in winter, the three of them traveled while enjoying themselves along the way, and by the time they reached Changzhou, night had already fallen. Changzhou, less than 150 kilometers from Jinling, was already under military control, where ordinary people couldn't move around at will. A crowd wishing to enter the city was blocked at the gate. The nonchalant guards, spotting the trio's car from afar, quickly shouted and whipped around, driving away the civilians blocking the city gate and shifting the barricades out of the way. Just as the car approached, the guards snapped to attention, saluted, and saw the trio off, without the slightest intention of conducting an inspection. Liaoya smiled, "Junior brother, although this car isn't as fast as us, it can save us a lot of trouble. At least no one dares to stop us at the checkpoints." Liu Yao shrugged his shoulders and smiled. The three rested there for the night and took the opportunity to gather some information. Jinling was encircled tightly by the government forces as if it were an iron barrel, and all food supplies to the city had been severed. Both sides surrounded Yuetai, embattled for over a month. However, since the fighting began, the high ranks of the Supreme Church had not been seen, casting doubts in people's minds. The next day, at the break of dawn, the three continued their journey westward. This area was already considered a war zone. If the scenery before was still barely tolerable, from this point forward, it truly resembled bones exposed in the wild, with no chickens crowing for thousands of miles. All the villages and towns along the way had been abandoned, filled with ruins and broken walls. There were often corpses that had died violently on the road, stripped bare and left out under the broad daylight. After traveling several dozen miles, faint sounds of chopping and wailing carried on the wind. Someone was engaged in an armed conflict, with all sorts of noises from blades, swords, clubs, and firearms. Liu Yao reached out of the car window and waved his hand, and three spiritual sparrowhawks immediately flew into the car. Then Liao Qi operated a drone to take to the sky, becoming the eyes above. 4 kilometers away, a gang of bandits was attacking a village. This was common in times of chaos, but the composition of this group of bandits was incredibly diverse. The commanders supervising the battle behind were 2 Westerners, one of whom was a priest in a black robe. The ones attacking the village were Shunchao people, Tianzu people, and even some Africans. The group's composition was indeed extremely complex. Upon seeing this scene, Liaoya angrily remarked, "The imperial court should never have allowed these Westerners to come in. Meanies mercenaries and Frandi priests, let's take them out. They're all just small fry, perfect for the grenade sniper." Liu Yao loaded 2 armor-piercing rounds into the grenade sniper, while the rest were high-explosive rounds. Liaoya and Liao Qi both loaded high-explosive rounds as well. Once the three were within a kilometer, they climbed up a tree and aimed at the bandits who were close to victory in the distance. Mark made no attempt to hide his sharp teeth, occasionally sticking out his tongue to give them a lick. This unseemly act drew the disdain of the nearby lion cleric barbaric Meanies people. Lower-class vampires cannot retract their fangs, and gentlemen in civilized societies would usually wear face coverings. In the eyes of the Lion Cleric, Mark's behavior was no different from not wearing pants. Mark also found the arrogant cleric beside him unbearable, but the village they were currently facing was essentially a dirt fort, and it would be difficult to maximize benefits without cooperation. At this moment, the two foreigners who could hardly stand each other were cooperating with all their might, precisely because each could obtain what they needed. Mark wanted people, and the Lion Cleric wanted land. The imperial court had already signed the Treaty of Tianjin, agreeing to allow missionaries to preach deep within the mainland and to purchase land. But land in the Shun dynasty was very valuable, and it was commonly believed that selling land was tantamount to squandering family assets, so the Lion Cleric, watching the battle that was about to be won, smiled contentedly and said, "With this, the Lord's flock shall obtain a fertile piece of land." Mark chimed in, "The people inside are mine, we'll split the money evenly, it's only fair. I hope the Lord will bless me with a good catch of female slaves. The price of female slaves has been rising on the international market." The Lion Cleric casually remarked, "Queen Victoria likes to bathe in the fresh blood of virgins, and the demand is huge. The masters of Einheit sure know how to live it up, but there's no need to kill them all, right? Keep them and slowly drain their blood. You sons of bitches, what are you doing? Put the cannons away." Mark was chatting when he suddenly saw some of his men trying to bombard the earthen fort with cannons. His face turned pale, and he rushed forward to stop them, kicking and punching. "Stay updated via Empire. Idiots! We are slavers, no firing of the cannons. What if it kills the virgins? They're worth a lot of money." A black servant nodded and bowed, "Master, there's a cellar, we can't get in because the people inside are guarding the entrance with guns." Mark's fangs elongated slightly as he looked coldly at him, "Then charge it down, you go first." The black man looked at the crude nail hammer in his hand and let out a dry laugh. As he was dilly-dallying towards the battlefield, he suddenly saw countless shadows violently hitting his companions in front, followed by violent explosions. In a continuous series of loud booms, countless fragmented corpses and severed limbs blasted into the air, many others were pockmarked with shrapnel, wailing briefly before lying still in pools of blood. "Where is this bombardment coming from? Save me!" The scene was instantly thrown into chaos, as many bandits clinging to the walls of the earthen fort fell off as well. Following that, they were covered by successive 40mm high explosive fragmentation grenades. The grenades' lethality against unarmored targets was enormous. Even if they were not killed by the explosion, the shrapnel over a 20-meter blast radius would do the job. In less than half a minute, the attacking bandits were reduced to a ground full of moaning dying people. The Lion Cleric held the sacred glow to his chest as two tentacles reached out, quickly carrying him away like Dr. Octopus in an escape for his life. Just by witnessing the barrage, he knew that the approaching forces were not something he could withstand. Moreover, the cleric leading his followers in murder and land theft would be quite the scandal if word got out. It was best to flee first. The vampire Mark transformed into a shadow and fled in the opposite direction with a speed not slower than that of his allies. But the very next second, two armor-piercing grenades caught up with the two of them. The Lion Cleric was hit first. He wrapped one tentacle around an armor-piercing grenade, but the high-temperature metal jet produced by the grenade burnt right through the tentacle, followed by igniting the fat in the cleric's body. He became a human torch on the spot, screaming inhumanely as he was burnt alive. Before his death, his tentacles flailed in vain and were of no use whatsoever. The vampire Mark fared much better as it suddenly vanished from the spot and reappeared elsewhere, having dodged the grenades, apparently possessing a blink-like ability. Liu Yao said to Liao Qi, "Here's a test for you, aim for the leg and capture this vampire alive." Liao Qi nodded, pulled out the M500 from her waist, and took aim at the target 100 meters away. Chapter 170. Sharp Arrow. The sisters were already in the calm and constant state of spirit refinement, naturally possessing the abilities to move at will and at 0.5x speed. At this moment, Liao Qi placed her hand on the revolver at her waist, took a deep breath, activated 0.5x speed, and swiftly drew her gun, announcing, "The time has come." With a thunderous bang, a .50 Magnum bullet whistled out of the chamber and struck Vampire Mark, precisely taking out his right lower leg. The huge silver revolver barrel emitted white smoke. Liao Qi blew on it pompously, performed a few flashy spins with the gun in her hand, and then holstered it with a small look of self-satisfaction. Liu Yao applauded and cheered, "Incredible, a precise hit from 100 meters away." The three approached where the vampire Mark lay, who was holding his leg that was missing a chunk and moaning lowly. From the gaping wound, a thick, ink-like substance rolled and flowed. They injured but did not kill the enemy, clearly having ulterior motives. Mark clutched his wound tightly and growled, "Okay, okay, what do you want to do?" Liu Yao smiled and said, "I have 3 pets that need to awaken their ancient bloodlines through combat and achieve evolution by following the laws of nature." As he spoke, 3 spiritual sparrowhawks circled high above the group. Liu Yao continued, "You make very suitable prey, now, you may begin your performance." After speaking, he waved his hand sharply. The next second, 3 shadows streaked across Mark's body. Immediately 3 deep, bone-deep gashes appeared on his body, with the ink-like substance churning and spilling out from the wounds. Mark cried out in agony, cursing vehemently, "Fouquet! You sons of bitches raised by dogs!" Wounds appeared on his arms and torso, but if he hadn't dodged a bit, it would have been his eyes and throat that suffered. Mark began to flee into the distance on all fours. Liu Yao was a bit nervous and expectant. This vampire has the strength of the organ-refining realm, still too formidable. I wonder if it will work. Liao Ya consoled, he's forced to show his trump card and has suffered serious injuries, I think it should be fine. Talking, the 3 of them quickly pursued. Although the pets needed to fight for life or death, the guardians must watch over them from aside and intervene at any time. Far away, in the village that had narrowly escaped destruction, the surviving villagers were just coming to their senses. They emerged from their cellars, wielding rudimentary weapons, cautiously scouting around to confirm that all the bandits had been exterminated, and were immediately overjoyed. However, the number of survivors was just over 100, mostly women and children, each bearing injuries. Out of anger, they dealt additional blows to the fallen bandits. An enslaved black slave, who was only lightly wounded, kept begging for mercy, "I too was captured and sold into slavery, please spare my life." But since he had just attempted to bombard the cellar with a cannon, his contrasting demeanor had been noticed by many, and naturally, they were not inclined to spare him now. He was impaled through the lung by a dung fork and died in agony. At this time, Liu Yao was anxiously watching his beloved pets fight for their lives. Being bipedal and missing a leg greatly affected him. Vampire Mark's combat effectiveness drastically reduced, but in his death throes, he became exceedingly ferocious. Mark leaned against a large tree to prevent attacks from behind while steadying his body. His 10 fingers grew claws an inch long and wildly swung them around. The 3 spiritual sparrowhawks, fearless, dived one after another to attack. Their diving speed was slightly faster than their wild counterparts, reaching 400 km per hour, or 110 meters per second. And since the speed of an arrow is around 100 meters per second, they were truly like swift arrows in their speed. Moreover, the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks coordinated impeccably, executing a combined attack. Just as Ji Xiang and Ru Yi diverted the vampire's attention, Ping unfolded its wings and dove like an arrowhead, its sharp beak slicing fiercely across Mark's neck. But the vampire's head was the vital part, not the neck. Mark actually roared in fury, swatting Ping with a claw, sending it flying away. Liu Yao gasped in shock, but Ping had only lost some feathers and, fluttering its wings, flew up again. Although it seemed skewed, it should be okay. The hollow bones and light yet tough feathers of the sparrowhawk greatly resisted physical attacks. And Mark, unable to escape, could only passively wait for death by a tree. After several severe hits, the ink-like substance seeping from his wounds grew less and less until there was nothing left, and his strength faded away. Mark pleaded with his last bit of strength, "Listen, you don't have to do this, I can pay a substantial ransom." Liu Yao didn't speak, only pointing towards the distant village, where cries could be heard, and thick smoke from burning bodies rose into the sky. Experience more on Empire. In Mark's desperate howl, Ji Xiang and Ru Yi pecked out his eyes, then Ping dove down and ripped a foot-long gash in his chest. Mark stood still, then gradually crumbled into dust. At this moment, all 3 spiritual sparrowhawks were injured, missing feathers and skin, and blood seeped from Ping An's body. Liu Yao and the others quickly approached, first feeding them a wisdom spirit pill, then copiously transferring inner breath to the little ones. Liu Yao immediately entered spirit refining state, using inner breath to prompt the birds' blood circulation, stabilizing their injuries. The little ones were quite spiritual, rubbing against the 3 with their smooth, soft neck feathers. Once their conditions stabilized, Liu Yao took a deep breath and pulled out 3 chicken egg-sized blood cores. The 3 spiritual sparrowhawks circled eagerly at the sight, anxious to eat. Their fierce battle was for this very moment. The 3 blood cores could be used to refine at least 30 wisdom spirit pills, but Liu Yao fed them directly to the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks. They bit down, stretched their necks upwards, and swallowed. Afterward, they seemed a bit drowsy. Bringing the babies back to the vehicle, they were allowed to rest comfortably. The sparrowhawks needed ample rest to absorb the blood cores and evolve through the gradual awakening of their ancient bloodlines after the life and death struggle. Liu Yao let out a long sigh. It all depends on whether they can make it tomorrow. The sisters cheered the little ones on. They'll be fine. The car moved slowly, with surviving villagers continuously kowtowing towards them in the distance. Meanwhile, outside Jinling City, the Einheit commander, Hebu, dressed in civilian clothes, watched the walls of Jinling with keen interest. He was the same commander who had previously invaded Jinmen with the United Fleet. Beside Hebu stood a clergyman in a bright red robe, a cardinal no less. A cardinal boasting the right to elect the Pope was definitely a prominent figure within the church. The cardinal prayed, clutching the triangular holy emblem at his chest. Hebu turned to him and said, "Bishop Favil, Shun dynasty troops have buried explosives beneath this section of the wall. Standing 60 feet tall and 40 feet thick, this wall is very solid. This time, nearly 70,000 pounds of explosives are being used. Interestingly, the Shun dynasty army's chosen detonation point is the same breach point used by the Mahayana sect to conquer Jinling in the past." Bishop Favil opened his eyes, his face flushed with excitement. "That means we'll breach the walls soon. We are about to see an incarnation of the Lord in this world. What an immense honor." Chapter 171. Strange events in the city. Hebu, upon hearing the words of Bishop Favil, realized that their lines of thinking were not on the same page and thought to himself, high-ranking clergy really have issues with their psyche. At that moment, the fleet commander suddenly sensed animosity. Turning his head toward the distance, he locked eyes with Count Spi from Jihad. Hebu's expression suddenly turned icy cold. It was this man who had signed a military sales agreement with the Shun dynasty, equipping them with the latest 303mm cannons, which led to his own crushing defeat. Moreover, he had spearheaded the purchase of ironclad warships, giving the Shun dynasty a true navy. Idiot! Turn to ashes under the scorching sun. Your soul will wail in a silver box for 1,000 years. The two exchanged a cold gaze and then looked away from each other. Apart from the two of them, another 2 groups were also full of hostility, as if they wished to slay each other on the spot. Nakajima Masayo's hand rested on his katana, his fingers gently tapping the hilt. In the distance, Count Vladimir from Rakshasa had eyes that were a bright, bloodshot red. The two faced off for a short moment before turning their bodies away. Everyone was no fool. They knew the purpose of their visit today and how it would be foolish to fight and become a laughingstock on the spot. To a straw man about the size of a palm resting on his shoulder, Nakajima Masayo said, "Minister Komura, the Western countries have all sent Earl-level combatants, that is, innate realm." And incredibly, the crudely made straw man began to speak. "That's normal, the Shun court wouldn't allow Duke-level individuals to enter. But be careful, these are all famous strongmen from their countries, and they definitely have their trump cards prepared." Nakajima Masayo frowned and said, "Minister Komura, I'm just the head of a newspaper office, after all. You should be dealing with such matters." The Minister Komura he mentioned was Kotaro Komura, who had just taken over as minister to the Shun dynasty. Kotaro Komura's voice became faint as though it was being interfered with. "You don't need to be humble. The newspaper you started has been very useful. The intelligence you've gathered has allowed me to quickly establish a foothold in the capital of Shun country. I have a more important mission in the capital of Shun country and cannot get away. Remember, your mission is not to fight, rather, you should find out the secret of Hongronkan. The Shikigami I gave you." The mind force within the straw man slowly dissipated, and Kotaro Komura's voice went from intermittent to completely silent. But Nakajima Masayo understood his meaning crystal clear. As a country facing the Shun dynasty across the sea, Izumo had benefited greatly from this teacher and had a far better understanding of the Shun country than other powers. Izumo had been planning the Shun country conquest strategy for decades, hoping to swallow an elephant like a snake, and had established numerous intelligence agencies within the Shun dynasty. The newspaper founded by Nakajima Masayo was one of them. By bribing a maidservant who served Hongronkan's clothes, he had obtained an important piece of intelligence. Hongronkan had inadvertently entered an immortal Qin ruin years ago and had an extraordinary adventure, which allowed him to transform from an ordinary person into an out-of-body strongman in just 5 short years. This immortal Qin ruin was exactly what the cabinet and military were eager to obtain. At this time, the crowd of onlookers outside the city was growing, including international figures as well as martial artists from the Shun dynasty itself. The gathering of powerful figures from various countries had different goals. Countries like Einheit and Frandy sought the divine manifestation of God in the mortal world. Shun country martial artists yearned for Hong Ronken's spirit refining method, especially the method of inducing divine manifestation right after reaching the innate realm. Everyone watched the city wall rigged with explosives with eager anticipation. Before long, a thunder-like explosion sounded out of nowhere, and the explosives laid by the government forces were detonated. With the violent tremors of the earth, a section of the Jinling city wall transformed into bricks and dust, shooting up into the sky mixed with soil. As the dust settled, a passage wide enough for 4 cars to drive abreast appeared. The gathered powerhouses were reinvigorated. What was coming up was the main event. After the city wall collapsed, the government forces swarmed in, and it wasn't long before they cleaned up the remnants of the enemy. The battle wasn't intense, and had it not been for the corps commander of the government forces' notorious reputation for shaving heads and killing those who surrender, and allowing his troops to loot after capturing each city, the defending army would have surrendered long before. However, the government forces ceased their advance after occupying the city walls because the situation inside the city was too peculiar. Since the siege began, only the lower rank followers of the sect had put up a fight, not a single high-ranking member had been seen. Even if something had gone wrong with Hong Ronken, the other titled kings couldn't just turn away and cavalierly give up Jinling. As for where the titled kings had gone, these lower rank followers knew nothing when asked, as they hadn't seen their own titled kings for a long while either. Only one corps commander of higher status confessed. After the last time the Eastern King, Yang Qing, returned from chasing the Heavenly Kingdom Imperial Tutor, he suddenly, along with the other titled kings, stormed into the Heavenly King's mansion in anger, and then there was no further news of them. The generals looked at each other after hearing this news. Could it be that the leaders of the sect had been wiped out in internal strife? At that moment, the commanding censor, Zheng Boquan, issued a strange military order with a cold expression. Move the massive cannons to the city wall, aimed at the Heavenly King's mansion. Withdraw all our men. Let the foreigners and samurais outside the city go up to explore first. A hesitant subordinate inquired, Sir, capturing the enemy leader is a great accomplishment. The men have risked their lives without regard, determined to exhaust Hong Ronken to death. Zheng Boquan sneered, No matter. As my brother said, the mistake Hong Ronken has made is not a small one, it's uncertain whether this bunch will survive. No one dared to say more. This person was the younger cousin of Grandmaster Zheng, who had slaughtered tens of thousands after capturing Anqing, earning himself the nickname the Barber. The government forces began to scour the city for silver, money, and treasures, but purposefully left the Heavenly King's mansion untouched, even clearing the way into the city. The people outside were quite pleased, although some realized they were meant to test the waters. But with opportunity comes danger, and how could they seize the benefits without taking risks? Under the indifferent watch of the government forces, the crowd eagerly entered the city, heading straight for Hong Ronken's Heavenly King's mansion. Liu Yao and 2 others were hiding in a small grove beside Suanwu Lake, operating a drone to observe. They saw countless locals and foreigners surrounding the Heavenly King's mansion, but not a single one daring to enter. Because the outside of the Heavenly King's mansion was piled with firewood and cannons were set up, ready to set fire and bombard it. The crowd was somewhat prepared for this spectacle, as occasionally there were martial artists who, in practicing spirit refinement, went mad, going insane. It seemed that the sect's followers desired to kill their crazed leader. But Hong Ronken was a powerful practitioner who had achieved both the spirit refinement and the innate realm. Most present wouldn't be able to withstand even one of his blows, so the merit of being the first mover was not easy to claim. After waiting a while, it was the clergy who grew impatient. Bishop Faville, praising the sacred words of the Lord, was the first to enter. Such matters often required someone to make the first move, and seeing someone enter, those behind, fearing the benefits would be snapped up by others, instantly unleashed their divine skills and swarmed in. The Heavenly King's mansion was grand in scale, spanning over 10 li and was built lavishly. However, there were pockmarks and dilapidated ruins here and there, as if there had been intense fighting. The crowd searched cautiously, but only found countless silver coins. But this group that went straight for the Heavenly King's mansion were certainly not there just for the money. Someone questioned, could it be that Hong Ronken has already fled? Impossible. Various covered investigations have confirmed that after repelling Grandmaster Zeng, Hong Ronken has never left the Heavenly King's mansion. Just then, someone shouted, "Hong Ronken is sitting on the dragon throne in the Grand Hall." The crowd rushed to look, and indeed, on the dragon throne in the grandiose Great Hall of the Heavenly King's mansion sat a person. Strange, so many people have been searching for several rounds, but right under our noses, we didn't notice him. He really does seem to have gone mad. Look at his hands. Hong Ronken sat rigidly, his eyes vacant and unblinking, on the dragon throne. But the crowd's attention was now drawn to the lead box in his hands. Chapter 172. In union with the divine. Hong Ronken, the powerful being who single-handedly established the great vehicle sect and conquered half the territory, appeared somewhat refined in his features. But now, his entire demeanor was indiscernible, leaving only a vacant expression. His eyes, devoid of the vivacity and sparkle typical of a spirit refinement expert, were fixed on a spot in the void as he murmured to himself. Seeing him like this, the onlookers' anxiety eased considerably. No matter how strong he was, if he had gone mad, he posed no threat. In attendance were nearly 1,000 people, many carrying cannons. Ever since these devices came into use, the idea of the weak defeating the strong was no longer a fantasy. The crowd looked greedily at the lead box cradled in Hong Ronken's arms. They were certain it contained the mystical refinement method. They exchanged glances, but no one dared to move. In front of so many witnesses, even if one managed to seize the spoils, they would be torn to shreds by the others. However, in the diverse world of the martial path, there are always remarkable individuals. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the air beside Hong Ronken and snatched the lead box with lightning speed. A short and skinny sleazy man, standing just 1.4 meters tall, revealed himself, boasting arrogantly. "I am Si Tukong of Thief Sect. Thanks for the favor, everyone, I'll be taking my leave first." There are some formidable figures in the Thief Sect who enjoy leaving their names behind after a heist, making the victim seethe with rage. Si Tukong was one of those people and had the skill to have lived so long doing just that. The man vanished into the void in an instant before many could even register what happened. But at that moment, Hong Ronken, who was seated on the dragon throne, suddenly moved. He abruptly reached out and accurately plucked a person out of the air. It was Si Tukong. Si Tukong was about to resist when he suddenly felt his body beyond his control, pulled into Hong Ronken's embrace, tightly clutched together. Hong Ronken hugged tighter and tighter, as if they were merging into one, and dully uttered, "Merge with the divine." Si Tukong let out a horrified shriek. For the two were truly fusing together. Like two balls of putty, the flesh where they connected melded and fused. Si Tukong, like a droplet on a sponge, was slowly seeping into Hong Ronken's body. He cried out as he hit, struggled and bit, but to no avail. In just 10 seconds, he was completely absorbed into Hong Ronken's body. Hong Ronken reclaimed the lead box and sat back down on the dragon throne. Bishop Faville, witnessing this scene, flushed with excitement, "The power of the Lord. Truly an avatar of the divine." Hebu revealed an intrigued expression, "Interesting, how shall we take him away?" Bishop Faville said, "I will first try to communicate, and if that doesn't work, we'll take him by force. We can't let an avatar of the Lord remain in a profaned body." By then, the martial artists had drawn their weapons and surrounded Hong Ronken. Everyone present was battle-hardened and, while they felt the situation was bizarre, they were not afraid and intended to kill this monster to acquire the mystic cultivation manual. A familiar face, Yu Yanmei of the Moon Shadow Sword, flashed by with her sword, and Hong Ronken's head soared into the air. Just as the crowd was about to cheer, in the next second, the entire hall, and even the Heavenly King's mansion, began to tremble. The head of Hong Ronken, lying on the ground, looked dully at everyone and said, "Merge with the divine." Then, his entire being swelled up like cola mixed with Mentos, turning into a grotesque, sinewy flesh orb. The flesh orb, about 20 meters in height and irregular in shape, sprouted countless gigantic tentacles that resembled electrical poles, which whipped around and proceeded to demolish the entire hall. These tentacles bore a strong resemblance to those that had extended from the backs of the priests. But what was different was that the priest looked somewhat ethereal and translucent, while Hong Ronken's tentacles were more real and revolting. Immediately after, Hong Ronken's body regrew from atop the flesh orb, still clutching the lead box. Bricks and stones were sent flying, dust billowed high, those with guns drew them, and those with cannons manned them, as everyone banded together to pummel the monster. However, the monster's body was shockingly tough, bullets did nothing to it, and after taking two 70mm cannonballs, it only had two shallow pits on its body. Fortunately, the government forces also began joining the fray, firing cannons from atop the city walls. Amid the thunderous booms, a gigantic 303mm caliber cannonball struck, blasting a garage-sized hole in the monster's body. The monster contracted violently, the wound quickly sealing closed, and then one after another person began to grow from its body. These human figures were all too familiar to the crowd because they were the high-ranking members of the Daeshung sect, often featured on the wanted lists, including the Eastern King Yang Qing. Everyone finally understood why the kings of the Daeshung sect were nowhere to be seen. It turns out they had all merged into one with Hong Ronkan. The people that grew on the flesh orb bore only a vague resemblance to humans, their bodies covered with a lot of dark, sticky substance. These people glared with pitch-black eyes, opened their inky mouths wide, and pointed at everyone while wailing mournfully, "Merge with the god." Visibly spreading sound waves engulfed the area, countless people clutched their heads and screamed as they fell, promptly dragged away by tentacles and melted into the monster's body like putty. After being absorbed, these pitiful individuals would also grow on the monster's body, lifting their hands to point at their former comrades while wailing "Merge with the god," exerting a terrifying psychic attack. Moreover, not only that, but the people that grew on the monster's body could actually command the tentacles to perform even more precise actions. Suddenly, they pointed at the sky and let out a loud scream, and then three tentacles whipped out with such force that they burst the air itself, accurately intercepting another 303mm caliber cannonball. The three tentacles broke off, but they quickly regrew. Upon witnessing this through their drones, Liu Yao and the two others had only countless WTFs in their minds. They had thought Hong Ronkan had gone mad, but they never expected him to turn into such an abomination. Do spirit refinement experts go insane like this? No. Insane experts indeed pose great dangers, but they shouldn't turn into monsters. Liu Yao's expression grew even grimmer, his greatest reliance, why had it gotten entangled with such a thing? Currently, under the dual assault of the monster's psychic powers and its tentacles, of the nearly 1,000 people present, 200 had already fallen, and many had thought of escaping. But as soon as anyone dared turn their back, the people that grew on the monster's body would immediately point in that direction with a loud scream, and tentacles would strike like lightning, capturing them. Martial artists of the marrow cleansing realm would have their entire skeletons crushed. And as more people were devoured by it, Liu Yao furrowed his brow and said, "This thing seems to be getting bigger." Liao Qi, gazing at the sky filled with writhing tentacles, expressed her fear and disgust, "And there are more and more tentacles." Liao Ya spoke seriously, "To demonic beings, martial artists are the best tonic." Hebu, watching the monster grow in size, turned to Bishop Faville, who wore a constipated expression, and said, "Is your communication of any use? I suddenly realize that the more people there are, the worse the situation gets." While talking, he wielded a rebar-like rapier, fending off countless coordinating tentacles. This monster was not picky with its food, several Blood Clan members had already been dragged over and assimilated. Bishop Faville, drenched in sweat, opened his eyes and said, "It rejected my communication, this is impossible. I am a devout follower of the Lord." Chapter 173. Chaos Battle. Bishop Faville was mired in self-doubt, unable to understand why the incarnation of the Lord was refusing to communicate with him. But Hebu, Count Spee and Count Vladimir, along with other powerful individuals with military backgrounds, were staring at the creature before them with expressions of appreciation and intoxication. Martial arts and firearms were all ineffective, it could enhance itself through killing, recover from injuries, and even wield terrifying mental attacks. It was the perfect weapon. If we use it in battle, conquering the world will be within easy reach. This was the unanimous thought among the military elites. For bandits, unevenly divided spoils were bound to cause conflict, and they would use any means necessary to kill their enemies. Continue your story on Empire. The foreign powers began considering whether to play their trump cards. Those who dared to provoke the leader of the Decheng Church certainly came prepared. It just depended on whether it was worth it. But the problem now was not only did they have to deal with this monster, they also had to watch out for everyone else. A few vampires exchanged glances, their eyes exceptionally cold although they were of the same kind. Nakajima Masayo's eyes were equally blazing with passion. His country was but a small island nation, extremely lacking in resources. Competing with the great powers, this kind of war weapon was exactly what they needed. Moreover, the benefits of getting Hong Ronkan's mystic cultivation manual would be enormous, especially the method of utilizing the power of divine manifestation after leaving the body, along with the relics hidden behind the scenes. Nakajima Masao suddenly felt that, although the monster was terrifying, it was indeed a treasure. He gripped the knife in his hand, touched the shikigami on his chest, and waited for an opportunity. The group of innate experts were half-hearted in their efforts, and the situation on the field was looking very bad at the moment. Having consumed many people, the monster had grown over 30 meters tall. With a bit more effort, it might catch up to Godzilla. The only effective government forces cannons were 5 kilometers away, and it took more than 10 seconds for the cannonballs to fly over. The people growing on the monster's body watched all around like radar, giving it enough time to blast the cannonballs out of the air. Its tentacles, thick as utility poles, had such tremendous force that they could gouge out large craters on the ground, and a single strike could instantly kill anyone in the marrow-cleansing realm. At this moment, another person was struck, and they were torn to pieces before they could even scream. Everyone was chilled to the bone, and more people were entertaining thoughts of escape, fighting and retreating at the same time. But the monster, clearly not wishing to let them go, stretched its tentacles across the sky like a fishing net, covering the whole world. The lower realm martial artists grew increasingly desperate, as the creature started by eating the weakest first, only probing and entangling the stronger ones, saving them for later. Just then, Moon Shadow Sword Grandmaster Yu Yanmei suddenly shouted coldly, "I'll hold it off, those who want to escape, go now." After speaking, she took a deep breath and transformed into a silver shadow, charging towards the monster. She was the first person to dare approach it since the battle began. Yu Yanmei became a streak of silver light circling the creature, instantly severing a dozen tentacles. The densely packed people on the monster pointed at her, wailing mournfully, and some even attempted to reach out to grab her. Yu Yanmei frowned, feeling dizzy and nauseous, but she continued to fight forcefully, her steel sword constantly slashing at various parts of the monster's body with a glow of silver light. Despite its bulky appearance, the creature's tentacles were incredibly agile, perfect for offense and defense, making Yu Yanmei's close quarters battle extremely dangerous. But she was far too fast. She weaved through countless tentacles with ease, sometimes stepping on them for leverage, slashing deep wounds into the monster with her sword. Although the monster swiftly healed, the people growing on it appeared more and more agitated, pointing at Yu Yanmei and continuously emitting awe screams. Yu Yanmei's dizziness and nausea worsened. Luckily, as she made her move, the lower realm martial artists had already escaped far away, running while shouting, "We owe Grandmaster Yu of the Moon Shadow Sword for today. We will be sure to repay this kindness in the future." Just as Yu Yanmei was preparing to retreat, she suddenly felt the surrounding air become extremely oppressive, her martial intuition issuing frantic warnings. Bishop Favel's eyes rolled back, drool flowing from his mouth, as he raised the triangular emblem on his chest high. "Lord, your faithful servant beseeches you to descend upon this mortal realm." The very next moment, he was lifted into the air, and a huge triangular symbol appeared behind him, within which a faint green vortex-shaped gate of light could be discerned. It turned out that Bishop Favel, seeing no way to communicate, anxiously resorted to the most straightforward method, summoning the grand arrival. The bishop, resembling someone in the throes of an epileptic fit, convulsed ceaselessly. From the triangular symbol's gate of light, a tentacle as thick as a Wuling Hongguang and nearly 100 meters in length stretched out. This tentacle was semi-transparent and bore some resemblance to the monster. At the same time, a surge of intense malice swept across the field, causing Yu Yanmei, the innate martial artist, to suddenly feel numb all over, as if her head had been forcibly plunged into icy water. A second later, the transparent tentacle swung full circle and descended from the sky, aiming directly at the monster Hong Ronkin had transformed into, appearing quite unfriendly. Yu Yanmei, too, was in the strike zone. She, rigid in her entire body, could barely manage to shield herself with her steel sword, bracing for impact with true chi enveloping her. The gale from the strike uprooted nearby trees, and on the body of the monster Hong Ronkin had become, terrified wails of people were heard as all tentacles rose defensively, clashing fiercely with the oncoming blow. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded out of thin air, and with a booming crash, half of Jinling trembled thrice. Through the drone's view, Liu Yao saw the land scarred with a new wound, and a deep trench had been added to the Heavenly King's mansion. Under this blow, the monster Hong Ronkin had turned into was torn into several pieces that writhed and tumbled on the ground as if trying to reassemble. The transparent tentacle, however, curled around the largest piece, retracting into the triangular symbol behind the bishop and disappearing from view. Bishop Favil landed on the ground with a smack, unconscious. And Yu Yanmei was like a tennis ball, blasted by the shockwave, flying directly toward Suanwu Lake. The trio hastily prepared to welcome a crash landing. Dozens of seconds later, Yu Yanmei, who had been flung away, crashed in the vicinity. Liu Yao, entering a state of utter forgetfulness, leaped into action and caught her mid-air with a violent grasp. Carrying great kinetic energy, catching Yu Yanmei was like being hit by a car speeding over 100 miles per hour. With a thump and a muffled sound, Liu Yao let out a low grunt, clutching Yu Yanmei as they both fell. After a thorough examination, Yu Yanmei had only broken 7 or 8 bones and had passed out, which was a minor injury for an innate martial artist, healable after a few days of rest. The trio immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Heavenly King's mansion was in complete disarray. Seeing the monster torn into several pieces, the present innates couldn't hold back any longer and joined the chaotic battle. They fought not only each other but also struggled against the monster and sought to find Hong Ronkan, who still held the lead box. And the government forces aimed directly at the crowd and began firing. With 303mm caliber cannonballs weighing over 400 kilograms each, a hit meant certain pulverization. Nakajima Masao took advantage of the chaos to sever one of the people that had sprouted from the monster, then took out a shikigami from his chest to use. A paper-made giant raven appeared, glanced around, and relayed Minister Kotaro Komura's voice. Nakajima-san, this is what I left you to save your life. Are you going to use it to transport this? Minister Komura, please take this piece of flesh away. With it, my country's tactical ghost is sure to be completed. And what of yourself? Don't worry about me, I still want to try to snatch the lead box Hong Ronkan holds. It is of utmost importance, but I am prepared to die for the Emperor. The paper raven nodded in a surprisingly human gesture, I wish you martial fortune. After speaking, it picked up the still wailing humanoid chunk of flesh from the ground and flew away. Chapter 174. Deliver to your door. Nakajima Masao's subtle movements were certainly noticed by others, but no one paid any attention. The few most powerful vampires present were all focused on Hong Ronkan. Though he also grew on the monster's body, he didn't wail or howl in grief like his companions, he just held the box still, motionless. Moreover, the monster protected him well, even after taking that devastating hit summoned by Bishop Favil, not even his skin was broken. At this moment, the monster, struck into 4 pieces, posed much less of a threat. The experts in the field had unanimously chosen to clear the field. None of them was inclined to share, and they also bore grudges against each other, so of course, a confrontation was inevitable. Hebu was the first to make a move, targeting none other than the representative from Rakshasa Count Vladimir. Logically, Einheit's main rival was Jihad, and Hebu should have gone after Count Spee. Therefore, his sudden ambush achieved a surprise effect. Hebu's estoc, resembling a steel bar, sliced through Count Vladimir's shoulder with a sharp whoosh, leaving a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. You're insane! You damn fool! Count Vladimir, enraged, was preparing to deal with Nakajima Masao when he was caught off guard by Hebu's ambush. Were it not for the vampire's innate agility, his head would have been chopped off by now. Count Vladimir immediately pointed the ring on his hand at Hebu, ready to counterattack. But the next second, his body disobeyed him, and he staggered. Looking back, he saw the wound on his shoulder bubbling and fizzing, as if it had been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Usually, such a wound to a vampire of Earl status would be no more significant than a mosquito bite to a human, and Count Vladimir had thought nothing of it. But, given this reaction, the opponent's weapon was anything but ordinary. He shouted angrily, your sword. Hebu laughed and patted the estoc in his hand. The metallic powder covering the surface, used to deceive onlookers, fell away, revealing a material that looked like stone underneath. Count Vladimir was shocked to his core, the lake sword. How is it possible for you to wield the holy sword of the human race? Throughout history, many human heroes have rebelled against vampires, armed with legendary weapons that could kill vampires instantly. The lake sword was one of them. This weapon could harm vampires just by proximity, lower middle-tier vampires would perish instantly from the slightest nick, and the idea of wielding it was out of the question. Hebu said nothing, his figure blurring as he charged forward again. But Count Vladimir's ring suddenly emitted a blazing white light. Hebu quickly dodged, and the place hit by the beam immediately grew a thick layer of blue ice. He seemed surprised, the Eternity Holy Ring? You're actually carrying such a thing? Count Vladimir didn't reply, instantly turning into a blur of blood and shooting up into the sky, choosing to flee. Hebu stroked his beard and nodded, a wise choice. After making sure Yu Yanmei was settled, Liu Yao and the other two continued to watch the spectacle through the drone. Seeing the monster split into 4 parts, Liu Yao's face showed no sign of joy. Because during the moment Bishop Favel summoned that heaven-shattering strike, the symbols behind him surged with a green gateway almost identical to his. Liu Yao thought to himself, it seems my star key runs very deep. At this time, the innate experts began to clear the field. Those who were contemplating taking advantage of the chaos had all been driven away. Liu Yao, seeing this, said, it's just a bunch of foreigners left, let's go up. He patted the fire god cannon by his side, seeming eager to try it out. Liaoya nodded and said, let's go, we can't let the western demons reap all the benefits. The girl exhaled a breath as fragrant as orchids, and Liu Yao felt a virgin's delicate scent filling his nostrils, which was very comforting. At that moment, Liao Qi, who was operating the drone, shouted, a vampire that got away is heading our way. Only to see a blood shadow speeding through the sky at about 50 meters per second, so close that it was visible to the naked eye. Liu Yao, shading his eyes, looked up and said, this guy's rushing to escape for his life, flying so high we can't reach him, let him go. The blood shadow was the heavily injured Count Vladimir. It was flying high and fast, a kilometer above the ground and immune to physical attacks, normally unapproachable. But unexpectedly, Count Vladimir abruptly took a turn and dived down, arrogantly laughing and saying, Virgin warrior! An excellent blood meal, sure to heal my wounds. The wound on its shoulder had unexpectedly enlarged even further. The injury caused by the lake sword would have severe consequences if not treated promptly. In dire need of a blood meal for replenishment, it had just discovered the delectable Liaoye. Count Vladimir determined through the scent of blood these few humans were only marrow-cleansing realm warriors from Shun country, easily solvable by itself. It lunged towards Liaoya in its blood shadow form, intending to devour her, skin and bone. But as it approached, 4 bottles of wine suddenly appeared all around it. Immediately after, the wine bottles exploded violently, scattering silver beads across nearly 100 meters. The blood shadow, like a lake surface pelted with a handful of stones, kept rippling as Count Vladimir let out a heaven-shattering scream and fell to the ground in human form. It was covered in smoking pits and holes, screaming in agony, "You're all dead." Then it charged at nearly 100 meters per second, so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye, as if teleporting, and in the blink of an eye, it was within striking distance. But the 3 of Liu Yao were no ordinary people, the whole family were spirit-refining experts, each with an ability akin to bullet time. They simultaneously activated the spirit-refining state and picked up the fire god cannon to fire. It was as if time in the entire world had slowed down. The fire god cannon's barrel clicked as it rotated, firing cannonballs alternately out of its 6 barrels, screeching through the air. With 3 fire god cannons firing at once, the projectiles in the air took on a bright red hue. The firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute created a fire line. Count Vladimir, hit by these 3 fire lines, shattered into pieces and disappeared in less than a second. The 3 continued to fire, with dirt and stones flying, vegetation splintering in all directions, and countless trees being cut in half. The shattered remnants of Count Vladimir's body, under such an onslaught, became finer and mixed indistinguishably with the rocks and wood chips. After ceasing fire, a shady path had been opened in the forest straight ahead by the bullet storm. Stay connected through Empire. Liu Yao walked forward and picked up the most conspicuous blood core, which was 2 sizes larger than a goose egg. He smiled with satisfaction. This guy actually came up to give a present, what a good person. I've saved up a lot of high-grade blood cores, the 3 little ones can eat for a long time. Liaoya spat and said, that demon wanted to eat people to heal itself, it got what it deserved. Then she picked up a ring from the ground, in which was embedded a huge sapphire, shimmering brightly. That glow was clearly not from an ordinary piece of jewelry, it must have been something extraordinary. Liaoya exclaimed, this ring is so cold. The ring was intermittently cool, and she flipped it back and forth in her hands. Liu Yao said, put it in the car for now, we'll talk about it later. Now it's our turn to clean up the scene. Chapter 175. Clear the field. Within the Heavenly King's mansion. After a thorough sweep, only the foreigners remained in sight. Vampires could ignore the mental attacks of demon beasts, a significant advantage during the melee. At this moment, they had somehow dominated the entire scene. However, they weren't united in their cause, their mutual hatred as deep as the ocean. At that instant, Count Spee produced a small wooden stick, slightly longer than a chopstick, and aimed it at Bishop Faville. The bishop, having just used a powerful spell, was in a weakened state and was no match for a vampire of Earl level. He quickly pleaded with Hebu for help, "Save me." But Hebu, holding the lake sword, approached leisurely, showing no intent to rescue. Their alliance was merely superficial, as Bishop Faville hailed from Frandy. The nation of Frandy, lying across the sea from Einheit, had quite a dirty history with them. Hebu was more than happy to see him perish. Count Spee's wooden stick fired a green ray that struck the despairing Bishop Faville, who let out a tragic scream. In the next second, the bishop vanished as if an ice cube thrown into boiling water. Hebu gave a light clap and said, "Disintegration ray? I didn't expect you to be a spellcaster. It's been a long time since I saw magic used, with the advent of gunfire." Count Spee chuckled, "Indeed, when flicking a finger can unleash the power of high-level magic, naturally no one will devote themselves to unraveling the mysteries of spellcasting." The two conversed as if they were old friends, seemingly light and breezy. But in truth, their bloodthirsty gazes were as cold as frost, each waiting for a chance to eliminate the other. They were cautious of the formidable weapons in each other's hands. Furrowing his brow, Count Spee remarked, "Lake sword belonged to King Arthur, something we cannot possibly wield. Have you had your arm replaced?" Hebu rolled up his sleeve to reveal gears and springs made of brass, all in motion beneath. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. Archaeologists found something known as Mahist mechanotechnique in the ancient tombs of the Shun dynasty. Combining it with mechanical processing can create many interesting things, perfect for temporary usage of the lake sword. Count Spee scoffed, "Archaeologists? They're nothing but greedy tomb robbers under the guise of archaeology. The Einheit people are still so hypocritical. The gifts of the Lord are not deserved by ignorant savages," Hebu retorted, lifting the stone sword slightly. "The innate martial artist of the Shun dynasty will be here soon. We need to speed things up." Before the two of them could move, the only human on the field, Nakajima Masayo, made the first move. Nakajima Masayo had been waiting for his chance with low profile, and finally, it had come. After the monster was torn into 4 parts, it was desperately trying to reform. Countless fibrous buds grew within its body, entangling and pulling each other together, slowly merging into one entity. However, many vampires intervened, hindering the process. These were the underlings of nobles like Hebu, pushing a huge lead box meant to contain the captured Hongronkan. Just then, the government force's 303mm cannon hit the monster again, striking the segment that housed Hongronkan and sending it flying, crashing through the palace wall. The monster seemingly cared deeply for Hongronkan, allocating 6 tentacles for his protection, but all were severed by the blast. "Now's my chance." Nakajima Masayo seized the moment instantaneously. Bending forward, with a powerful push from his legs that shattered the ground beneath, he shot out like a bolt toward Hongronkan. An innate martial artist could reach speeds of 40 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, Nakajima approached Hongronkan, drawing his katana in the same motion for a swift cross slash. With no tentacles to guard him, Hongronkan's arms were sliced off, and the lead box he clutched fell, snatched up by Nakajima. Scooping up the lead box, he ran off without a moment's hesitation, his heart swelling with excitement. "Got it! I got it! Destiny, this is destiny!" Such incredible luck could only be explained by fate itself. But Hongronkan, who had been staring blankly, suddenly pointed at Nakajima Masayo as he let out a mournful cry upon losing the box in his hands. Nakajima Masayo felt as if a steel needle had been thrust into his brain and stirred up, causing his steps to slow involuntarily. Immediately afterward, countless newly grown tentacles swarmed over, entangling him. Hebu and Count Spee also blitzed in, aiming to seize the lead box that Nakajima Masayo was holding. Just then, Liu Yao and his 2 companions shouldered the fire god cannon and climbed to the roof of the second palace within the Heavenly King's mansion. The monster had previously been wildly flinging its tentacles, creating an incredibly open field of view by demolishing the surrounding area. Not only had the main hall been reduced to ruins, but many side halls had also collapsed, conveniently allowing the 3 to set up their cannon. Liu Yao was on one team, and the 2 sisters formed another on the other side, spreading out to provide overlapping fields of fire. Liu Yao said through the headset, Fire rate 6000, fire at will. Understood. The sisters responded in their sweet voices, and the three, entering the spirit refining state, pressed the triggers. The barrel of the fire god cannon rotated, and amidst the loud noise resembling that of a power drill boring into a wall, incendiary bullets whistled out, their red trajectories forming a continuous line of fire. Vampires at the Baron and Viscount levels would be instantly split into several pieces upon mere contact, then wailing as they turned to ash. Hebu, swinging the lake sword like lightning, managed to knock away 10-20 mm cannonballs, but his mechanical arm couldn't cope and instantly flew apart, scattering parts everywhere. Without the lake sword, Hebu didn't even have time to initiate his blood shadow transformation before he was blasted into pieces in the blink of an eye, his head gone. He didn't die immediately, as a mass of ink-like substance gathered where his head had been, barely forming the shape of Hebu. Refusing to give up, Hebu tried to reach for the lake sword with his other hand. But this wasn't a mechanical limb. As soon as it touched the lake sword, the entire arm turned to ash. Thereafter, the remnants of Hebu's damaged body were completely shattered by the cannon fire, letting out a cry before turning to ash. A vampire's body is far inferior to that of an innate martial artist. Indeed, but demon beasts have their own bizarre powers. The trio still had the leisure to chat, as the two women aimed their cannon at Count Spee. Count Spee, who had been trying to snatch the lead box, had not expected his old adversary to turn to ash within seconds. And he had only just ascertained the general direction of the enemy. Liu Yao and his companions were positioned over 1 kilometer away, setting up their cannon. The next second, Count Spee's lower half vanished under the line of fire, his body easily torn apart by the bullets that continued to fly, instantly turning an intact palace behind him into a honeycomb of holes, causing it to collapse. Facing this tidal wave of bullets, Count Spee decisively used a spellcaster's life-saving move, teleportation. The chopstick-like wand in his hand burst with force as he disappeared from the spot, teleporting to an area over 100 kilometers away that he'd pre-arranged. That place was the main base of the government forces. Count Spee had been involved in many military sales to the Shun dynasty, and currently, the two parties were in a honeymoon phase. And it was quite evident that he was dissatisfied with how events had unfolded, as his fangs protruded unusually long. Who in the world is it? Such weapons, they're very much like Illyria's automatic guns. Did they launch a surprise attack? Count Spee seized a blood slave beside him, trembling with fear, and started biting into him. Chapter 176. Acquired lead box. Seeing that the two strongest vampires had either died or fled, Nakajima Masao immediately realized the newcomer must be a high-level spirit refinement expert. Only their firearms could have such an effect, cannonballs hitting where you are about to dodge, making it look to others as if the target is catching them perfectly. And Nakajima Masao knew next it would definitely be his turn. I must leave immediately, or I'll just become a live target for the spirit refinement expert. He had, perhaps, only a few seconds left, so he quickly stuffed the lead box into his chest. The next second, his martial intuition was insanely signaling danger. Nakajima Masao roared, "Eat my dragon god's sword!" Then he drew his katana, creating a whirlwind of silver moonlight around himself, and charged toward the remaining buildings of the Heavenly King's mansion. As long as I get into complex terrain, I can escape. Nakajima Masao activated his skill and sped off at an extremely fast pace, his whole body followed by a string of afterimages. With a clanging and sparks flying, he incredibly managed to slash the incoming cannonballs from the machine gun in two with lightning-fast strokes of his well-forged katana, while swiftly moving forward. If it so happened to be any other weapon, perhaps Nakajima Masao might have actually escaped. Unfortunately for him, he faced 3 fire god cannons firing at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, all controlled by spirit refinement experts. At first, Nakajima Masao still had the leeway to slash, but as the cannonballs became more numerous, he could only parry them, and finally, he could only watch helplessly as 20 mm armor-piercing incendiary shells blew off his legs. This was still Liu Yao holding back. If not for the sake of the lead box, he would have blown up the man long ago. Nakajima Masao, with great inertia, slid on the ground for tens of meters, dropped his undamaged katana, then propped himself up with his hands and crawled forward, his will to survive very strong. But he was quickly wrapped up by a tentacle. Looking back, it was actually Hong Ronkan. Nakajima Masao dug his hands into the ground, but he was completely no match in strength against the monster, slowly being dragged back. His fingers plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground, and finally, he was grabbed and held in desperation by Hongronkan. Ah! Nakajima Masao roared and struggled as he fused with Hongronkan, then abnormal growth sprouted from the monster's body, issuing a sound of utter despair. Meanwhile, Liu Yao and his group had already focused their firepower on the biggest monster. This largest monster had just amalgamated and was now moving toward Hongronkan, aiming to merge again. It was instantly barraged by 3 machine guns. The cannonballs used were 20 mm armor-piercing incendiary shells. When striking vehicles, the tungsten core would first penetrate the armor, then the incendiary compound inside the shell would ignite upon impact, burning the vehicle's passengers alive. It was a vicious weapon. Of course, modern weaponry knew no compassion. Up to now, none of their enemies could survive the incendiary effect of the shells. The shells would pierce through and shatter their targets, never remaining inside the body to burn it. But the creature in front of them was a perfect target to demonstrate the powerful effect of armor-piercing incendiary shells. Amid the loud noise like a drill piercing a wall, 3 fiery lines hit the monster, causing it to burst into splattering juices and meat chunks, along with disgusting sizzling sounds and the stench of burnt flesh. It smoked where it was burned, showing that fire was more effective than physical attacks. After such a brutal assault, the people growing on the monster all pointed in Liu Yao's direction, shouting as if giving directions. The creature, as tall as 7 or 8-story building, squirmed its massive body and charged quickly. It moved like a snake, much faster than its bulky frame suggested, and in a short while, it was already within 100 meters. Liu Yao was currently reloading, and with his sharp eyesight, he could clearly see the people growing on the monster, among them a very familiar face, Eastern King Yang Qing. Yang Qing was covered in black mucus, with his inkwell-like mouth open wide, pointing at Liu Yao while issuing an urgent scream. This man had been repelled by himself during the battle for the Tome of Worldly Resignation and had now ended up in such a state. Fortunately, he was far away, so his calls were just chilling and lacked any psychic attack effect. Find more to read at Empire. Loading complete, Liu Yao lifted the fire god cannon to grant Yang Qing a merciful release. The monster hurriedly waved its tentacles in front to shield Yang Qing, as if it was protecting him. But in front of the fire god cannon, it was utterly useless. Under the barrage, the tentacles burst apart, shattering Yang Qing into pieces. The monster's movements visibly slowed, the tentacles near Yang Qing stiffened considerably, and some even hung down limply, motionless. Liu Yao's mind flashed with inspiration and he yelled, "Hit the people on its body." Understood. The sisters had also just finished loading and immediately acted upon his command. 3 streaks of fire began to sweep across the people on the monster's body that resembled body hair, and it frantically waved its tentacles to intercept. But the fire god cannon had a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, with 3 of them firing together, blocking them was simply impossible. The people wailed as they were blown apart, their last cries of awe filled with a sense of relief. And indeed, it was effective, the creature's speed drastically reduced, becoming more and more clumsy, its tentacles less agile, sometimes even entangling with each other. After being sprayed by 3 fire god cannons for 15 seconds, the monster finally reached its limit and suddenly combusted. Tentacles burst from its body, flailing wildly, but the wind they whipped up only fanned the flames, turning it into burning red charcoal in the inferno. This creature sure is flame resistant. Liu Yao glanced over twice, then called out, "Let's go, we need to take care of Hongronkan." The 3 moved together towards the only remaining Hongronkan. Liao Qi, who was operating the drone, suddenly panicked. Someone's coming from 20 miles away. It's Grandmaster Zheng. And his 9th junior brother, Zheng Boquan. They'll be here in 5 minutes. Liu Yao directly said, "Liao Qi, go light the kindling around the Heavenly King's mansion, senior marshal sister, you come with me to take care of Hongronkan." The trio took their positions to carry out the mission. Hongronkan's section of the monster was relatively smaller, only about the size of a truck. At that moment, Nakajima Masao had just emerged from the monster, his expression one of extreme agony and contorted in pain, continuously screaming in lamentation. Liu Yao and Liao Ya stopped 100 meters away to open fire, a distance that was accurate enough and safe from psychic attacks. 20 mm armor-piercing incendiary shells, vying with each other, burrowed into the monster's body before exploding. Caring for nothing else, the monster surged forward while protecting Hongronkan. The 2 of them retreated while firing, the ferocious firepower of the fire god cannon at 6,000 rounds per minute overwhelming. To put it in perspective, the firing rate of an AK is only 600 rounds per minute. Under such a tsunami-like torrent of fire, no matter what the creature did, it could only leave remnants and chunks behind, the ground littered with severed tentacles, and the people growing on it blasted one after another. At last, only Hong Ronken, who was firmly protected, remained. The monster reburied him into its body, taking all the cannon fire itself. But this was just delaying the inevitable. When Liao Qi, who had lit the kindling, also joined the fight with her fire god cannon, the creature had holes blasted all over its body, and the flames kept rising. It was like a lump of coal tossed into a furnace, with various parts of its body igniting one after another. The monster kept shedding its burning flesh, shrinking rapidly, and Hong Ronken was revealed. He was still holding the lead box vacantly, completely ignoring the increasingly intense flames around him, until he too caught fire. Hong Ronken slowly began to burn, his body at first turning black and then glowing red-hot. At that moment, he suddenly jerked several times, shaking as he looked around as if regaining some sense of awareness. After seeing Liu Yao, Hong Ronken fiercely threw the lead box away and shouted unclearly, "Don't go to the ruins! Don't go to the..." After that, he along with the monster, were thoroughly enveloped in the flames, letting out a sigh saturated with relief just before dying. Chapter 177. We'll meet again. The outskirts of the Heavenly King's mansion were previously rigged with a massive amount of firewood by the followers of the Grand Vehicle sect, who had planned to burn their own sect leader to death. Moreover, the palace had many wooden structures, causing the fire started by Liao Qi to burn exceptionally fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the flames spread wildly with the wind, devouring everything without restraint. Liu Yao, along with the two sisters, packed up all the good stuff scattered on the ground. There was no time to take a close look, they quickly evacuated. No sooner had they left than a figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, creating a radial meteorite crater upon impact with the ground. The newcomer, dressed in scarlet official robes with an embroidered immortal crane on his chest, was the Golden Body Realm Grand Master who commanded the entire army Zheng Bohan. He sensed something was wrong and had arrived ahead of time. By this time, the entire Heavenly King's mansion was crackling amidst the bright red blaze, with roaring flames as far as the eye could see. Zheng Bohan aimed at the area where Hong Ronken was located, clasped his hands together fiercely, and slapped them down hard. This slap produced a thunderous boom, the volume exceeding 200 decibels, and generated a hurricane-like sonic explosion wave. The wildly sweeping sonic explosion wave pushed the air outward, creating a vacuum. The raging flames in the area directly in front were extinguished as if they were birthday candles, revealing Hong Ronken, who had been burnt to a crisp. Zheng Bohan looked at his old adversary with a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then, he forcefully stamped on the ground to create a large crater, and his body shot into the sky like a cannonball, leaving the area. 1 kilometer away, Zheng Boquan anxiously paced back and forth as he looked towards the completely burnt Heavenly King's mansion. Suddenly hearing a whooshing sound, he quickly raised his hand to block his face. Indeed, his elder brother dropped from the sky, creating a large crater upon impact, and countless chunks of rock sprayed in all directions. Zheng Boquan quickly asked, "How did it go?" "Hong Ronken is dead. Of the foreigners present, only Earl Spee survived." "What about Hong Ronken's spirit refinement secret scripture? And the immortal Qin ruins?" Zheng Bohan looked coldly at his ninth brother and angrily chided him, "Does the Zheng family lack those things? With the Grand Vehicle sect gone and us controlling the army, we're bound to be suspected. Right now, the top priority is to deal with the Imperial Court's countermeasures." Zheng Boquan somewhat disagreed, "The Imperial Court relies on Big Brother at the moment, what would they dare to do?" Zheng Bohan let out a breath and said indifferently, "Feign illness and take a leave to go home for recuperation. Offer up half of the silver, and the gold too that you seized from the Grand Vehicle sect's holy treasury." "Ah! Offer up the gold too." Liu Yao and the others, with their loot packed in big and small bags, chose the safest route to drive and evacuate based on the high-altitude surveillance of the drones. Among the spoils was a living creature, none other than the unconscious Grand Master Yu Yanmei. She clutched the hilt of her steel sword tightly, her heartbeat growing stronger, and she should be waking up soon. After a short while, Yu Yanmei's long eyelashes fluttered almost imperceptibly, but she did not open her eyes. First, she carefully checked her surroundings for any dangers, and upon realizing that her rescuers were acquaintances, she immediately opened her eyes. At that moment, Liaoya was sitting in the back seat with Yu Yanmei. Seeing her awake, Liaoya happily said, "Grand Master Yu, are you feeling any better?" After regulating her breathing, Yu Yanmei replied indifferently, "Thank you for saving me. Are you also going to Jinling?" She wasn't particularly surprised, there were thousands of martial artists heading to Jinling to try their luck, seeking fortune was quite the norm. Liu Yao, while driving, said, "We decided to go out and explore in search of opportunities, and just happened to come across you passed out by the side of Suanwu Lake." Yu Yanmei nodded and said, "Great kindness does not need to be spoken of, I'll surely repay the favor in the future." After finishing her words, she twisted her muscles and bones with crackling noises, expertly realigning the broken bones. Within a few breaths, the injury no longer affected her movement. Liaoya hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Yu, please don't be so formal, it was just a small effort." Yu Yanmei leaned on the carriage seat, gazing blankly at the handle of the sword in her hands, a weapon that had been with her for 20 years, now destroyed. Martial artists above the innate realm would not use ordinary iron, their blades needed to be tempered with true qi over long periods to unleash their full power, some even being handed down for thousands of years. Otherwise, they might as well fight with their bare hands since it's hard to say whether the body of an innate martial artist or steel is harder. Liaoya swallowed hard, slowly saying with reverence, "Grandmaster Yu, your selfless rescue is admirable. I grew up listening to your stories, you truly are a heroine who helps the weak and fights the strong." Yu Yanmei spoke emotionlessly, "I acted impulsively, and I rather regret it." Liaoya. At that moment, 3 high-pitched cries were heard from the sky as 3 majestic spiritual sparrowhawks descended from above. Their feathers were smooth and shiny, and their talons and sharp beaks gleamed with a metallic cold light, strong and imposing. What was even rarer was that the eyes of the 3 sparrows were not only sharp but also lively, and they seemed to display emotions. Yu Yanmei didn't notice at first, but after carefully observing the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks, she involuntarily sat up straight and exclaimed in shock, "They've all gone through organ refining." For the first time, a hint of astonishment appeared on her cold face. Liu Yao had raised 3 sparrowhawks, she knew, and had seen them, but how had they all gone through organ refining in just a few months? It's known that before spirit pets undergo organ refining, they are just more robust pets, still mundane creatures at their core. But once they undergo organ refining, they have crossed a significant threshold. Not only do their size and strength increase, but the most critical change is their spirituality greatly enhances. At this moment, Ping'an looked curiously at Yu Yanmei, who was watching intently. Sensing the surging life energy within the Grand Master, it felt a bit scared and couldn't help but draw closer to its master. Such behavior was completely unlike a wild animal, it was more like a clever child. Liu Yao noticed her gaze and explained, "Our main purpose for this trip was also to help the spirit pets progress, and fortunately, they succeeded on the first try. Discover exclusive content at Empire." After saying this, he fed each of the 3 sparrowhawks a wisdom spirit pill. They gulped it down in one bite but continued flapping their wings and chirping for more, clearly indicating they wanted another. Helplessly, he indulged them with another pill, and only then did the 3 mischievous creatures gracefully spread their wings and fly away. Yu Yanmei witnessed the entire process, understanding why Liu Yao's sparrowhawks had grown so quickly. Wisdom spirit pills had a stable market price of 1 silver per pill, even the spirit pets raised by nobles and royalty were fed one every 3 to 5 days. Such extravagance of feeding 2 pills in one meal, even a pig could be reared to undergo organ refining. After a brief pause, Yu Yanmei spoke in a clear, cold voice. "Your wisdom spirit pills are red, those in the know would realize instantly that you used the blood core of a vampire. Don't reveal them carelessly in front of others." "Understood, I will be cautious," Liu Yao nodded in response. Yu Yanmei looked out the carriage window at the spiritual sparrowhawks flying about. With the ice beauty present, the interior of the carriage became quiet. The road back was exceptionally familiar, the 3 of them alternated between riding and carrying the carriage, hurrying back to Yunzhou before nightfall. Yu Yanmei got off the carriage ahead of time and, clasping her hands in a salute, said, "I'll go check on old He Crane, so this is where we part. We shall meet again. We shall meet again." After saying goodbye, Yu Yanmei's figure blurred, and with a few swift leaps, she vanished from sight. Chapter 178. Scripture of Enlightenment through Hard Work. The 3 people and 3 hawks happily returned home, and began to take stock of their loot from the trip. The most pleasing thing, of course, was the successful advancement of the 3 babies. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and the first step is very important and has a high chance of failure, often it requires multiple attempts to succeed. The three hawks did not disappoint, achieving success on their first try. Of course, this was also greatly related to Liu Yao's generous investments. In the future, their body size will continue to grow, far surpassing their wild counterparts in physique and possessing unique spirituality, which will enable them to communicate better with their owners. For example, the immortal crane that belonged to old Zhou often took charge of leading the way whenever Liu Yao visited several times. Another gain was the treasures they had obtained, which besides a large quantity of blood cores, mainly consisted of a sword, a katana, a ring, and a lead box. The sword looked like a 1.2 meter long rebar, but its material was not metallic, resembling stone instead. Liu Yao had wanted to touch it, but both martial intuition and spirit-refining crisis sensing were frantically warning him not to do so. These two abilities were quite reliable for foreseeing danger. The body is constantly receiving information from the outside world, and sometimes the subconscious detects a crisis before the brain does. It's like when you see a knife thrusting towards you, and before your mind can react, your body is already preparing to dodge. Liu Yao decided to follow his instincts and found a stick as thick as his arm to cross with the sword. The result was that without feeling any resistance, the stick was cleanly split in half. Looking at the smooth cut on the stick, Liu Yao was amazed by the sharpness and toughness of this stone sword. At that time, Hebia was using this thing to knock away aircraft cannonballs, but the sword didn't have a single scratch on it. Great stuff! Liu Yao couldn't contain his delight. If it was something used by an innate expert, it must be extremely good. Liaoya took it and admired it for a while, sighing, I can't believe I'm actually seeing this. This sword is called Lake Sword, also known as Steel Cutting Sword, and was the sidearm of the legendary monarch of Einheit. I used to read picture books about it when I was a kid. Excitedly, Liao Qi interjected, I've read about it too. It's the story of the exotic queen leading the human race against the vampires, a pity she failed. But this sword is incredible, vampires die upon touching it. Liaoya nodded and said, over in Einheit, they suppressed knowledge of her, and her story has become little known. On the other hand, we still sell picture books about her here. That's good, a divine sword for a great start. Now let's take a look at this. Liu Yao picked up Nakajima Masayo's katana. This too was extremely sharp and tough, but compared to the lake sword, it lacked a bit of legendary color. However, Liao Qi happened to know about Nakajima Masayo. This guy founded the Yunzhou Times, constantly praising Izumo and buying people's hearts. When I was on duty at the National Martial Arts Association, I accompanied the commandery princess to meet him a few times, and I never realized he was an innate expert. Dismissing the matter, Liaoya explained, Izumo's martial artists excel at concealing themselves and delivering fatal blows. He is many levels above you, so it's normal that you didn't notice. The three of them weren't very interested in the katana, and cast it aside casually, turning their attention to the somewhat painful to the touch ring. This ring was so cold it was biting, making people hesitant to even hold it, which was quite mysterious. Liu Yao touched it and felt that it was not as cold as he had imagined, and tried putting it on his finger. As soon as he put it on, a chill rushed to his crown, and he couldn't help but shiver a few times. So cold, what is this thing? Liaoya said gravely, I felt the same when I picked up the ring. Later on, I realized this must be the legendary Ice Jade. Ice Jade? I saw that Rakshasa vampire using this ring as a weapon. Liaoya said disdainfully, Ice Jade is a miraculous gem from the far north, long mined out and incredibly precious. The way the vampires used it was simply a waste of a treasure. She then patiently explained, legend says wearing this jade can be unbearably chilling, yet it has three great benefits. First, it stimulates and clears the mind, aiding in spirit refinement. Second, the wearer must mobilize blood and inner breath to resist the chilling effect, even doing so subconsciously in sleep, which, over time, is sure to greatly benefit their cultivation. Experience new tales on Empire. In the end, the great ones of ancient times used this kind of jade to aid in healing, though I'm not too clear on the specifics, he said. Liu Yao had not expected such a small ring to have so many benefits, and instantly he rejoiced, this is incredible, it can actually assist in cultivation. In the other world, the value of weapons and killing tools was limited, but items that aided in cultivation were considered priceless. Each person took turns handling the ring. Liu Yao had the highest resistance, followed by Liaoye, while Liao Qi, upon wearing it, was frozen to the point she couldn't even speak. In the end, the three of them prepared to open that most crucial lead box. Since this object posed a certain danger, they donned heavy-duty NBC suits and treated it with caution. With the two women guarding, Liu Yao used a wooden stick to open it. The lead box was encased in steel and had a conspicuous latch on the outside, which, upon being picked, opened the lid. Inside was just a thick book named Scripture of Enlightenment Through Hard Work. No sooner had the lead box been opened and the book inside untouched than that familiar muttering sound arose in the ears of the three, causing an immediate wave of dizziness and nausea. However, the tri-protective suit blocked most of the adverse effects, and that was all. Liu Yao said in a muffled voice, "I'm going to read the book now," and then he stepped forward to pick up the Scripture of Enlightenment Through Hard Work. Instantly, the muttering grew more intense. Although he couldn't make out what was being said, the sheer mental shock was already unbearable. Liu Yao felt as if his head were being hammered with a brick, his eyeballs starting to bulge out. Just as he was about to put the book down, the ice jade ring on his hand suddenly transmitted an unbearably bitter chill that surged through his entire body starting from his fingers. Under normal circumstances, this cold sensation would have been very uncomfortable, but at that moment, it miraculously neutralized the book's mental shock. Liu Yao felt as if he'd received an ice-cold cola after a night of a hangover, his mind greatly relieved. Opening the book, the pages were still full of mysterious triangular symbols, only becoming square characters upon focused scrutiny. Glancing at the title page, it read: "From a young age, I was bright and studious, from a poor family background. I lost my parents early in life and repeatedly failed the imperial examinations, having tasted the hardships of life. In times of unbearable spiritual and physical suffering, I often pondered on the ways of freeing the soul." Having read this far, Liu Yao's mind force was greatly depleted, and he could no longer withstand the dizziness and blurring vision. He put the book back and stepped back to leave. This book seems to be the memoirs of Hong Ronken, but it consumes the mind force even more than the tome of worldly resignation. "I could barely manage 50 characters, he said. The two women quickly came forward to support him, with Liao Ya saying, "No hurry, we'll take it slow." Liao Qi gently stroked the back of her beloved to help him recover. Liu Yao took off his gloves, revealed the ring on his hand, and said, "This ice jade ring is really magical, it can actually counter the mental shock from the book. When you two read, wear it as well, it can better temper your mind force." Next, it was the two women's turn to decipher the Scripture of Enlightenment Through Hard Work. Taking turns like this, it took an entire day to decipher only around 100 characters, but the tempering of their mind force was exceptional, and the benefits were tremendous. Moreover, they learned some of Hong Ronken's little secrets. Chapter 179. Unbelievable, it's actually him. Deciphering Bitter Cultivation and Enlightenment Sutra hugely drained the mind force. Liu Yao could only manage 50 characters at a time, the sisters combined also contributed 50 characters, making the progress slow. 3 days later, they deciphered 1,000 characters, among which were some minor tricks of spirit refinement. A particular sentence caught Liu Yao's attention. "On my third failed imperial examination, overwhelmed with exhaustion, I fell gravely ill on my way home. During the moments of unconsciousness, I faintly saw a light and followed it. By chance, I entered a cave and was bestowed a book by a divine being." Liu Yao stroked his chin and said, "A divine being bestowing a book, that must be the relic that Hong Ronken spoke of before his death." The monster that merged with people was truly horrifying. Liao Ya still shuddered at the thought of the people growing out of the monster. She couldn't help but worry and said, "Hong Ronken turned into that ghostly figure because of this relic. He was shouting not to go, right? It must be very dangerous." Liao Qi also took the hand of her beloved and said, "Liu Yao, we already have enough good stuff by now, and with diligent cultivation, you will soon reach blood exchange. Then we can live a peaceful and happy life." Liu Yao said with his lips, "Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. I still have to live a long and healthy life with you too." However, he inwardly sighed, according to the timeline of the world, the events to come will make it impossible to be happy just with reaching blood exchange realm. Upon hearing Liu Yao's words, the two women breathed a sigh of relief, and Liao Ya laughed, "After we undergo blood exchange, we can live up to 150 years. Wow, that's 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person." The sisters eagerly discussed it as if the blood exchange realm was within easy reach. No wonder they thought that way. With Liu Yao around, they were never short of external resources, with thousands and tens of thousands of silver and gold being brought home. Plus, he was a spirit refining expert skilled in massage and chiropractic. For higher realms of cultivation, this was more effective than any miraculous medicines. Furthermore, their recent reading had tempered their mind force, so their spirit refinement progress was rapidly catching up. Thus, in the sisters' eyes, it was certain they would reach the blood exchange realm within 10 years. Liu Yao looked at the two radiant young women and found them a delightful sight. Eating with them, he could enjoy several more bowls of rice. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. After a while, Liu Yao knocked on the stone table and announced an even more exciting piece of news: I'm almost at fetal breath. Fetal breath? So soon? The two women were overjoyed. Liu Yao's attainment of the seated forgetfulness realm was already rare among spirit refining experts, and fetal breath was enough to qualify one as an eminent figure such as a conferred deist. Continuously deciphering 2 books has had a huge tempering effect on my mind force, the benefits are immense. Moreover, Liu Yao pointed to his glabella and continued, the book from Hong Ronkin is profound yet simple, inspiring deep reflection, it's truly well written. Fetal breath holds no secrets from me anymore. Hearing this, the sisters smiled, revealing their pearly white teeth, their eyes filled with admiration flashing brilliantly. Liaoya couldn't contain herself and stepped forward to grab Liu Yao's arm, exclaiming, Junior brother, your talent in spirit refinement is unparalleled in this world, really amazing. Steady on. Cheer up. I can't wait to witness the birth of a fetal breath master. The two girls' jet black and shiny braids hung over their protruding chests, swaying with their movements. Their enticing fragrance filled Liu Yao's nostrils. Liao Qi coughed softly and discreetly moved forward to separate the two, holding up her little fist, and said coyly and adorably, Liu Yao, cheer up. Liu Yao nodded with a smile. Fetal breath represents a stage in spirit refinement where the divine soul nourishes the body. At this stage, one's martial Dao cultivation would also soar, and one could immerse their mind force into another's body to assist with cultivation, a truly marvelous and endless utility. Then, the sisters went to teach Su Arya how to stretch. It must be said, little girls really have an advantage in this regard, their bodies are flexible, making the stretching less painful. Arya was able to stretch all her muscles without much suffering. Liu Yao had endured a lot of hardship in his time. But with the little girl practicing martial arts, no one was there to fetch the newspaper for him. Luckily, Liu Yao was now a master, so he certainly wasn't lacking people to serve him. All he did was whistle to the sky and point at the newspaper by the gate. Pinyin swooped down from the sky, glided to pick up the newspaper, and with a flap of its wings, it flew up and delivered the newspaper to its master's hand. After reaching the Jin realm, the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks had grown significantly in size, they were now 1 meter long with a wingspan of 2.3 meters. Pinyin was as big as a golden eagle and was still growing. Liu Yao was quite pleased with its service and nodded, about to browse the newspaper, when he noticed that the creature hadn't left and was rubbing its neck affectionately against his arm. Sigh, commanding you certainly isn't cheap, but daddy has plenty of miraculous medicines. Liu Yao took out a wisdom spirit pill and passed it over, Pinyin swallowed it in one gulp, chirped joyfully twice, and then flew away with a beat of its wings. Liu Yao smiled and settled down to read the newspaper. Internationally, tensions had recently exploded, all due to the annihilation of the forces at the Heavenly King's mansion. All the foreigners who died were innate, not small characters at all. Einheit lost a fleet commander, Frandy lost a cardinal who had the power to elect the Pope. Izumo lost Nakajima Masao, who was a spy network mastermind entrenched in the Shun dynasty as early as 20 years ago. His main task was to operate a newspaper agency, with the primary goal of subtly brainwashing the Shun Chao people and instilling content favorable to Izumo. Nakajima Masao, both in terms of official rank and importance, could be ranked among the top 3 in the entire espionage system. His death was a heavy blow, throwing many prearranged plans into chaos. With so many important figures dead, not to mention losing their trump cards, the already arrogant powers would certainly not rest easy. They directed their suspicions and hostility towards the kingdom of Jihad, believing that Jihad killed everyone and took all the benefits. Count Spee was the only survivor, and surviving when everyone else is dead is an original sin. An irreconcilable conflict between empires was on the verge of breaking out. The head of the Einheit Navy, Churchill, openly declared, if Jihad builds 2 dreadnoughts, we will build 4. The Rakshasist Tsar Nicholas II advocated, a nation that wants to be great must have the spirit of a soldier. In such an atmosphere, the great powers had already moved into war mobilization. Countless young men were preparing, according to the military manual, to don their uniforms, take up arms, and enter the battlefield. It seems this war will still bring profound suffering to ordinary people. Indeed, mortals are the cheapest and most convenient soldiers. Liu Yao thought that whether martial artists, knights, or vampires, their production costs were too high. The resources required to cultivate them, the expenses of arming them, not to mention their astonishing appetites, vampires even need to drink human blood, were far less economical than mere mortals. Liu Yao closed the newspaper. With nothing urgent in the other world, it was time to return to Blue Star. At this time on Blue Star in the Star Alliance country, the Foreign Affairs Bureau had finally found a suspect. Andrei walked into his superior's office with a stack of documents, pulled out a photo of Liu Yao passing through security wearing sunglasses, and said solemnly, "Unbelievable, it's actually him." Chapter 180. There are villains who wish to harm me. Star Alliance country, Foreign Affairs Bureau. Andrei, holding a stack of documents, came to the office of his superior and spread out photo after photo on the desk. The photos were of Liu Yao before he fell ill, during his illness, and now when he looked healthy. There was also a photo of someone wearing a president's mask. Pointing at these photos, Andrei said, "The most outstanding facial recognition experts have already compared all of Zhang Xin's connections among the yellow race. Initially, they missed this person because the change before and after was simply too drastic. Read latest stories on Empire." Thankfully, there were immigration records. By comparison, his current appearance has a 70% similarity with the satellite photos. And, more crucially, wherever he appears, a person wearing a president's mask is sure to appear. Wester stroked his full head of silvery hair, then took out a pair of reading glasses, put them on, and carefully reviewed the photos and documents in front of him. Liu Yao, Zhang Xin's cousin. Such a big difference in physique, and he even had cancer. Wester looked over with a questioning expression. Are we certain it's the same person? Hasn't his identity been replaced? Andrei emphatically pointed at two facial recognition photos filled with marks, explaining. We have obtained his recent photo, and the facial recognition experts are certain it's absolutely the same person. As for the cancer, he must have found an excellent treatment. Wester made a swift decision. He put down the photos, took off his reading glasses, and said in a cold voice. Agent Andrei. Starting now, you have all the authorization and may use any means necessary to complete the task. I don't care who he is or what organization he serves. In any case, we must retrieve the formula. Andrei took out sunglasses, put them on, stood up and said, the private jet is ready. I'll go and make the arrest immediately. Otherworld. Liu Yao found a running cursive poetry scroll by Zhu Yunming from the Ming dynasty inside a storeroom. This was something he had acquired long ago after taking down the Heilong gang, which the gang leader had hung up in his study to show off his cultured taste. It's time I see how the Qi family's inquiries have gone. Without clarifying the origin of the star key, I can't be at peace. Liu Yao planned to give this piece of calligraphy to Elder Master Qi to use his connections to gather intelligence about the star key. He had just opened the dimensional door when Ping An suddenly came in through the window, holding his master's hand in his mouth and placing it on his body, signaling him to massage. Who exactly is the master here? Liu Yao couldn't help but laugh and grimace at the same time. He channeled his inner breath and gave Ping An a quick rub down, and then it dawned on him Ping An completely ignored the vortex-like light door on the ground. This thing was beautifully fantastical, and Ping An was very spiritual and naturally curious. He should at least have taken a look at it. Could it be, you can't see it? Liu Yao pointed at the light door. Ping An glanced at the place of the light door and then looked back at his master with confusion, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Really can't see? Could it be that dimensional door is only visible to me? With doubts in mind, Liu Yao returned to Blue Star. Although Ping An couldn't see the door, he hadn't been massaged enough and wobbled after his master to come along. When they last visited, Ping An quite liked the cold environment of Yakolun. Happy to be back, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky to play. Liu Yao walked leisurely toward the airport while taking out his phone to contact Qi Kuya. Hello, Miss Qi, how's the matter? I asked you to inquire about going. I was just about to look for you. What you're looking for is called the Eye of Omniscience, symbolizing God's all-watching eye, a religious ornament prevalent in the 17th century West. I have people inquire in every way possible. The earliest appearance of the object you sent me was on the west coast of the Star Alliance. Thank you, Miss Chi. I'll discuss this in detail with you after I return to my country. Don't mention it, just remember to include me when you have good stuff. Next, he called Zhao Ye to ask about the new battle armor. However, when the call got through, he heard an apologetic voice. I've been designing non-stop since returning to my country, but no matter how hard I try, the battle armor can't meet the requirement to withstand a 155mm cannonball. The current composite material can withstand the force of a cannonball, but the armor would be subjected to an overpressure of 40,000 pascals inside, and the person inside would be dead without a doubt. Her voice sounded tired and hoarse, a clear sign she hadn't been getting much sleep. Liu Yao also felt that perhaps his demands were too high and consoled her, "It's okay, Sister Zhao. Just do your best, if it really doesn't work out, then there's nothing we can do. I'm really sorry, I know too little about armored combat vehicles." Upon hearing this, Liu Yao suddenly realized Zhao Ye was just a regular designer, and it was normal for her to have limited knowledge about warfare machinery. But he knew a professional tank engineer. He quickly said, "Sister Zhao, send me the design drawings." "Okay, I will send them to you now." After receiving the drawings, Liu Yao immediately contacted Semyon. He was an engineer at Marshall's tank factory and would definitely be familiar with this area. Semyon would of course not refuse the request of his daughter's life savior. Besides, he became excited the moment he saw the design drawings. Humanoid-powered armor? Ha, I didn't expect you to be into this too. We'll have a lot to talk about. Let me take a look. After a quick glance, Semyon immediately understood what Liu Yao meant. The draftsman's standard is very high, and she used the most advanced design and simulation software. But she doesn't have enough understanding of tanks, or rather, she lacks practical experience in armor protection. Some things can't just be solved with software simulation. There are many places in the drawings that can be improved, including the overpressure problem you are facing. It can be solved. After listening to a bunch of technical jargon, Liu Yao cut to the chase. "Hold on a second, Semyon. How about this? I'll give you the designer's contact information, and you two can communicate directly. Happy to help. I'm also quite interested in your big toy, too bad the power system is hard to deal with." Semyon couldn't imagine that Liu Yao possessed the strength of 3 tons, making himself the best power source. Leaving the professional work to the professionals, Liu Yao hung up the phone and prepared to return to his country. At this moment, he was already closing in on Kyiv International Airport while chatting and walking. Airports are often in the middle of nowhere, making them ideal places for murder and robbery. His martial intuition started to warn him. This ability was quite interesting, entirely based on the information his body gathered from the outside world to alert him to danger. His peripheral vision caught sight of drones in the sky and the faint glint of a sniper scope. The cold wind brought the distinct scent of weapon maintenance oil and the click-clack sound of firearms being unlocked and bullets being chambered. Based on all this, his body instinctively knew someone was after him and quickly informed the brain, which was a step slower in reacting. As for the spirit refinement's danger sense, it was much more mysterious. Liu Yao could clearly perceive countless malicious gazes on him. 3 kilometers away, Andrei was sitting in a black van. It was a special operations command vehicle. On the huge display screen inside the vehicle, drones kept a tight watch on Liu Yao, marking him in red. Andrei used his authority to directly muster a 20-person Delta Special Forces team. He was very confident. No matter how capable the other party was, escaping would be impossible. Chapter 181. Wipe out with bare hands. All squads be advised, the target has received professional training and is extremely dangerous, exercise caution during capture. Andrei watched the giant display coldly, issuing the order. On the screen, Liu Yao's and our own squad's positions were clear as day, looking almost like playing an RTS game, allowing the commander to make crisp decisions based on the situation. On the left side of the screen were another 20 small frames, footage from the recording devices carried by the special forces, giving the commander the feel of being on the front line. Seeing that the target was completely surrounded, Andrei felt that there was no suspense left in the situation, so he casually handed over command to the squad leader on the front line and turned to organize his most cherished little toy. He took out an exquisite briefcase and, opening it, revealed a series of neatly arranged dental instruments. Electric drills, saws, pliers, scissors, and various drugs, everything was present. It was unmistakably a complete set of torture devices. Andrei carefully checked each instrument, then laid out a plastic sheet in the car, to prevent the blood of the tortured from dirtying the place. The subordinates beside him were not surprised by the scene, they all knew about their boss's little hobby. At that moment, a subordinate operating a drone asked, "Commander, should we hack into the target's phone?" Andrei decisively refused, "No need, your clearance isn't high enough, strictly forbidden to touch the opponent's electronic devices, I'll handle the interrogation alone." The plump subordinate said nothing more, knowing that the less you know about certain things, the longer you live. Then, Andrei pulled out two strange wires, with clamps attached to them his favorite. Clamping them onto the subject's head, they would bring endless pleasure to both the victim and himself. Just as Andrei was lost in his thoughts, an unexpected event occurred. The plump subordinate operating the drone exclaimed in shock, "The drone has crashed! The drone has crashed! I've lost the feed! Find exclusive stories on Empire." And through the earpiece came the shocked and pained cries of the special forces, with signals on the display vanishing one after another. Each disappearance represented the death of a team member. Andrei roared, "What's happening? Answer me, what's happening? Monster! It's a monster!" Since there were enemies approaching, there was nothing more to be said. Liu Yao stuck his fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle, pointing at the drone. Ping-an immediately took to the sky. At that moment, the trunk of a nearby tree was hit by a gunshot and exploded abruptly. It was a warning. 60 meters away, 20 fully armed soldiers with automatic rifles slowly encircled him in a semicircle. One person holding a megaphone shouted in both the Summer language and the Star Alliance language, "You've been captured. Hands on your head and lie down on the ground, now." As he finished speaking, a red dot from a laser sight appeared on Liu Yao's forehead. This was a show of force by the sniper. "You want to capture me alive?" Liu Yao had some guesses about the identity of his adversaries. Fully armed, well-trained, with blood-type patches on their arms, they were professional soldiers. On Blue Star, he had only made one force an enemy, the Foreign Affairs Bureau. By then, Ping-an had already begun its dive, reaching speeds of 500 km per hour. The fastest recorded dive speed for Falcons on Blue Star is 460 km per hour. Ping-an glided past the drone faster than an arrow. The drone, designed for lightness to maximize endurance, could not withstand this blow and disintegrated in mid-air, leaving the enemy without visual. Liu Yao also sprang into action. He broke the ground beneath his feet and sidestepped over 50 meters in an instant, escaping the encirclement, then used the Eve Dragon stake, zipping low to the ground. In a spirit-refining state, everything in his eyes moved at 0.3 times the normal speed, making the movements and expressions of his enemies seem somewhat comical. The elite soldiers suddenly lost sight of their target, their eyes slowly moving in all directions, the muzzles of their guns swaying idly, taking a moment to locate Liu Yao. 6 o'clock direction. "He's charging at you." It was the sniper's warning from a distance that finally revealed the target, but alas, it was too late. The two sides were more than 50 meters apart, which was just the distance of a leap for Liu Yao. In the blink of an eye, they were face to face. He rose to his feet, punching and snatching the gun in one fluid motion. With a muffled thud, the soldier who had been punched spurted blood and flew backwards, knocking down two of his closest teammates, and they all tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds. Liu Yao picked up the gun, but something felt off in his hand. The trigger area was red with a locked indicator visible. Fingerprint locked gun. This type of gun would recognize the user's fingerprint. If the fingerprint didn't match, the trigger would lock and render the weapon unusable. "No matter, my fists are enough." Liu Yao slightly turned his head, letting the sniper's bullets vainly whiz by, then surged forward with the power of his legs into the crowd. Liu Yao's fists roared through the air, sounding massive explosions as he sent his enemies flying one after another. Each of them seemed as if they were struck by a car, screaming as they flew off the ground and smashed into their comrades. The scene turned to chaos. They were all wearing heavy bulletproof vests, but under the 3-ton force of the punches, their organs were shattered, and they quickly died after landing, bleeding from 7 holes. The remaining men fired futilely into the air, even the ejected shell casing seemed so feeble. With a single bound, Liu Yao could instantly cover 50 meters, a pace not even professional soldiers could match. They couldn't catch sight of him in their retinas, spun around completely. The sniper, from a distance, could see him and was using in FAL, a very flexible semi-automatic rifle, but the moment he fired, his target would dodge the bullets with the smallest of movements. After being dodged repeatedly, this face-painted sniper was the most shocked person on the field. He couldn't believe a human could achieve this feat. Amid his shock, he didn't even notice a large bird swooping down fast upon him. The next second, the sniper vaguely saw a dark shadow sweep by, felt a sudden chill and then warmth on the side of his neck as blood sprayed out in profusion. All his strength drained away with the blood, he clutched at the wound and fell from the tree where he was hidden. Liu Yao saw that Ping An had taken care of the distant sniper and felt a great sense of relief, like seeing one's own child growing up. While feeling relieved, he didn't delay the slaughter, he initiated Eve Dragon Stake to dodge a round of gunfire, stood up with a punch, and hurled an enemy into his comrades. Then he forcefully shifted laterally, avoiding the bullets and launching another punch that sent one more flying. Under his highly efficient killing, the enemy numbers dwindled, their communications filled with panicked cries. Monster! He's not human! He can dodge bullets! Too fast, I can't see him at all! Retreat! Retreat quickly! At this point, only a little more than a minute had passed since the sides had confronted each other, and of the 20 Special Forces operatives, only 3 remained. The ground was littered with dead teammates, the air thick with the smell of gunsmoke and blood. This monster had taken them all down with his fists. His adversaries had never even seen what he looked like. The remaining 3 completely collapsed. Standing back to back, they fired their guns wildly in all directions, frenziedly cursing, "Fuck!" In the spirit-refining state, Liu Yao could clearly lock on to the direction of their gun barrels, having already anticipated where the bullets would fire. Launching Eve Dragon Stake, he closed in instantly and in 0.1 seconds, burst forth with 3 punches, sending the 3 enemies flying simultaneously. The scene finally fell silent. After taking care of a fully armed Special Forces squadron, Liu Yao was slightly sweaty, yet not a single hair had fallen from his head. At that moment, Ping An was circling a spot incessantly, calling out shrilly, as if to alert its master. Liu Yao propelled himself rapidly and indeed saw a van that had been started up, the very command vehicle. Chapter 182. Posted online. Liu Yao arrived just as the vehicle started up. At the marrow cleansing realm, he could reach speeds close to 100 km per hour, and since a martial artist weighed less than 100 kilograms, acceleration was instantaneous. Liu Yao went from standing still to 100 km per hour in less than a second. With a fierce stomp, he shattered the ground, and amidst the flying dust, he shot out like an arrow, catching up with the van that was already far ahead in the blink of an eye. He grabbed the rooftop with one hand, the other smashed through the windshield to drag out the chubby drone pilot, and threw him violently to the side of the road. The man screamed as he fell to the ground, bounced a few times, and then hit a tree, lifeless. Climbing into the driver's seat to park the vehicle, Liu Yao then came to the back, took hold of the doorknob with both hands, and pulled hard. His arms suddenly bulged several times over, and amidst the grating sound of metal tearing, he forcefully yanked the van's door open. Inside, indeed there was a foreigner, brandishing a P30L pistol, firing rapidly. This was Andrei, calm and collected, with precise marksmanship, but his expression changed the next second. Because Liu Yao dodged effortlessly, swaying left and right, making the bullets hit nothing but air. After 15 shots, the hammer clicked empty, no more bullets. Andrei couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Blue Star upheld science, it was impossible for a human to dodge bullets like this, it wasn't the Matrix. At this moment, he finally understood why an entire Delta Force squad got wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Unable to contain his shock, Andrei exclaimed, "Who are you?" In a muffled voice, Liu Yao replied, "I'm Batman." Andrei threw a vicious uppercut, but Liu Yao preempted with a slap, the sound Pia ringing out as he sent Andrei spinning 720 degrees in the air before crashing to the ground, unable to get up for a long while. This was the result of Liu Yao holding back, otherwise, he would have sent his entire head flying. Only then did Liu Yao notice the strange setup inside the van, a thick tarp spread out with a table full of bizarre torture devices. Did you prepare all this for yourself? Experience more tales on Empire. Liu Yao picked up a drill and pressed the switch, the noise was piercing. That's too cruel. Then he picked up an electric cord with clamps. The gadget was connected to a battery. Liu Yao, a pure and innocent soul, at first didn't understand how to use it. But Andrei instinctively covered his chest. The internet in Xia country could cultivate a person's independent thinking very effectively. Liu Yao had a sudden realization, instantly figuring out what the gadget was for. Immediately, he brought the electric wire closer to Andrei, who, despite feeling dizzy, struggled fiercely and roared, "Stop! Do you know who I am?" "I know. You're from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, here to avenge Zhang Xin. He was your cash cow." As Liu Yao spoke, he slapped Andrei once more, knocking him out. He then employed the dragon claw technique to tear open 2 holes in Andrei's shirt and clamp the wires onto his chest before moving to the battery. There was a dial on the battery, but since it was homemade and had no markings indicating which way to turn to increase or decrease the power, Liu Yao just turned it all the way up to the maximum on a whim and pressed the switch boldly. Andrei's scream of despair sounded, "No!" He convulsed violently, like a shuddering idol thrown to the ground, trembling incessantly. "Seems like that's the maximum voltage," Liu Yao remarked, noticing it was about enough, and turned the switch off. Andrei's tears and snot came down together, he nearly lost consciousness. At this moment, he suddenly loathed this once favorite toy of his. And so, Liu Yao's work had only just begun, next was to utilize verbal hypnosis, spring breeze and drunkenness. Infusing his mind force into his voice, Liu Yao's tone became especially magnetic and seductive as he whispered, "What's your name?" The struggle appeared on Andrei's face, but having just suffered inhumane torment, his will was especially weak, and he couldn't withstand any longer, replying, "I am Andrei Walter." "Okay, Andrei, you're very tired right now. What's your mission, tell me, so I can help you." Under Liu Yao's influence, Andrei's gaze grew more and more vacant as he disclosed everything. "I received authorization from Director West to dispatch the Delta Special Forces on a covered mission to Yakolun to capture Liu Yao. The primary objective of this operation was to locate the formula lost in He Kingdom." Liu Yao rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, the formula. There indeed was such an item before, filled with indecipherable runes, which he neither recognized nor managed after leaving it in a storeroom in the other world. Liu Yao hypnotized again, "My dear Andrei, what is the formula good for?" Andrei answered blankly, "It can refine crystal opium without catheinone." At this revelation, Liu Yao finally understood the significance of the formula. So to speak, the formula can turn water into gasoline. With such huge profits, no wonder they're making such a big fuss. Without further doubt, he reached out and tapped Andrei's chest, executing a silent heart-piercing strike. After a moment, Andrei clutched his chest as if suffocating and died seconds later, exhibiting symptoms identical to a heart attack. He died a privileged death, as the first from Blue Star to simultaneously experience the marvels of both spirit refinement and the martial path. After dusting off his hands, Liu Yao rose to leave when suddenly he heard the ring of a phone. He searched Andrei's body for a phone, and only after using Andrei's own fingerprint to unlock it, was he able to answer the call. The person on the other end spoke with great severity, "Andrei, report on the mission progress immediately." Liu Yao replied, "The mission isn't going so smoothly." "Who are you?" "You are Liu Yao." The name the person on the other end shouted used the unmistakably clear language of Xia country. "Correct. Director West, thank you for your gracious hospitality." All West did was take a deep breath before speaking. "You may have some abilities, but you're making an enemy of the most powerful nation of Blue Star. This is a death wish. Your lover, your relatives, your friends, everything you cherish will be brutally destroyed. I will make sure of it in the most savage way." "Hold up a second," Liu Yao feigned cleaning his ear, interrupting. "Before that, I'll post your lovely formula online for all the people of the world to learn. How about Twitter? I can even tag His Excellency the President." With these words, silence immediately fell upon the scene. Knowing what the formula could do, Liu Yao certainly wouldn't actually do such a thing, he was simply toying with his opponent. But West couldn't afford to gamble. Even if there was a 1% chance, he wouldn't dare to test it. After a long pause, West finally said, "What do you want?" "Don't bother me, how about that? Hand over the formula first. If I hand it over, you'll silence me immediately after. Let's leave it at this then, whatever move you make, I'll be ready, but I'm also someone who always takes revenge. You will regret this. Listen. I suggest you." Liu Yao wasn't listening anymore, he hung up and left the place. "Whether it's silencing or revenge, the Foreign Affairs Bureau won't let me go. There's no need for words right now, we'll just wait and see." Outside the car, Ping'an had been waiting for a long time, immediately landing on his master's arm and using his beak to gently hold his master's hand as a sign of needing a massage. Liu Yao laughed, "All right, you've exerted quite some effort, so let's give you a good rub." He swelled up with a surge of inner breath and gave spiritual Sparrowhawk a full body, inside-out imperial throne massage. Ping An lay blissfully limp on his master's arm with sharp eyes rolled upward, appearing somewhat comical. But receiving full attention from a spirit refining expert came with immense benefits. Chapter 183. He must care a lot about his family. Carrying a heap of various odds and ends, and with Ping An present, Liu Yao couldn't take a regular flight anymore. Ping An was quite spiritual, apart from not being able to speak, it was nearly the same as a 6-year-old child. Following the falcon taming method given by the Manchurian girl, having a spirit pet travel with its owner to gain experience was tremendously beneficial for spirit wisdom and would also bring them closer to their owner. Liu Yao decided to take Ping An on a plane back to Xia country for fun. Money wasn't an issue, so he simply went to Kyiv International Airport and chartered a Gulfstream jet back to his homeland. Boarding the jet with Ping An, the crew was merely curious and not surprised. For the wealthy who charter private planes to travel with their falcons, there was nothing too astonishing. Experience more content on Empire. There was once an oil-rich tycoon who chartered an entire passenger jet for his 20 falcons, each assigned its own seat and falconer. Liu Yao lay back on the spacious leather seat, relaxed and at ease. Private jets were far more luxurious and comfortable than commercial planes, equipped with various appliances and furniture, including a bathroom and kitchen. Being on the radar of Blue Star's biggest intelligence organization, Liu Yao didn't show any signs of worry. With his rapid growth, like a whale in a reservoir, he would inevitably become difficult to keep hidden. Even without this incident, other events would likely have led to exposure. The current situation was straightforward: get stronger quickly. Once he reached the blood exchange realm, regular weapons would be unable to kill him, advancing to innate, he could even withstand several hits from a machine gun. And as for heavy weapons, not to mention whether they would dare to use them in a city, even if they did, with danger sensibility, he could always escape at a moment's notice. If the other party is extremely eager to obtain the formulas in my hands, then we can negotiate for some time. During this period, I must at least reach the Jin realm and undergo a blood exchange. Once I advance to the Golden Body realm, it will be time to turn the tables and go knocking on their door. Playing with Ping An, Liu Yao returned to the Xia country aboard his private jet after a long absence. Meanwhile, inside the Foreign Affairs Bureau office building, Wester was calmly smoking a cigar, not showing the frustration that had come through over the phone. As the head of the External Action Department, his day-to-day work included subversion, assassination, framing, and espionage, everything bad except good deeds. He had long since lost his conscience, so his psychological resilience was quite robust. Misleading others about his personality was a habit formed over many years in the intelligence field. At that moment, an internal email popped up on his computer, a field investigation report. Taking another puff of his cigar, allowing the smoke to burn bright red, Wester picked up the internal phone on his desk and pressed his assistant's line, "Send in Agent Janice Beach." Shortly after, a woman wearing a professional skirt suit walked into the office. The female agent had a sharply defined face with eyes of a wild, azure beauty and was wearing a wedding ring on her finger. After sitting down across from her boss with her legs crossed, she gave a slight nod. "Good morning, Wester." Wester glanced at the wedding ring on his trusted female subordinate's hand and said, "Janice, your husband will only become a burden to you." Janice lifted her left hand and looked at it indifferently. "I'm pretending to be a normal person. It's quite interesting. I hope you enjoy it. Now, tell me about the situation." Without needing to look at any files, Janice began to recount. "The team was wiped out. The drone was shot down immediately, so we only have the audio. Based on the recording and the autopsy, this Xia country man named Liu Yao wiped out the entire team with his bare hands." Wester opened the audio from the email, and the frantic screams of the Special Forces team filled the room. "Have you contacted the military? Is this another escaped specimen from their secret labs, or a covert agent from a special program?" Janice shrugged. "I understand your suspicion, but we've checked everything. Liu Yao is not some kind of special operative. His records are clear, with no ties to the military or intelligence departments of any country." Wester looked again at the photo of the bulletproof ceramic plate that Liu Yao had smashed with a punch and frowned. Could it be a super soldier secretly developed by Xia country? Is it possible to carry out an arrest in Xia country? The cost is too high, you need to obtain authorization from the President and the Department of Defense. However, Janice spoke slowly. Liu Yao still has relatives in Xia country. I have already sent them free trip to Star Alliance country sweepstakes information through reliable channels and quickly processed their visas. I believe they will come knocking on our door very soon. Wester's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Well done, Janice. You always manage to stay ahead of the game." He pulled up Liu Yao's file on the computer. These people are his only remaining relatives, he must care about them greatly, making them perfect as bargaining chips. Just after getting off the plane, he let Ping An fly into the sky. It stood out a bit too much in Xia country. As he left the airport, Liu Yao glanced suspiciously into the distance. It looks like it's Uncle San and the others boarding a plane, all excited like they're going on a trip. A bunch of idiots purely contributing to environmental pollution. These trash, taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities, wished for Liu Yao to die sooner. If it weren't for that bit of kinship, each would have already received a dark energy heartbreak. Liu Yao took out his mobile phone to contact Qi Kuya, expressing his desire to meet Elder Master Qi. Qi Kuya readily agreed. This was a big client for the Qi family, one who needed to be well attended to. He took a taxi to Yunshan Villa district, where each detached courtyard house nestled by the mountain and water. Liu Yao couldn't help but remark, the antiques business really made money during prosperous times. He was stopped by security at the gate, but fortunately, Qi Kuya was already waiting there, leading Liu Yao to Elder Master Qi Villa. A loud cry came from high above, and a small black dot circled faintly. When they arrived at the villa, Elder Master Qi had been waiting for a while, with bodyguard Xiao Lu by his side. The old master still looked spirited, although he was in his 90s, he appeared to be no more than 70, and with a strong voice, he called out. "Little Liu is here, it is indeed a rare visit. If you weren't abroad all the time, I would have hosted you long ago." "You're too kind, Elder Qi." Liu Yao handed over a slender wooden tube, "just a modest gift, not meant to be respectful." "Ha, calligraphy and paintings? That's exactly my cup of tea." Elder Qi received it generously. It was very normal for a guest to bring a refined gift, he didn't think much of it until he saw what was inside. Elder Master Qi opened the wooden tube and took out a piece of calligraphy. At first glance, he was indifferent, but as he continued to look, his eyes grew rounder and his mouth increasingly agape. Zhu Yunming's running cursive poetry scroll from the Ming dynasty? It seems wicked but is actually straight, it feels like it should break but remains connected. This is authentic. Zhu Yunming's cursive script occupied an important chapter in the history of calligraphy in Xia country. The ink of this scroll was spread out in disorder, dry and moist in alternative, its staggered and scattered strokes controlled freely. It carried a casual and refined air yet did not lack the vigor of a soaring pillar. Elder Master Qi lingered in admiration for a long time, somewhat neglecting his manners. Qi Kuya, who should have reminded him, was likewise dumbstruck and speechless. Because this gift was too valuable. In the end, it was Comrade Xiao Lu who coughed to draw the attention of the grandfather and granddaughter back. Chapter 184. Severe punishment awaited. For Liu Yao, the characters that shocked the Qi family's generations were actually not worth much. The other world had not experienced the century-long cataclysm, therefore many treasures had not been lost. In Liu Yao's possession were even genuine manuscripts of Wang Zizi and Huang Tingjian, he just didn't bring them back because they were glaringly conspicuous. Works from these two were auctioned in units of billions. Elder Master Qi was the first to come to his senses. Shocked, he said, "Young Liu, this gift is too generous. Do you know the value of this piece?" Liu Yao smiled and responded, "Since the elder truly loves it, please accept it." After hesitating for a long time, Elder Master Qi eventually did not decline. Self-deprecatingly he said, "I am ashamed, I truly admire this piece of calligraphy, I will accept it, even if it is shameless." He personally took care of it and held it in his hands, then earnestly asked, "One should not accept rewards without merits. If you have any requests, young Liu, just say it, I will certainly not refuse. I indeed have a favor to ask." Liu Yao took out his phone, pulled up the photo of the symbol with an eye in the middle of a triangle, and said, "I would like to ask for your help in investigating the origin of this artifact, the more detailed, the better." Old Qi took a glance and said, "The Eye of Omniscience? A Western antique? No problem. I am well acquainted with several major international auction houses, I can ask them to send professional cultural relics investigators. You can rest assured about this. Then I am in your debt. Leave professional matters to the professionals, in this way, one can save precious time and energy. Afterward, Liu Yao added Xiao Lu, the bodyguard, on WeChat and sent him several photos. All these were taken casually while Liu Yao used to play with the antique. Thankfully, the modern smartphone's high resolution captured everything clearly. Having exchanged pleasantries, Liu Yao made an excuse to take his leave. During this time, Xiao Lu kept stealing glances at him, a growing look of confusion on his face. After Liu Yao left, Elder Master Qi asked, Xiao Lu, what's the matter? Xiao Lu expressed his astonishment, this man. Why doesn't he have the aura of having killed people anymore? This question was beyond Elder Master Qi area of expertise, and he casually said, isn't that a good thing? Living without contention is the key to longevity. Xiao Lu didn't say anything further. Not all things in the world have an answer, he had just asked subconsciously. In fact, this was because Liu Yao was trying to advance into the fetal breath realm. No longer breathing through the mouth and nose, as a fetus in the womb, one subsists on inner qi, focused and centered on the one, it is called fetal breath. Liu Yao's spirit was continuously converging and sinking, trying to reach the deep state of as a fetus in the womb. In this state, his essence, qi, and spirit were all retracted, like a sword sheathed, his brilliance concealed within. Ordinary people could not discern his depth. Having shaken off the overly enthusiastic Qi Kuya, Liu Yao left the villa area. Ping'an flew down and perched on his master's arm, Liu Yao scratched its neck. Then, with his little companion, he took a tour around the city where he grew up. The school he attended, his favorite noodle shop, and General Mountain which he frequently climbed. Ping'an curiously observed this unfamiliar world, encountering many fascinating things. It sometimes fixed its gaze on planes passing overhead, sometimes observed the endless stream of cars, as well as the ceaseless crowd, its eyes becoming increasingly spirited. By the time the two returned home, it was evening. Liu Yao went upstairs first and then opened the window, allowing Ping'an to fly straight in. The room was filled with the scent of its master, which it found comforting. It directly landed on the desk, curiously looking at the pictures on it. These were the records of Liu Yao's growth from childhood to adulthood. After a while, Ping'an recognized who was in them. It looked at the photos, then at its master, fluttering its wings and chirping excitedly, evidently thrilled. What a smart little fellow! He couldn't help but stroke its head. Previously, he had only a vague concept of a spirit pet's spiritual nature by reading The Art of Taming Hawks. Having experienced it himself, Liu Yao realized Ping'an was no longer a beast, but a special intelligent being. It's already like this now, I don't even know what sort of situation the awakening of spirit wisdom after innate would be like. After reaching the innate stage, a spirit pet will awaken spirit wisdom, but this step is within the realm of legends, with very few records available. Liu Yao, however, was quite confident because when a spirit pet advances, resources are key. As long as there is no lack of money, anything is possible. Star Alliance Country. Liu Yao's third uncle Liu Zhenghong, leading his entire family, stepped off the plane, took a few deep breaths and said with great enthusiasm, "This is truly the Star Alliance country, even the air of freedom is so sweet." His aunt couldn't stop smiling, "All thanks to our son, I thought that the text message about winning a free trip to the Star Alliance country was a scam, but it turned out to be real." Liu Yao's cousin, with a reserved manner, adjusted his glasses and said, "A message from an official number certainly can't be fake. Bought an Apple device many years ago and never expected such good fortune to come from it." Liu Zhenghong laughed, "All right, we didn't get Liu Yao's house, but it's still nice to come out and relax a bit." "Oh right, did you search online? If Liu Yao really donates the house after he dies, do we really not have any way to deal with it? Continue your journey on Empire." "I searched, there really isn't much we can do, a will has the utmost legal priority." "But why hasn't he died yet?" "It's good that he hasn't. Gives us some time to try again. That house is quite something, right in the city center. A single redevelopment project could make us rich." As the family talked, they walked out of the airport terminal, only to be surrounded by a group of big men dressed in black suits. Without a word, they took out stun guns and mercilessly administered shock treatments, causing the whole family to flop on the ground, unable to even scream, before being violently shoved into a vehicle and taken away. Meanwhile, after getting up, Liu Yao went to the street and had 10 baskets of steamed buns, 2 big bowls of hand-pulled noodles, and a pound of deep-fried dough sticks, followed by 10 chive boxes. Ah, refreshing! Patting his belly, he called Li Lei, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Liu Yao, you finally came back. Where are you? I'm at home. I'm coming over right now. Wait for me. Not much later, a white Porsche Macan drove up. Got a new car. Made a bit of money, treating myself. Li Lei drove the car, but she took Liu Yao to her own home. Dragging Liu Yao, she rushed into the house, into her room, which was arranged to be warm and comfortable, full of a girl's pink and soft style, with many stuffed toys scattered around. My dad's in the lab, he won't be coming back. Wait a moment, let's talk about work first, The girl didn't want to waste words at all, she just held the man tight in her arms, covering his mouth with hers, making muffled noises. At the same time in the Star Alliance country, within a safe house of the Foreign Affairs Bureau, Liu Zhenghong and his family of 3 were strapped to interrogation chairs, with towels over their faces, and each had a big man tipping buckets of water on them, which was the infamous water torture. This was a form of interrogation intended to make one think they were about to drown, subjecting them to the sensations of suffocation and death by drowning. It was a method of interrogation banned by the Geneva Conventions as cruel and inhumane. Liu Zhenghong and his family wriggled violently, also making muffled noises. Chapter 185. Block the whole family. After the water torture ended, 3 burly men with rolled-up sleeves of their white shirts removed the towels from the faces of Liu Zhenghong's family, who began to gasp for air in great, desperate breaths. Agent Janice, walking elegantly in her high heels, grabbed Liu Zhenghong's hair and said with a smile, "Do you still need a lawyer, the police, or the embassy?" The family of 3 hastily replied, "No need. No need at all." "Good, it seems that you have at least started to understand the rules of the game. Here, only I can make demands, understood?" "Understood, understood." The family became as silent as cicadas in winter. They had been captured here right after getting off the plane, all they did was call to report to the police, find the embassy, and these people started torturing them without another word. Just ordinary townsfolk, they had never seen anything like this and were instantly scared pissless, utterly at a loss. Seeing that the 3 were subdued by the show of force, Janice returned to her chair and said with a smile, "Tell me everything about Liu Yao." Liu Yao. The family looked at each other in disbelief, unable to fathom why were these people asking about Liu Yao. But with no time to think further, they quickly sold Liu Yao out, recounting everything they knew, painting a vivid picture. Unfortunately, such information was useless, it was just the growth story of an ordinary teenager. Janice smiled and waved her hand. It was water torture again, and the family of 3 struggled silently like worms, squirming and writhing. But held down by the people, they could only endure it forcefully. At that moment, Liu Yao was also holding down someone who was frantically squirming on him. Phew! The drug extraction is going smoothly, and we can formally start clinical trials in a while. Liu Yao gently patted the girl's back and asked, "Is money a problem?" Li Lei turned over and lay on the bed, responding, "It's enough." After a long silence, Li Lei suddenly reached out to stroke Liu Yao's sturdy chest and slowly said, "Let me be your lover for life. Don't you want to get married? After having you, I really can't look up to other men. Besides, those people just eye my company, my money, all of them unattractive to the core." Li Lei said with disgust, "A few days ago, an idiot relative said a woman should just stay home and teach the children, and told me to let him manage my company." Liu Yao, changing the topic with a teasing tone, replied, "You're a little rich woman now, hey?" Li Lei gave him a look and said, "It's like flying a kite, once it takes off with the wind, it's even easier afterwards. With the bezoar you gave me, I've made connections with some pharmaceutical groups, and I couldn't stop making money if I tried." After finishing speaking, the girl ran her hand from his head to his feet, admiringly saying, "So solid. Your muscles are like clumps and blocks, so majestic. No wonder it's so thrilling. Can you handle it? I have even more thrilling things in store." In the interrogation room, Liu Yao's cousin Liu Kai was now crying and saying, "We've told you everything we know about Liu Yao, that's all we know. We are truly innocent." His parents also nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Janice looked at the family without expression, her smile hiding no laughter as she said, "It seems water torture no longer satisfies you, but as a professional, I've prepared something even more exciting." As soon as the words were out, several subordinates came over with wires attached to clamps. The family burst into tears, completely breaking down on the spot. At that moment, a whispered prompt came through the tiny earpiece Agent Janice was wearing. "Experience new tales on Empire. Chief, the scanner indicates that what they are saying is the truth." Currently, a highly advanced scanning device was monitoring the neuron activity in the brains of the three people to determine if they were lying. "It seems they know nothing." With sudden clarity in her mind, Janice then took out Liu Zhenghong's phone and said, "Call your nephew, tell him about your situation now." Liu Zhenghong promptly took the phone, dialed Liu Yao's number under the surveillance of two burly men, and turned on the speakerphone. However, the phone returned the message, "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unreachable." His fingers trembling, Liu Zhenghong dialed the number many times, but to no avail, the response was the same. Looking up apprehensively, he said, "He's blocked me." Janice, expressionless, took out Liu Kai's phone, only to hear the same recorded message when she tried calling. Even after trying with the phone of Liu Zhenghong's third sister-in-law, it was confirmed Liu Yao had blocked all their family numbers. Janice's face broke into a terrifying smile that could make a child cry, and she said softly, "You three are his only blood relatives, aren't you?" The three nodded frantically but argued simultaneously, "But we're not close, our relationships are bad. It must have been when we went to demand his house that he blocked us." They hurriedly revealed how they had cut themselves off from the family, trying to clear any association with Liu Yao. Janice glanced at the wedding ring on her hand and realized that she had made a common-sense mistake. Normal people would care about their remaining relatives, but there are always oddities and exceptions. And after all, Liu Yao was just a minor figure in Xia country, not even the intelligence network of Star Alliance country could potentially know every little family squabble. She pulled out a python revolver and smiled, "So you say, you're of no use now." As she finished speaking, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud sound rang out as a bullet pierced Liu Zhenghong's calf, and blood gushed out. Liu Zhenghong immediately fell to the ground, screaming in agony as he clutched his wound, while the other two were so deafened by the gunshot that they dared not go to his aid. Eventually, it was the three assistants who came in to stop the bleeding and take the three captive downstairs. Janice took out a photo of Liu Yao and stared at it blankly. Just then, Wester walked in through the door. "Not going well." Janice shook her head, "Wrong target, they seem more like enemies than anything else." There was a quiet moment in the air before Wester spoke up, "Get a psychological profiler on this. Profile our target. I need to know his psychological state, his personality, and most importantly whether he'd really post the formula online." Liu Yao's offhand threat was taken as a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, fearing he might post it online on a whim. Janice nodded in agreement, then said, "The target often travels abroad. I'll personally lead the team to capture him once he leaves Xia country." Blue Star may be inviting, but there was no time to linger. It was imperative to quickly gain the power for self-protection. Liu Yao returned to the other world with Ping'an in tow. In just 2 or 3 days, Ping'an had grown a full size larger, becoming even more handsome. After organ refining, their size would continue to increase until they were twice the size of their wild counterparts. Upon returning home, it immediately took to the skies with a flap of its wings, seeking out Ji Xiang and Ru Yi to play. The sisters, seeing their junior brother return, surrounded him excitedly and said coyly, "Liu Yao, we've learned the art of the Dragon Slayer manual." Chapter 186. The outbreak of World War I. The sunlight was bright and cheery, and 3 spiritual sparrowhawks chased each other through the sky, full of life. 2 girls, graceful and quiet, one on each side, supported Liu Yao as they rushed toward the bedroom, eager to give him a massage. After achieving spirit refinement firmness, the sisters were finally able to control the art of the Dragon Slayer manual, and had diligently ensured its safety after a long period of careful study. Having always reaped the benefits but only able to offer foot massages in return, which were far less effective, the 2 women always felt indebted. After all, the art of the Dragon Slayer manual consumed a great deal of energy and inner breath, and Liu Yao was particularly attentive to them, always giving his all. After every massage, he would be drenched in sweat, completely exhausted, as if he had battled a formidable enemy. Today, all of their efforts finally paid off. Liu Yao was placed by the 2 girls onto the bed, Prone and ready, they enthusiastically stripped off his shirt and began to massage him on the spot. Ow bliss! Their minds in harmony, the sisters' moist and delicate hands worked with perfect unison, sending tremors through every aperture point along his spine and back, making Liu Yao hum with comfort. At this moment, he finally enjoyed the Uber Dragon massage. Under the guidance of the two women, his blood and energy surged through his organs and marrow, far more efficiently than his own arduous cultivation. If this were a game, Liu Yao felt that plus 10s would be popping up above his head non-stop, his experience points skyrocketing. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so comfortable and greatly promotes cultivation, no wonder everyone is in such hot pursuit." Happy times are always fleeting, and before he knew it, the massage was over. The two women massaged for a full 20 minutes, drenched in fragrant sweat. When Liu Yao came to his senses, he realized his face was buried in his senior sister's thigh. Turns out, Liaoya had propped his head on her leg for convenience. After getting up and moving around, his whole spine was warm and toasty, and a pleasant, comfortable sensation spread throughout his body. Liu Yao couldn't help but praise, "Amazing, 20 minutes is worth half a month of my hard cultivation." Wiping the sweat from her face with a handkerchief, Liaoya laughed, "That's nothing compared to your full body tremor technique. One session from you is equivalent to a month of hard work for us." The two women had only achieved spirit refinement firmness and couldn't control their inner breath as flexibly as Liu Yao, nor did they have his keen sensitivity and quick reflexes to adjust their techniques on the fly. But Liu Yao felt that the effect was far beyond his expectations. Because aside from technique, there was a crucial element to things like this: doing it with heart. Massage in essence is an activity that requires focus on details. Only if you truly care about the person in your hands will you tirelessly attend to every detail to achieve the best effect. At that moment, Liao Qi was undoing her neckline, fanning herself with a handkerchief. "I'm so hot I'm drowning." Liu Yao hugged the girl and kissed her, saying sincerely, "Thank you." Liao Qi's face bloomed with joy, her mouth flashing a set of small white teeth, extremely proud. After days of hard work researching just to let their beloved enjoy the benefits of the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual, they felt triumphantly happy upon achieving their goal. Find your next read at Empire. Liu Yao put on his clothes and asked, "How's the progress with the Bitter Cultivation and Enlightenment Sutra you were deciphering?" The two girls looked at each other and shook their heads. "We didn't dare touch it without you here, that book is really sinister. It's safer to work on it together." Although there were many odd and eerie legends in the other world, such a sinister item was the first the sisters had ever encountered. Without a tri-protective suit, anyone affected by this book was likely to turn into a monster like Hong Ronkan. Thus, the sisters had always left the book in a hefty lead box, untouched. Liu Yao said, "Let's go, let's continue to temper our minds and broaden our horizons." In the following days, the three of them led a simple yet happy life, spending their days reading, practicing their punches, and giving each other massages. Plain though it was, the strength of the whole family was growing rapidly. Particularly Liu Yao, with the massages from the two women, not only advanced quickly in the martial Dao realm but also made significant gains in spirit refinement. Recently, he constantly felt exceptionally acute of hearing and sight, strong of mind, as if he had consumed some miraculous medicines. Originally somewhat puzzled, it wasn't until he deciphered another passage from the Bitter Cultivation and Enlightenment Sutra that he understood the reason. Writing down the decoded content on paper, Liu Yao realized. According to the scripture, the brain is the sea of marrow, and the spinal cord and brain marrow ascend and descend in unison and communicate with each other. Therefore, using the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual to cleanse the spinal cord, aside from greatly benefiting martial cultivation, can also lead to a replenished brain marrow, a vigorous brain power, and a thriving mental force, which are also immensely beneficial for spirit refinement. Liu Yao now had a much deeper understanding of the notion that the marrow cleansing realm nurtures the soul with the flesh. Bitter Cultivation and Enlightenment Sutra seemed more like an autobiography akin to my struggle, interwoven with many of Hong Ronkan's insights on spirit refinement, often thought-provoking and profound. Recently contemplating the concept of fetal breath, this autobiography of a spirit-refining expert was incredibly helpful. The problems everyone encountered were more or less the same, and many perplexing issues were clarified with just a few words in the scripture. Now, Liu Yao's mind force had been tempered enough, and he was only a paper-thin barrier away from attaining fetal breath, only needing to poke through it to progress. But he could not yet grasp the state of as if a baby within the mother's womb. This paper barrier was not so easily breached. Refinement of spirit could not be rushed, Liu Yao shook his head and decided to read the newspaper to change his mood. He sauntered over to the pavilion, sat down, and waited for the newspaper to be delivered. The newspaper delivery boy would leave the papers at the entrance, and since their yard was too large, Liu Yao, too lazy to fetch them himself, had the spiritual sparrowhawks bring them over. At that moment, all 3 spiritual sparrowhawks noticed their master wanted to read the paper and immediately swooped down to fight over it. After all, delivering the newspaper to their master would earn them a wisdom spirit pill as a reward. It often took a battle among the 3 to secure the opportunity. The scene quickly turned into a chaotic skirmish, with feathers flying everywhere. In the end, to everyone's surprise, Ji Xiang took advantage of the chaos, snatched the newspaper, and delivered it to his master. As he patted the triumphantly proud Ji Xiang, Liu Yao smiled and said, "You've grown up quite a lot too." After organ refining, all 3 spiritual sparrowhawks were growing larger each day and even more clever. Liu Yao rewarded Ji Xiang with a wisdom spirit pill, which Ji Xiang gulped down before hurriedly flying off, with the 2 disgruntled companions in pursuit. Picking up the newspaper, Liu Yao exclaimed gleefully, "The fight has begun." The First World War had finally erupted. The irreconcilable contradictions among the great powers had long brewed animosity. Their mutual antagonism over the redivision of the world and struggle for global hegemony was bound to lead to a major fray. There was no room for probing or tenderness. From the onset, it was an all-out fight. The newspaper reported. Jihad launched a large-scale offensive on the Western Front, meeting resistance from the British-French Allied forces. Both sides commenced a fierce battle near the main river. The Battle of the Main River. Actually, the origin of this war was somewhat related to Liu Yao. The trio had slaughtered a group of foreign dignitaries in Jinling, igniting an already tense situation to a boiling point. Chapter 187. Zhou Sui. Liu Yao flipped through the newspaper in his hands. The headlines were all about the fierce battles between the great powers, but one piece of news caught his attention. He saw in the accompanying black and white photo a very fun thing. It looked like a diamond-shaped iron coffin, with machine guns and cannons mounted on both sides. It was the Mark I tank. This strangely shaped tank was impressively crushing barbed wire and charging over trenches. It was the first type of tank to officially participate in a war and had only 5 mm of armor. Thin skin, big filling, it would definitely be fun to strafe with a fire god cannon. Watching the bustle and not minding the trouble, Liu Yao truly wished these warring powers would all go down together, considering the main battlefield was in the west. Nevertheless, the emergence of the tank also raised his vigilance. War is the best catalyst. The mutual slaughter of intelligent beings ignites their full potential. Next, various new weapons, such as airplanes, poison gas, tanks, and new artillery, would be successively developed. He absolutely couldn't delay in becoming stronger. As soon as he thought of this, Liu Yao hurriedly called over the sisters to give him a massage and knead his feet. Although massages are nice, they also have a downside, making one reluctant to cultivate oneself. You slog it out for half a month, yet it doesn't compare to the heavenly touch of the sisters' hands in just 20 minutes, and naturally, a person would lose the motivation to endure the hardship of cultivation. After having his back massaged and feet kneaded, Liu Yao felt incredibly refreshed, and then, as a way of returning the favor, he helped the 2 sisters practice the art of the Dragon Slayer manual in the pavilion. Liao Yashuo, the one with the larger chest, lay on the stone table, her body going limp from the stimulation of her junior brother's technique, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Probably only our family is full of spirit refining experts." Lately, Liao Qi had frequently visited the National Martial Arts Association and now revealed precise data. In all of Yunzhou, with 2 million people, barely 5 are in the marrow cleansing realm, 2 in the focused spirit, and only Deist Zhouhe in the fetal breath. Are we included in that number? Yes, we're included. Spirit refinement, it is indeed rare. The group chatted away, and without realizing it, they finished the massage. Liao Qi quickly helped wipe the sweat off her beloved. It took a good while before Liao Yashuo got up, and the stone stool she had sat on was covered in damp spots, even though she had already subtly wiped it. Liu Yao didn't show any reaction, but Liao Qi pointed at the marks and burst into laughter, showing no consideration for her sister's dignity. Liao Ya's face turned red from top to bottom, and she immediately went after her sister to chase and punch her, the 2 girls running away, laughing and playing. After messing around for a while, Liao Qi ran back, giggling, "Sister sweats a lot, it must be because they're too big. Isn't it a bit mean to tease her like that? I just can't help it." You're getting cheekier and cheekier. Liu Yao wrapped the girl in his arms, letting her sit on his lap, and the two embraced, slowly enjoying the effects of the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual. The power would continue to diffuse for several hours. Just then, a paper crane awkwardly flew through the sky towards the pavilion. 3 spiritual sparrowhawks curiously circled around it, not understanding what it was. Liu Yao quickly gave a whistle, telling them not to attack, as it was clearly Daoist Zhou messenger. Actually, he could just phone. After moving to a new home more than 10 kilometers away from the Taoist temple, this paper crane had flown to the point of exhaustion, far from the graceful appearance it had during previous flights. Liu Yao opened it and saw it read. Liu, my friend, I hope all is well. 3 days ago, Zhou Sui successfully advanced to the marrow cleansing realm, and I would like to invite you to join us in celebration tomorrow. Zhou Sui. Marrow cleansing? Ah, it must be Zhou Lao's immortal crane. Liao Qi was beside him and instantly realized what was going on. Zhou Lao's immortal crane had broken through. Even has a name and surname, seems like true love indeed. Let's go together tomorrow, Liu Yao quipped, seizing the moment. I can also ask Zhou Lao about the fetal breath matter. Early the next morning, they drove to the White Cloud Observatory, this time bringing along 3 spiritual sparrowhawks. He wanted them to meet their spirit bird senior and also have spirit bird breeding expert Zhou Lao check if there were any oversights in his own animal training. They parked the car at the Taoist temple and walked towards the back mountain. Upon reaching Zhou He's residence, they hadn't expected to find it so lively with many people present. Besides Yu Yanmei and Fu Fangsheng, Li Pei was also there. There were also several people Liu Yao did not recognize. They had all come to congratulate the immortal crane on its advancement, which showed just how much Zhou Lao valued this event. Seeing Liu Yao arrive, he hurriedly introduced him, saying, Liu, my young friend, your timing is perfect. I have a few like-minded friends to introduce you to. This is Zhao Santuo from Zhili. Pointing to a bald monk, he continued, this is Monk Benming from Fua Temple. One with a fist salute and the other with a Buddhist greeting, said. May Fist Zhao Santuo, in the blood exchange realm, a pleasure to meet you. I am Monk Benming, also in the blood exchange realm. The 2 men were puzzled, unsure why Zhou He would introduce them first. By convention, he should have introduced the young ones who had advanced to the marrow cleansing realm. Could it be? Indeed, Liu Yao saluted with a fist and said, I am Liu Yao, on the martial path in the marrow cleansing realm and spirit refining oblivion, a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Santuo and Monk Benming immediately understood the young man before them was an expert of the spirit refining oblivion. Zhao Santuo quickly expressed his admiration, Brother Liu, you are truly commendable at such a young age. I am quite ashamed in comparison. According to the martial arts world's customs, if one doesn't claim to be in the spirit refinement realm when stating their status, it's assumed they are at the basic focused spirit level. Monk Benming laughed heartily, young benefactor, you've got quite the affinity for enlightenment. Just make sure my master doesn't see you, or he'll definitely want to pull you into monastic life. Being able to have a close relationship with Zhou He meant they were certainly not difficult to get along with, and in no time, the atmosphere warmed up. Li Pei watched Liu Yao conversing effortlessly with several high-level individuals, admiration flickering in her eyes, and it seemed she had not given up on her plans for an alliance through marriage. After the group had chatted for a while, Zhao Santuo called out, Right, where's your immortal crane? Bring it out for everyone to see. Continue reading on Empire. Monk Benming chimed in, a spirit bird advanced to the marrow cleansing realm is quite rare, today is a good day to witness one. Zhou He coughed and took out a wisdom spirit pill, then blew a loud, clear whistle that carried far into the distance. But nothing happened, and only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. After a long wait with no sign of the immortal crane, the atmosphere grew quiet, and awkward. Zhou Lao's face hardened as he took out a bottle of wisdom spirit pills and opened the cap. Only then did a beautiful, snowy figure arrive belatedly from the horizon. The immortal crane, already 2 meters tall with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters, landed with an elegance that captivated all. It snatched up the jade bottle, tilted its head back to swallow all the pills, and then flew off. The entire episode was cool and detached, without so much as a glance at the crowd. One couldn't help but wonder who was actually the master in the relationship with Zhou He. The scene became somewhat awkward, and Zhou He repeatedly bowed, saying, Thank you all for coming, on behalf of Sui, I thank everyone. Chapter 188 He gave too much. Liu Yao was speechless, and once again, a question rose in his heart, would this Zhou Sui, so high-cold as she was, really let old Zhou ride her? However, the crowd was quite flattering, offering congratulations one after another, with not a trace of unusual expression on their faces. Zhou He revealed a contented look, seeming to also hold a touch of sweetness. Liu Yao shook his head to dispel the unpleasant thoughts and said, Daoist Zhou, could you please take a look at the 3 sparrowhawks of mine? The Daoist indeed loved spirit birds and responded with great enthusiasm, they've come with you? Call them over quickly. Liu Yao whistled and waved to the sky, where 3 small dots quickly grew larger. They folded their wings, plunging down like arrows. Just when they seemed about to crash, their wings spread wide, and they swiftly stabilized their bodies, stopping on their master's arm. Only sparrowhawks could exhibit such superb flying skills. The 3 babies landed on Liu Yao's arm, affectionately rubbing their necks against him, contrasting sharply with someone's high-cold crane. Afterward, Liu Yao earnestly introduced everyone to each other, while the sparrowhawks, tilting their heads, curiously eyed the gathered people, showing no fear of strangers. Zhao Santuo and Monk Benming exchanged a look, inwardly shocked, 3 organ-refining spirit birds. This was like someone owning 3 private jets, they now had a very direct understanding of Liu Yao's wealth. Zhao Santuo, using his inner breath to transmit a message, said, no wonder old Zhou always boasts about making an impressive friend in Yunzhou. Monk Benming responded, spirit refining oblivion, immense wealth, and he even learned alchemy from old Zhou, truly extraordinary. Moreover, old Zhou has said this person is one of us, definitely worth making a close connection with. The 2 communicated through inner breath transmission, a method exclusive to those in the blood exchange realm. Meanwhile, Zhou He was just mildly surprised, for with the young friend's wealth, keeping 3 organ-refining spirit birds was normal. He came forward to carefully inspect the claws, beaks, wings, and tail feathers of the 3 sparrowhawks and then nodded, saying, you've done a very good job raising them, there's nothing that needs correcting. But they shouldn't become too comfortable. I suggest you buy some fierce beasts like leopards or wolves for the spirit birds to hunt, to keep their wildness at all times. Liu Yao agreed and then slapped his forehead, saying, I got so carried away asking for advice, I forgot to give you your celebratory gift. As he spoke, he handed over a brocade box. Old Zhou accepted it openly, he didn't need eyes to see what was inside, instantly knowing the contents of the box. Without hesitation, he opened it, revealing a blood core the size of a duck egg. Ha, you've all given the same thing now, my sway, I won't be short of blood cores. Old Zhou pulled out a pouch from his waist and showed it to Liu Yao. Inside were blood cores of various sizes, all gifts from those present. Zhao Santuo laughed heartily, this is at least from a demon beast of blood exchange level. Brother Liu indeed is one of our own. Pointing at old Zhou's pouch, he said, I was worried about what gift to bring when I happened to encounter a foreign missionary killing for land, it solved my pressing need. The man openly spoke of slaying a high-ranking vampire, yet none showed any particular reaction, as each had slain more than the others. Only Li Pei inquired, Master Zhao, are these foreign churches causing a lot of harm? Zhao Santuo replied solemnly, these so-called missionaries not only seize land and kill, but they also brazenly demand that their followers offer up boys and girls. What's worse, some collude with scoundrels from the martial world engaged in human trafficking, selling people overseas like livestock. Commandery Princess, it was absolutely wrong for the imperial court to have allowed them into the interior to preach. Upon hearing this, Li Pei's expression froze, followed by a look of shame, and she fell silent. Zhao Santuo added, I've also discovered a demon beast in Yun Port collaborating with such scoundrels in these deeds, and I'm about to take them down. Liu Yao interjected, do you need help? Ha ha ha. Zhao Santuo, rubbing Monk Benming's bald head, said, having this great monk is more than enough. Amitabha, Monk Benming clasped his hands together and earnestly said, exorcising demons and slaying monsters is the duty of a monk. The 2 seemed well accustomed to working together, giving off an air of easy familiarity. At this point, Fu Fangsheng said, I've got nothing better to do, I'll join you. With someone obviously too free on their hands, Zhao Santuo had no objections. Liu Yao glanced at Zhao Santuo's and Monk Benming's rather worn clothes and laughed heartily, I would really like to join, but I'm unfortunately entangled with mundane affairs, so I'll just give some silver to add to your travel funds. After speaking, he gave Liao Qi a meaningful look, and the young lady immediately vanished. Zhao San Duo hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, there's no need for this, we..." But before he could finish his sentence, Zhou He interrupted, "Cut it out, you lot of paupers, just take it." Zhou He was well aware of Lu Yao's wealth and knew that this young friend was not lacking in funds and was generous, so he decisively stopped any further politeness from the others. The silver was already on the cart, and Liao Qi returned in the blink of an eye with her swift movements. Lu Yao took the bundle and then handed it to Zhao San Duo, "Wishing you all a smooth journey." Upon opening it, they found it contained 200 taels of silver. Zhao San Duo solemnly returned it with a fist salute, "Thank you, young Master Lu, for your generous gift. But it's too much, I cannot accept it." Monk Benming also chimed in, "It's too much, far too much." To Lu Yao, this amount of silver was insignificant, but in the other world, it was no small sum. Lu Yao said with a smile, "This isn't meant for travel expenses. You'll need the silver to deal with demon beasts and guard against withering bullets, furthermore, if you obtain any blood cores, you can sell them to me." Hearing this, Zhao San Duo no longer refused. After all, no one knew what strange tricks the demon beasts might have, and having more silver for protection was always a good thing. "Rest assured, Brother Lu, if we get any blood cores, we'll definitely sell them to you." "Hold on a second." Zhou He said with a wry smile, "Wasn't all of that supposed to be for me? How did my deal get hijacked in the conversation?" Fu Fangsheng slung an arm around old Zhou's shoulder and said, "Can't help it, old bird, Brother Lu gave too generously. I'll give you a cut next time." The group burst into laughter together. Next, Lu Yao seriously asked Zhou He. "Taoist Zhou, this state referred to as like a baby in the mother's womb, what exactly does it mean? I have been pondering it for days and still can't grasp it." Zhou He exclaimed in surprise, "You're advancing to the fetal breath realm? How long have you been in spirit refining oblivion?" Li Pei also looked at Lu Yao in shock. He had been present the last time Lu Yao entered spirit refining oblivion. Just 1 year had passed, and now he was breaking through again? Lu Yao scratched his head and laughed, "I've made some progress, made some progress." Since everyone present was close to him, Zhou He didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "I've encountered this problem as well. It's really hard for ordinary people to understand the feeling of a fetus. My method is to simulate. First is hold firm and focus." The old Taoist began to demonstrate, "Put your thumb inside your palm, tip at the root of your ring finger. Then curl the other 4 fingers slightly tight, gripping the thumb firmly, as if holding a treasure. Place both hands on your waist and abdomen, and at the same time, concentrate your thoughts on your dantian." Lu Yao immediately followed suit. Zhou He then called over Fu Fangsheng, "Turn me upside down." Fu Fangsheng stepped forward, lifted Zhou He upside down, presenting a head down, feet up posture. Like this, it's like a baby inside the mother's belly, but it's still missing something. Chapter 189. Mind Force interferes with the material world. Zhou He rolled over to stand up and opened with, "Young friend Lu, having seen my paper crane, you should know that in the fetal breath realm, one can exhibit a myriad of marvelous uses of the mind force." Lu Yao nodded, for he had not only seen the paper crane but had also seen the old Taoist playing the zither while fighting, which he had long admired. "The power of mind force is invisible and intangible," Zhou He continued. "Some Einheit scholars say it's brainwaves. But how do we harness this formless power?" Having known the answer from Hong Rongkin's books, Lu Yao feigned thought before responding, "By emulating the state of a fetus, to sense the power of mind force." A look of pride in being able to teach shone on Zhou He's face. "Correct. That's exactly it. By simulating the condition as a baby within the mother's womb, we aim to sense our own mind force. Then we consciously train and utilize it. Your mind force has already been honed extremely powerful, yet it is unconsciously scattered in all directions. The fetal breath realm, on the other hand, is about concentrating this power for one's own use, much like the old Taoists' folded paper crane, manipulating the material world with mind force." At this moment, not only Lu Yao but also all the bystanders listening were immensely enlightened, and they bowed in gratitude to the old Taoist together. Zhou He smiled and said, "Young friend Lu, you can try practicing while standing on your head underwater. Don't be in a hurry, it took me 2 years to break through." 2 years soaking in water. Lu Yao frowned, concerned about the lengthy time. "Daoist, Isn't there a more time-efficient means? Zhou He glanced at Yu Yanmei and said, well, there is indeed. Liu Yao expressed his eagerness, please teach me. Coughing deliberately, Elder Zhou raised his voice and said, I know of a method. If assisted by innate true qi, it would definitely save a lot of time. Innate true qi is a higher life energy unique to innate grandmasters. Among those present, there was only one innate. Yu Yanmei snorted coldly, Elder Zhou He, if you want my help, just say it. There's no need for beating around the bush. I'm willing to help. Zhou He hadn't expected her to agree so readily, given how important innate true qi was to her own cultivation. He chuckled and said, if Sister Yu is willing to offer her assistance, that would be excellent. Let's begin now. Wait a moment. Yu Yanmei looked at Liu Yao and said coolly, I will devote my efforts to assist you, but you must promise me one thing in return. Liu Yao replied confidently with a clasped fist, Grandmaster Yu, feel free to ask. Yu Yanmei glanced at her own disciple and said slowly, you must use the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual to massage Li Pei 30 times. Upon hearing this, Liu Yao immediately agreed, that's hardly anything. I'm already acquainted with the Commandery Princess, helping out with her cultivation is only natural. Li Pei blushed, knowing her master was securing this opportunity for her, and she instantly felt immense gratitude toward her. Yu Yanmei thought to herself, 30 times, that should do the trick, even if it involves administering a potion. To secure a suitable husband for her disciple, she found herself truly fretting. But it couldn't be helped, she had watched her grow up from a child, after all. Seeing Liu Yao immediately agree, Liao Ya panicked a bit. She knew full well that Li Pei had her sights set on her younger martial brother, if he really massaged her 30 times. Her little martial brother was a bit lecherous, often stealing glances at her own and the Commandery Princess's ample bosoms, surely he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. But however anxious Liao Ya was, she had no say in the matter decided by the big shots. Racked with worry and inner conflict, she felt extremely distressed. Everyone began to get ready, with Fu Fangsheng and the other 3 dunces responsible for carrying stuff around, swooshing and leaping here and there. Soon, a 2-meter square tub filled with water appeared in the area. Liu Yao entered the tub upside down, slowly attempting to break through the fetal breath realm. After more than 20 minutes, he started to feel a bit suffocated. Although people in the marrow cleansing realm could hold their breath for half an hour, they couldn't completely stop breathing. Through the water, Zhou He transmitted a message, young friend Liu, get ready. You must enter the fetal breath state with the help of the innate true qi to feel the power of mind force. Having spoken, he signaled to Yu Yanmei. The female innate realm grandmaster immediately stepped forward, stretching her hands into the vat, and the surging true qi visible to the naked eye poured into the water. Ripples continuously spread across the water, which became noticeably clearer and extremely crystalline to look at. The onlookers instinctively wanted to drink, unable to help but swallow their saliva hungrily. Innate true qi is a pure form of higher life energy, an innate craving of all flesh and blood life forms. Even martial artists of the innate realm are cautious with their use, typically reserving it within their bodies for critical moments. Yu Yanmei's wholehearted assistance was partly in gratitude for Liu Yao's aid in Jinling. Liu Yao, who had been about to run out of breath, calmed down upon receiving help, and the feeling of suffocation miraculously vanished. A wondrous energy seeped into his body from his skin, warming and relaxing him from the inside out. His body, desperately longing for this higher life energy, instinctively opened its pores and all aperture points, greedily absorbing it. Especially at the navel and the dantian area, a natural channel connecting to the outside world, he frantically absorbed the innate true qi from the water, as warm streams of life energy flowed into his limbs and bones. Liu Yao, blessed with a moment of insight, instantly realized this was akin to fetal breathing within a mother's womb, breathing not through mouth and nose. At that moment, through the precious innate true qi, he directly experienced what fetal breath was. Liu Yao immediately clenched his fists, focusing his thoughts on the dantian, imagining the surrounding gentle water as the womb, and quickly entered the state of a fetus in mother's belly. The sensation was incredible, his nose was redundant as he breathed through his navel, even through his skin. And under the simulated maternal environment of innate true qi, Liu Yao was in a state akin to neither sleeping nor waking, gradually forgetting the existence of his own body. Moreover, submerged in water, his senses were cut off, leaving only the mind force perceivable. This force is intangible and invisible, beyond touch and sight, and Liu Yao's next task was to grasp it clearly. And he had a great advantage: his mind force had been exceptionally honed, immensely powerful. Liu Yao's consciousness sank deeper, his limbs drawn to his chest, as if he truly became a fetus. At this time, in the outside world, old Zhou Dao and a group of women were half worried and half expectant. Fu Fangsheng, Zhao Sanduo and Monk Benming stared wide-eyed at the vat, with a countenance of awe, much like underachievers gaze at top students solving difficult problems. They even whispered among themselves about whether they should forget their pride and drink the water from the vat once Liu Yao emerged. But Liu Yao had been inside the vat for 1 hour without coming out, and even someone at the blood exchange realm couldn't hold their breath that long. The three of them also collected their thoughts, turning solemn. After more than 2 hours, the water in the vat had returned to normal, with all the innate true qi absorbed by Liu Yao, yet he had not emerged. The Liao family sisters started to worry, but Zhou He's face showed no sign of concern. It's not so easy to break through to the spirit refinement realm. For Liu Yao to have gained some experience this time was already a stroke of fortune. Another quarter of an hour passed, and a figure leaped out from the vat. Everyone gathered around, only to see Liu Yao with a smile on his face, seemingly unchanged from before. The only difference was in his eyes. If before they were like two brilliant gems, now they seemed like warm jade, with essence hidden within. But when he looked over, his gaze appeared to hold substance. Zhou He's face was filled with surprise, and Li Pei's was a picture of shock. They knew better than anyone what this signified. It was an exhibition that mind force could be projected externally. Liu Yao bowed all around and said, "I did not disappoint, I have broken through to the spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing." Chapter 190. The popularity of spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing. Broke through. Zhou He was initially stunned, then shouted excitedly. "Good! Good! Good! Little friend, your talent is unparalleled. I only wanted you to gain some experience, I didn't expect you to break through directly." Liu Yao scratched his head and laughed, "It was just luck. If it weren't for Hong Rongkin's works, there would have been no chance of breaking through so quickly." This breakthrough was equivalent to combining the power of both the Wudang and the Mahayana teachings, as well as adding Yu Yanmi's contribution. Zhou He asked, "Young friend Liu, could you talk about what happened when you broke through? I still can't figure it out." This question was out of curiosity, as well as for accumulating knowledge for the sect. Everyone has painstakingly cultivated for years, laboriously grasping the power of the mind force bit by bit. Such a leap to the heavens is truly rare. Liu Yao saw no need to hide anything. After entering the fetal breath state, I felt there was a multicolored halo behind my head. I tried to condense it, and it turned into something like a tongue. I could perceive the outside world through it, and I could sink into my body and see myself clearly. After listening, Zhou He said, that halo represents emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, evil, fear. And the tongue is your condensed mind force. I, old Zhou He, am blind and deaf, it's through it that I perceive the outside world. Young friend Liu has a unique talent, your mind force is exceptionally strong, hence you can perceive and condense it easily. Others can't learn this." Liu Yao nodded, this was a result of his own effort, decrypting the peculiar books while wearing the tri-protective suit. Indeed, it was something others couldn't learn. Zhou He let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile spread across his seasoned face. "With this, we have another fellow traveler. Wudang Zhou He extends congratulations to you, young friend, on your breakthrough. Read exclusive chapters at Empire." Liu Yao hurriedly responded with a salute, "I dare not take all the credit, thank you for your guidance, senior. Without my help, you would have just been delayed a bit longer. I used to take pride in my talent for spirit refining, but now I wouldn't dare to compare with you." After a few words of banter, the rest came to offer their congratulations. Fu Fangsheng and the three other struggling students wore faces filled with sincere respect and admiration. Today they had truly opened their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel envious. While they couldn't even achieve meditation, someone else was breaking through consecutively, directly reaching the fetal breath realm. After the congratulations, Elder Zhou He began to talk about some matters related to the fetal breath realm. The most distinctive feature of the fetal breath realm is projection of the mind force outside the body. That paper crane is just a trifle. Next, you need to choose a musical instrument. Liu Yao's mind immediately filled with images of those cool musical instruments like flutes and xiao, but for some reason the suana and trumpets also muscled their way into his thoughts, prompting him to shake his head resolutely to banish them. Zhou He continued, the most well-known aspect of the fetal breath realm is its ability to aid in martial Dao cultivation. The mind force can observe oneself and others. Martial Dao cultivation is like a blind person crossing a log bridge. If someone can lead, the effect is significant. Next, the threshold of your home is bound to be worn out by the number of forces from all over that will want to court you. Prepare yourself mentally for that. Liu Yao nodded in understanding. This was inevitable. The stronger he became, the more such a day was bound to come. And the most important thing, Zhou He said gravely. Young friend Liu, during your visit to Jinling, weren't you curious why you saw no spirit refining peers? In my divine land, with its vast lands and exceptional people, there are 100 or so experts above the fetal breath realm, but why does none of them go to Jinling? Liu Yao folded his hands and said, please enlighten me, elder. Spirit refining at high levels is far more dangerous than the martial path. The distortion of the spirit will inevitably reflect on the body. Zhou He spoke with severity. As wondrous as the human spirit is, it is equally dangerous. You know the outcome of the Mahayana sect leader, this is the consequence of demonic possession in spirit refining. Deal with all aspects of spirit refining with caution and reverence, as if you are protecting your eyeballs. Take care of your spirit, avoid greed and delusion. Liu Yao said earnestly, I will take your teachings to heart. Zhou He's visage broke into a smile once more. Young friend Liu, congratulations again. Go back and stabilize your realm, don't forget the notes I gave you, you can start practicing with some pill recipes. After exchanging pleasantries, Fu Fangsheng and the two others activated their movement techniques and headed north. Only two groups of people remained. Yu Yanmei stood tall and elegant, her voice cool, don't forget, 30 times. Liu Yao smiled and said, don't worry, I won't forget. Li Pei stood by, still feeling dizzy and in disbelief. How could he have broken through so suddenly? She had watched Liu Yao start from stability and skyrocket straight to fetal breath. A person within the fetal breath realm could be the guardian of a state city, a top talent sought after by aristocratic clans, sectarian groups, and the imperial court. Especially since Liu Yao was also skilled in massage and alchemy. Combined with the mystical powers of fetal breath itself, he was a super talent that could bless his entire clan and sect. Li Pei's pretty face flushed red, and she resolved to herself, he is my perfect husband. While secretly clenching her teeth, she casually moved closer with a smile, young Master Lu's skills are sublime. Ever since I went back last time, I have been longing for them. I must bother you again this time. But don't worry, I will also massage you. No sooner had she spoken, than Liaoya suddenly stepped forward and said, Commandery Princess, there's no need to trouble you. Both of us sisters have already achieved stability, we will do just fine. Li Pei thought she was just being polite and didn't think much of it, only to express her surprise, all of you have achieved stability? Your school. Every one of you is a dragon among men. The more Li Pei looked at Liu Yao, the more she felt they were a perfect match. The young man was clean and pure, not to mention a spirit-refining genius, and both of his senior sisters were not weak either. If she were to form a marital alliance with him, returning to the capital would surely make everyone envious. Thinking of Liu Yao's achievement of spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing, Li Pei quickly reminded him. I used to be able to keep the news of your innate forgetting under wraps, but fetal breath is definitely not concealable. There will certainly be some good-for-nothings who will come to harass you. Young Master Liu, if it comes to it, you could consider associating with my family as a guest elder. Rest assured, I guarantee you won't be troubled. His state of innate forgetting might still be kept secret, but if she dared to conceal his fetal breath realm, it would no longer be a matter of neglect of duty, but rather suspicion of rebellion. Liu Yao smiled and said, I'll consider it. Then I'll come to find you for another massage the day after tomorrow. The Commandery Princess had become charming and gentle, with a gaze full of extraordinary colors, somewhat disconcerting to others. However, Liu Yao didn't think too much of it, as a spirit-refining expert skilled in massage, it was only natural for him to be highly sought after. The few exchanged polite farewells. Watching Liu Yao leave into the distance, Li Pei hugged her master's arm and said coquettishly, Master, I thank you. Yu Yanmei twisted her lips slightly, a hint of warmth crossing her normally cold face, massage me well tonight. I've used up all my innate true qi. Li Pei agreed cheerfully, sharing a relationship with her master that was both teacher and motherly. The Commandery Princess rarely revealed such girlish demeanors. But her expression quickly turned sour. The news can't be hidden, and I suppose soon enough some seductive tramps will come rushing to steal him. Sigh. To pull in a vigorous young male expert, there has always been one very effective method since ancient times: marrying a beauty. Chapter 191. After a sleep, I felt rejuvenated. As soon as he got home, Liao Qi jumped onto Liu Yao's body and screamed, "You've reached fetal breath." Her own man had actually become a figure akin to a federally appointed Daoist priest who watches over a place, and the young girl was extremely excited. Liao Ya touched her own face and laughed, "I find it unbelievable too. A person that only top sex and noble families could have has actually appeared in our modest Liao family fist." Liu Yao, holding the girl's heart-shaped cute behind, spun around twice on the spot and said, "You all should also hasten to decipher the Bitter Cultivation and Enlightenment Sutra, temper your mind force, and your cultivation will rise quickly." Liao Ya shook her head sincerely and said, "No, junior brother, just tempering mind force is not enough. You really have talent to be able to break through again and again. Do you remember when you first started martial arts? No matter what I taught, you learned very quickly, and back then you were just an ordinary person." Liao Qi, getting off her beloved, chimed in, "No matter whether it's the martial Dao or spirit refinement, you've always been a quick learner." Liu Yao thought to himself, "I have to thank the national compulsory education for that, as well as the internet for broadening my horizons. In the end, I also have to thank Zhang Xian for the golden finger he sent over, and that bout of illness that tormented me. The intense pain and repeated near-death experiences tempered my spiritual will. What doesn't break you will make you stronger." By the time they returned home, it was already late, so the three of them decided to settle down for the night. In the room, Liao Qi was lying on the bed, her fair and smooth legs kicking in the air, her hands propping up her chin as she gazed unblinkingly at Liu Yao, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I was just thinking about when I picked you up and brought you back to the boxing gym." Liao Qi was still smiling sweetly. "It's as if the heavens had arranged it, letting me meet you just at the right time. I never thought a sickly person like you could be so formidable." Liu Yao also lay down and hugged the girl. "This sickly guy ended up sleeping with you, didn't he, making you beg for mercy every day?" Liao Qi gave him a blank look, "You're just using your strong body to bully me. Just you wait, I'm close to marrow cleansing too. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you beg for mercy." That one glance was full of all sorts of charming sentiment, enough to melt bones. The girl now had the playfulness of a young girl and, at a glance, the allure of a mature woman. She was like a ripe, sweet fruit waiting to be plucked. Liu Yao patted her waist, "It's been a while since I've seen your carp stance, let me check your progress." Liao Qi trained hard every day, and of course, her carp stance hadn't faltered. It was the kung fu she had worked so hard on since she was young, and Liu Yao was extremely satisfied. However, the girl had always been transferring inner breath until now, which had delayed her cultivation, and she had yet to undergo marrow cleansing. As one who practiced the spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing, Liu Yao would of course help his woman to advance her cultivation. With no strength left to move, she turned over and lay in the arms of her beloved, murmuring sleepily, "Don't give it to me, keep it for your own cultivation." Liu Yao gently patted the girl's shoulder and said, "Get ready, we'll advance to the marrow cleansing realm together." Liu Yao extended his mind force into Liao Qi's body, revealing a strange painting. The functioning of the visceral organs, the flow of the blood and qi, as well as all the soft tissues and blood vessels, were all laid bare, as if she'd had an enhanced CT and MRI scan. This painting wasn't just seen, it was more like reflected. Wherever the mind force probed, corresponding images would appear in the mind. "I'm like a human-shaped X-ray machine. No need for a color ultrasound instrument anymore." After focusing the mind force, it was released. It provided a clearer view than a color ultrasound instrument, and it was especially suited for examining martial Dao cultivation. Liu Yao immediately got into action and shouted to Liao Qi, "Stimulate your inner breath, get ready to coordinate with me." Liao Qi nodded vigorously, getting ready to cooperate with her beloved. Liu Yao took a deep breath and entered a fetal breath state, transferring all his inner breath into the girl's body, causing her blood and inner breath to circulate rapidly. At that moment, Liu Yao's state was quite peculiar. The forgetfulness realm allowed for precise control of inner breath and unmatched reaction speed, while the fetal breath realm enabled him to precisely grasp all the dynamics of the human body. With their efforts combined, Liu Yao felt like a finely tuned instrument. Under his delicate control, their vital energy and inner breath precisely cleansed and refined their marrow. The strength and positioning were just right, any more would cause injury, any less would be ineffective. Moreover, Liu Yao kept adjusting according to the girl's physical condition, ensuring that each wave of cleansing achieved the best refining effect better than what the martial artists themselves would do. During her first marrow cleansing, Liao Qi's body twitched continuously as if electrocuted. Thankfully her beloved held her firmly. Under the strong sense of security, the girl simply opened up her entire body and mind, entrusting everything to Liu Yao. Normally, no one would dare to do this, for if the other party made the slightest mistake, one would be severely injured or even worse, which could damage the foundation of their body. But Liao Qi trusted Liu Yao, she trusted the man who had been creating miracles since the day she met him. After continuously refining for an hour, both of their inner breaths were completely depleted. Liu Yao slowly regulated his breathing to recover. Liao Qi jumped onto the ground, naked, and looked at her body in disbelief. I've cleansed my marrow just like that? I broke through the realm just by sleeping with you. Now, the post-cleansing marrow infused her vital energy with more vigor, and all her organs were nourished better, also producing more inner breath. Find exclusive stories on Empire. A perfect virtuous cycle greatly enhanced her physical condition, and her inner breath more than doubled. Liao Qi wrapped her inner breath around her fingertips, feeling the surging power within, her excitement and joy clearly overflowing. She put on a garment and was about to go show off to her sister but was pulled back by Liu Yao. It's the middle of the night, go tomorrow morning. I'll listen to you. The girl gazed at her love, who had a tired expression, and said earnestly, Liu Yao, it's really great having met you. Liu Yao exhaled a breath of stale air, me too. Having expended a lot of energy that night, the two embraced and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Liao Qi gave her beloved a peck and then rushed off to show off to her sister. Liu Yao stretched and got out of bed but didn't open his eyes. Even though his eyes were closed, he effortlessly dressed, washed up, and went to the courtyard to practice boxing. His life was not affected at all. Having helped Liao Qi break through last night, he became more adept at manipulating mind force, which could now replace the function of his eyes, albeit in a black and white world. In the distance, the two sisters were happily feeding the sparrows. After breaking through her realm, Liao Qi's strength greatly increased, her punches and kicks could blast the air with loud bangs and pops, and she exchanged blows with her sister, occasionally bursting into arrogant laughter. She had been beaten up quite a bit from childhood, and now she felt a sense of vindication, even daring to think about spanking her sister's bottom. Unfortunately, the next second, the more serious Liao Ya countered her, and pop pop pop, Liao Qi's bottom was quickly covered in smack marks. Not admitting defeat, Liao Qi shouted, with Liu Yao's help in my cultivation, I'll soon be better than you. Then I will definitely spank you really hard. Liao Ya scoffed, as if my junior brother doesn't help me in my cultivation. But since you said so, I'll take the chance to hit you a few more times now. The sisters continued their fight, the entire residence echoing with bangs and pops. Although Liao Qi was still not a match for her sister, they were now in the same realm, and it would exhaust Liao Ya to discipline her. 3 spiritual sparrowhawks perched on a fragrant camphor tree, curiously watching the commotion. Seeing his sister's strength surge, Liu Yao suddenly remembered the words of Taoist Zhou martial Dao cultivation was like a blind man crossing a log bridge, while a warrior in the fetal breath realm could lead others across. Mind force reflecting on the body, guiding vital energy and inner breath to assist in breaking through the realm. Such a skill is enough to ensure the continuation of a family or sect. Liu Yao took note, it seems the social status of the fetal breath realm is even higher than I anticipated. His thoughts were swiftly confirmed. Early in the morning, the prefectural governor of Yunzhou Mr. Wenren Liang, sent someone with an invitation card. Following that, the Director General of Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau Mr. Du Wenlin, also sent an invitation card. Chapter 192. 3 high-ranking officials visit together. Governor Wen, dressed in casual attire, made his way to Jin Garden to pay a visit. In the past, whenever the prefectural governor wanted to see any member of the Liao family fist, he simply needed to send someone to relay the message. But now he had to properly present a visiting card and then personally make the trip. Times had changed, the junior brother from Liao family fist, who once had the lowest realm, suddenly reached the fetal breath stage. Thinking of this, Governor Wen was filled with resentment towards Li Pei. The National Martial Arts Association is responsible for managing martial artists and also bears the important duty of selecting talents for the imperial court. It is not only required to register martial artists who break through to the organ refining realm, but also to report any spirit refining expert as soon as they emerge. That is the utmost priority. Especially for a fetal breath who is only in his 20s. This individual is clearly a spirit refining genius. The moment he reached the state of forgetfulness, he should have been promptly reported to the imperial court for recognition. This woman must have had a personal agenda, keeping it a secret until it could no longer be hidden. At this moment, Governor Wen was in a foul mood, deeply believing that Li Pei's actions were the reason his visit now seemed so abrupt. Normally, the rise of a spirit refining expert is accompanied by a corresponding growth process. If Li Pei had followed the proper procedures for reporting, there would have been many opportunities to interact and cultivate a relationship. Instead of rushing over to visit as soon as he heard about someone breaking through to a new realm, which was lacking in grace and refinement and put him in an inferior position. Governor Wen twirled his prayer beads, deep in thought. His main purpose for visiting this time was to express goodwill on behalf of someone behind him. At that moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. It turned out someone else had arrived at Jin Garden at the same time, making Governor Wen's expression turn sour. His attendant hurried forward to inquire and then reported back, "My lord, it's Du Wenlin. I announced your name, but he showed no intention of giving way." Du Wenlin. A flash of anger crossed Governor Wen's face. Doesn't the Director General of the Manufacturing Bureau have any sense of propriety anymore? It's normal for everyone to seek to make connections with a newly emerged spirit refining expert, but there are rules regarding order and precedence. Although Governor Wen and Du Wenlin held the same rank, as the local parent official, he should certainly be given priority over the head of a central enterprise stationed in the region, and should be the first to visit the Liao family. Du Wenlin's actions at this time were an overstep and highly inappropriate. At this moment, Du Wenlin strode over, seemingly with something to say. Governor Wen immediately got out of the carriage to hear what he had to say. "Governor Wen, it's been a long time," Du Wenlin greeted. "Director General Du, you're usually so busy with official duties. What brings you here today?" The two exchanged pleasantries with forced smiles, and Du Wenlin casually mentioned. "Back in the day, I worked under Director Lin together with Liao Qigong. The Liao family sisters are indeed daughters of an old friend. Seeing how they have managed their sect so prosperously brings me joy as their elder. I made a special trip today to visit." This was his way of pointing out his long-standing connection with the Liao family, suggesting his visit was both reasonable and appropriate. Governor Wen, however, thought this was preposterous. If he were truly an old friend, he wouldn't have neglected them for so many years. Governor Wen responded directly, "This is indeed strange, I had no idea your two families had such a relationship. When the Liao family was engaged in a life and death competition not long ago, it was quite dangerous. As their elder, Director General Du, you should have stepped in to prevent it." At these words, Du Wenlin's expression soured, and he too regretted not intervening. After all, as a non-local official, getting involved in local affairs could attract enmity and censure. Besides, at the time, he was busy constructing blast furnaces for steel making and did not come forward. Now it seemed he had truly missed out. But such is the nature of things, if everyone knew what the future held, there would be no such thing as regret. By this time, many people and horses had gathered around Jin Garden, all of them here to pay a visit to various powers. Seeing that Governor Wen and Du Wenlin were present, they did not dare to overstep, and waited respectfully in their places, allowing the higher-ups to proceed first. Governor Wen and Du Wenlin had been speaking in circles for quite a while, but neither would yield, especially in front of so many people. To back down would be to show weakness. However, continuing to tangle was equally undesirable. Governor Wen took the initiative and said, "Director General Du, shall we go together?" Du Wenlin replied, "That will do, after you, Governor Wen." The two walked into Jin Garden with unruffled composure, seemingly harmonious on the surface. But their followers exchanged cold glances, particularly the two organ refining realm experts, whose aura of killing intent leaked out, boding a fight that could erupt at any second. Young Master Lu is truly a gifted genius. In his 20s, and already in the fetal breath realm, our imperial court has gained another spirit refining expert, a cause for celebration indeed. I always knew young Master Lu was extraordinary, but I hadn't imagined he was such a dazzling talent in the art of spirit refinement. The two officials flatter me too much, my little ability is nothing noteworthy. Liu Yao, leading the two imperial court officials into the main hall, took their seats and exchanged pleasantries. Liao Qi then brought in some tea. Governor Wen and Du Wenlin quickly received it with both hands, with Du Wenlin even nodding appreciatively and kindly at Liao Qi. Both knew she was Liu Yao's woman, as well as a senior sister, and obviously, she should not be treated like a common servant. Du Wenlin was the first to speak. I must let young Master Liu know that the book you gifted has been of great use. With the methods described within, our manufacturing bureau has erected 2 blast furnaces, producing 10 tons of steel daily. They're used for replicating the Jihad Kingdom's Type 98 rifles, Type 88 rapid-fire cannons, and their shells and cannonballs. Liu Yao casually responded, "Congratulations to Director General Du." Du Wenlin, with restrained pride, nodded and said with satisfaction, "Currently, the Imperial Court receives full support from Jihad and has acquired the technology for casting field artillery." Governor Wen suddenly interjected, "Director General Du, I've heard that the manufacturing bureau's guns are quite dear, costing 2/100 of a silver piece each. Buying directly from Jihad would only cost 1/100, and this goes even more so for the cannons. Moreover, the quality is far from comparable. There is a growing complaint within the court that it's better to buy than to make." Hearing this, Du Wenlin's expression changed, and he replied in a grave tone, "All beginnings are hard. How can matters of military and state be controlled by outsiders? Please wait a few more years, Governor Wen. I shall create ironclad ships for the Imperial Court, forging sharp blades in its service." Governor Wen said nothing but smiled. Du Wenlin ignored him and, taking a deep breath, addressed Liu Yao, "Li Zhongtang is desperate for talent and, having heard of young Master Lu's great abilities, wished to meet you in person. Unfortunately, a sudden incident in Jinmen has prevented his coming. Should you wish to serve, Zhongtang is willing to recommend you for a third-rank position." This was an open offer to recruit him, a generous gesture, suddenly elevating Liu Yao to the same rank as the 2 officials present. Du Wenlin also felt sentimental. When they first met, Liu Yao was but a junior, yet in just over a year's time, had become someone who could sit at the same level as himself. Governor Wen sipped his tea and added, "Scholar Zhang is also willing to recommend young Master Liu for a third-rank position, in either civilian or military capacity, with the third-rank Haoming patent to boot." After they finished speaking, Governor Wen and Du Wenlin calmly enjoyed their tea and chatted amicably, with no apparent urgency for Liu Yao to make a decision, as if they were merely passing on a message. "Continue your journey with Empire." They were not there to force Liu Yao to join one side or the other. Instead, they were expressing goodwill on behalf of the powerful figures they represented, as well as themselves, towards a spirit-refining expert. After all, a fetal breath realm expert was someone they might engage with someday. Maintaining a good relationship could only be beneficial. Liu Yao was aware of this and merely accompanied them in sipping tea and chatting without making any commitments. As for Li and Zhang, he had no interest in joining either of them. Chapter 193. All are willing to work like dogs and horses. The intentions had been clearly expressed, so Governor Wen and Du Wenlin exchanged a few pleasantries before rising to leave. After seeing them off, Liaoya came running over excitedly and said, "The 2 officials brought many medicinal herbs and even ambergris." Liu Yao smiled and said, "I'll learn how to make ambergris myself soon." The fragrance was of no use to him, but the 2 women had quite a need for it. With her eyes sparkling, Liaoya stared unwaveringly at her junior brother and said admiringly, "You're a big shot now, even third-grade officials have to come and curry favor with you. Just forging relationships in advance." Liu Yao saw it clearly. He was now equivalent to a top-tier technical talent, definitely to be courted and flattered by all manner of people. He felt somewhat elated after being showered with praise by 2 third-grade officials. He actually dared to audaciously wrap his arm around his senior sister's waist, teasingly saying, "Senior sister, let's go inside so I can give you a massage with the marvels of fetal breath, guaranteeing you'll feel fantastically comfortable." Liaoya pushed his hand away and scolded, "Are you crazy? Liao Qi is still at home." But the thought that her sister had reached the marrow-cleansing realm just overnight made her quite expectant of her junior brother's massage. She bit her lip and said, "When my sister is not at home, you can do it for me then. It's just a massage, no funny business allowed. Rest assured, senior sister, I am a true gentleman who would not think of misconduct." The following days were all about dealing with a continuous stream of visitors coming to pay their respects. The visitors were a mixed bunch, including guilds, clans, and peers from the martial faction, all exceedingly sycophantic and eager to please just to leave a good impression for future dealings. Some were blunt, as long as Great Master Lu was willing to help them break through their current realm, money or secret manuals were theirs for the choosing. Others were sneaky, bringing along their beautiful daughters/disciples, their purpose is obvious. For a time, the threshold was bustling, filled with fragrant breezes. Unfortunately for them, the person receiving these guests was the head of Liao family Fist Master Liao Liaoye. The Liao family sisters were among the most top-tier beauties judged by their appearances alone. Master Liao didn't even have to rely on her charm, her beauty alone overawed all living creatures, leaving a group of women to walk away dispiritedly. While most people were handled by Liaoye with just a few nonchalant words, there were some old connections that had the opportunity to meet with Liu Yao directly. Among them was Duan Pei of the Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall. This man had made a special trip to warn them when Barrett first showed his power by targeting Master Peng, and the Liao family was indebted to him. Now, the marrow cleansing realm master of the hall was staring absent-mindedly at the exquisite garden. Back then, I was only focused on the Liao family's eldest lady, completely overlooking the real dragon. Who could have thought that sickly boy would soar to the heavens so suddenly? He shook his head to dispel his random thoughts. Leveraging the goodwill of past days, Duan Pei became the first local bigwig of Yunzhou to meet with Liu Yao. By the lakeside pavilion, Liu Yao was folding paper. Being dexterous was a basic quality for spirit refining, and in no time, a lifelike paper crane appeared in his hands. Liu Yao played with the paper crane for a while, then tossed it into the air. The paper crane fluttered its wings, circling the pavilion 4 or 5 times before plopping down to the ground. Liu Yao shook his head, dissatisfied. The ones made by old Zhou could fly more than 10 kilometers. From a distance, Duan Pei witnessed this scene and was both astonished and envious. The wonders of spirit refinement were indeed like the methods of immortals, able to turn paper into something seemingly alive. In the background, one could faintly hear a young girl saying, "Zhou, he has cultivated the fetal breath for dozens of years, and you think you can match him after only 2 days? You must be dreaming." Duan Pei looked closely and saw that it was the Liao family's eldest daughter, with the second daughter by her side. The two women had rosy lips and white teeth, with skin so smooth and luminous it seemed to flow. Their vitality was far beyond that of organ refining, embodying a stature of strong bones and abundant qi and blood. They have all reached the marrow cleansing realm. Duan Pei was astounded beyond measure, for he knew the realms of the two women from before. Within a year, they had all cleansed their marrow, which must undoubtedly be attributed to the miraculous abilities of that spirit refinement master. Duan Pei suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly approached. At that moment, 3 sharp cries rang out from the sky, and 3 majestic spiritual sparrowhawks swooped down, surrounding and fluttering their wings, attempting to nudge their master's hand for a massage. Seeing this, Duan Pei wasn't too surprised. A spirit refining expert, being wealthy was already an essential attribute, and keeping 3 spirit birds was nothing out of the ordinary. However, what happened next drove him to envy to the point of madness. He saw Liu Yao extend his arms to both sides, massaging the 3 sparrowhawks. The sparrowhawks rolled their eyes back and stuck out their tongues, lying on the table as if their souls had soared to the heavens in sheer bliss. Duan Pei's jealousy was palpable. This was a massage from a spirit refinement master. And it was being wasted on 3 birds. Who knows how many martial artists would be willing to bankrupt themselves, paying any price just to be touched a few times. At this moment, Duan Pei suddenly understood the saying deeply: when one man gains enlightenment, even his pets ascend to heaven. He quickly approached to pay his respects to the newly risen Great Master Liu. When Liu Yao saw someone approaching, he smiled and said, "Hall Master Duan, long time no see." Duan Pei bowed to the ground. "I dare not, I have seen Great Master Liu." Liu Yao gestured with his hand for the visitor to take a seat. Duan Pei didn't even dare to sit. Running a martial arts hall in Yunzhou might not guarantee proficiency in martial arts, but one must obviously excel in human relations. He was acutely aware of the gap in status between himself and the person before him, and wouldn't dare waste the master's time. He got straight to the point. "Great Master Liu, on behalf of the martial faction of Yunzhou, I have come to congratulate you on advancing to the spirit embryo breathing realm. If there is anything at all that doesn't suit you, this humble one, as well as all 18 martial arts halls of the Yunzhou martial faction, are all willing to toil on your behalf." His words carried a posture so low, indicating his willingness to be of service without mentioning any conditions. Liu Yao smiled and said nothing. picking up a piece of paper and beginning to fold a paper airplane. Duanpei remained bowed down and hastily added, regarding the troublemakers within the martial faction, we have already dealt with them ourselves, ensuring no one dares to engage in such heaven-defying and immoral acts like opium consumption. The paper airplane was ready, and Liu Yao touched it thrice before tossing it. The plane swiftly glided over the surface of the lake, disappearing into the distance beyond sight. Hall Master Duan has good intentions, if there is ever a matter, I will naturally give you my orders. Duanpei's face lit up with joy, promptly saying, Great Master Liu, please don't be polite, just give your commands. Liu Yao nodded and took a sip of his tea. Duanpei quickly got up to take his leave. After he left, Liao Ya said, he came for his only son. His son's talent is meager, without external help, he will at most be an organ refiner in this lifetime. Liu Yao nodded. He had come to realize that the status afforded by the fetal breath realm was extraordinary, not because it was particularly miraculous or powerful, but mainly due to its unparalleled auxiliary cultivation abilities, which could guarantee the continuity of a lineage. Those who approached him were mostly interested in this aspect. Liao Qi's eyes widened in surprise and she said, wait a second. Listening to Duanpei's words, has Liu Yao become the honored emperor of Yunzhou's martial faction? Able to order the martial faction of Yunzhou around at will? Liao Ya nodded and explained, pretty much. He came representing dozens of martial arts halls in the city. They were smart to know that they don't amount to much individually, but by coming together, they could perhaps earn brothers' high regard. After all, our Liao family has 3 who have reached the marrow cleansing realm. Liu Yao folded another paper airplane and threw it. Discover stories at Empire. In a world where extraordinary powers exist, once you have power, wealth and influence naturally fall into your hands. And countless people are eager and willing to serve you. Chapter 194. Sister, I believe in you. Early in the morning, Li Pei rarely sat in front of the dressing table to get ready. The beauty in the mirror had short hair, equal in length to her ears, clean and lazy, which was very special in this era. Her stern phoenix eyes carried a hint of spring mood, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes made her incredibly alluring. Li Pei always wore very tight-fitting clothes, which made her stand out. Yu Yanmei lay on the bed, watching her disciple with a spring-like face with an amused expression, clicking her tongue, are you going to give Liu Yao a massage today? Li Pei put on a pair of earrings, the clear and lustrous jade accentuating the subtlety of a woman's charm to perfection. Yu Yanmei suddenly asked, Pai Pei, is it Liu Yao you like, or Liu Tai Xi? Li Pei turned to look at her master, understanding her meaning. She was asking if Li Pei liked Liu Yao as a person or if she simply wanted to find a young spirit-refining genius. She answered with a smile, I have a very good impression of young Master Liu. He is generous and has donated food many times, his talent in spirit refinement is admirable. Plus he's witty and gentle. I'm very satisfied with him. Yu Yanmei lay sprawled on her disciple's bed, muttering, the standard choice of a royal lady for a husband: no love, no feeling, no fun. Master, young Master Liu is really great, having such a husband is both substantial and prestigious. Returning to the capital, who knows how many will be envious. Li Pei believed that a dignified and supportive husband like Liu Yao was simply perfect. As for the lack of feelings, that could be cultivated slowly, anyway Liu Yao was not someone she disliked. At that moment, she was fully adorned, and one could see a stunning woman in a Western-style dress standing elegantly tall. Yu Yanmei's eyes flashed with admiration. Her disciple's looks, figure and demeanor were all top-notch choices. It was indeed a bargain for that Liu Ziazi. But then she remembered something and reminded her, your original fiancé Xiang Cheng, still can't swallow his pride and wants revenge. His father is not easy to deal with, and he also has the Einheit title. You must be careful. Li Pei's face showed disgust, let Einheit win the war first before we talk. The newspapers now clearly knew what readers wanted to see, and they were filled with reports on the war. Even though many Western countries were fighting, the focus was on England, France and Germany. Liu Yao sat in the pavilion flipping through the papers, exclaiming in surprise, damn, Frandy has already had 100,000 deaths. The paper read. The Frandy infantry wore very noticeable red jackets and blue trousers, while officers had even more striking black and gold uniforms. In the majestic sounds of La Marseillaise, they launched an attack on Jihad as if they were in a parade. The result was predictable. In the face of Jihad's artillery fire, Frandy suffered over 100,000 casualties in just 3 days. The exact number is not yet available, but informed sources reveal it has exceeded 150,000. Up to now, Einheit has lost 20,000 people, and Jihad has lost 50,000 people. Liu Yao marveled, these powers fight so fiercely. How could so many die? He soon found the answer, upon seeing a photo of the trenches in the newspaper, filled with dead soldiers holding their own necks with tongues sticking far out. Poison gas? No wonder. It appeared 2 years early, but that's normal, since vampires have been researching it. Liu Yao sighed, then saw other pictures in the newspaper, amazingly of various tanks, including the Renault tank and Jihad's experimental vehicle. The early tanks looked very strange, like a loaf of bread that had been stepped on, but they were indeed genuine killing machines. Liu Yao frowned, it looks like these are just test models on the battlefield, but the powers will soon realize how useful these things are. But this development is too rapid. At that moment, Liu Yao just flipped to a photo of a technician repairing a tank. The technician, covering his face and mouth, with notably sharp ears, was indeed a vampire. Liu Yao's mind flashed with realization, and he immediately understood, that's right, vampires have extremely long lifespans, even the lowest-ranking ones can live for 200 years. They have more time to learn and accumulate knowledge, so their scientific and technological progress is also faster. Through this war, the demon beasts will master more efficient and brutal methods of slaughter. Originally, after reaching the fetal breath realm, Liu Yao was somewhat inflated with pride due to the praise he received, but at this moment, he completely snapped out of it. I can't be satisfied yet, I must continue to get stronger. Bringing in more powerful weapons from Blue Star, only by doing so can I live happily ever after. Living happily ever after was Liao Qi's wish. As a man, it was his duty to fulfill his woman's wishes. At this time, the clever Sui Arya hurried over and respectfully said, Uncle Master, the commandery princess is here. Liu Yao was very fond of this sensible and well-behaved little apprentice niece, and with a smile, he said, invite her to the guest room. Oh right, inform your master as well. Arya bowed and quickly left with nimble steps. Because of the excessive number of messy guests, Jin Garden had already closed its doors to visitors. Currently, Sui Arya was responsible for receiving all visitors, honing her ability to interact with people. The little girl was already 10 years old, and due to her unique experiences, she appeared much more mature than her actual age. Liao Ye's expression grew stern upon hearing her disciple's report. Knowing the commandery princess's intentions, she quickly found her younger sister and said, Sister Li is here for a massage, go keep an eye on her. Liao Qi, who had just advanced to the marrow cleansing realm and was practicing her punches to stabilize her realm, asked in confusion, keep an eye on her? Keep an eye on what exactly? Liao Ye's expression faltered and she hesitatedly said, I mean, Liu Yao is a fetal breath expert, aren't you afraid someone might snatch him away? You mean a seduction plot? That's right. Some of the visitors who came before brought women with them. Liao Qi suddenly realized the situation and was just about to go act as a third wheel when she abruptly stopped halfway. Sister, what if the commandery princess isn't that kind of person, wouldn't we be unfairly suspicious? How about this, you keep an eye on her. Your close relationship with the commandery princess makes it perfectly reasonable for you to be there. Stay connected with Empire. Liao Qi grabbed her sister's hand earnestly and said, Sister, I trust you. Please take good care of Liu Yao for me. Liao Ye, seeing her sister's sincere, innocent eyes like those of a fawn, felt suddenly ashamed. She forced a smile and said, Don't worry. Liu Yao was leading Li Pei to the guest room, frequently casting glances at the commandery princess as they walked. She usually wore a female suit, but today, she was dressed in a tight-fitting white top. It beautifully accentuated her figure due to the thin, clinging fabric, and as a martial artist, the tightness didn't make her look sloppy, her shape was perfect. Liu Yao subconsciously wondered, I wonder what it feels like to the touch. As they walked briskly, Liu Yao casually commented on the current intense power struggles between the major powers. Although Jihad's offensive is fierce, it still falls short of the never-setting sun of Einheit, and I'm not optimistic about it. Li Pei smiled in agreement, young Master Liu makes a lot of sense. Upon entering the guest room, Li Pei boldly took off her top, revealing her full, fair upper body as smooth as cream. She was left in only an about-to-burst brassiere, with not a trace of shyness or awkwardness on her face. Lying on the bed, she unhooked her bra from behind and said with an unabashed smile. "I'll trouble you, young Master Lu." Chapter 195. There is no better reference than this. Commandery Princess, there's no need for courtesy. Lu Yao was taken aback for a moment, but not particularly surprised. This Commandery Princess has always carried an aura of proud confidence, which was completely opposite to that of his own senior sister. However, something felt different today. The young lady was smiling particularly sweetly and even held a hint of seduction. She wouldn't still be thinking of recruiting me, would she? His hands pressed on her back, and his mind force descended, making everything as clear as if it were in the palm of his hand. Lu Yao once again became a precise instrument, manipulating his peak control over his strength and inner breath to stimulate the body beneath his hands. This was not Li Pei's first time seeking him out for a massage, but it felt entirely different from before. The last time she visited, Lu Yao forgot himself, Art of the Dragon Slayer manual inducing the full body tremor technique. This time, however, it was fetal breath. Li Pei felt waves of heat one after another, spreading from the great dragon throughout her limbs and bones, penetrating the deepest parts of her body, stimulating her sinews, aperture points, viscera, and even her hair follicles. Her entire body seemed to be washed over by scorching waves, and the efficiency of her blood transportation increased by more than tenfold. This was more than just comfort, there was also a sense of euphoria that comes from the body's instinctual response to being strengthened. As Lu Yao's hands continued downwards, Li Pei, being an untouched maiden, felt nervous, involuntarily squeezing her legs together. Fortunately, Lu Yao was very respectful and didn't make any inappropriate moves. Li Pei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but soon encountered the same embarrassing situation as Liao Ye. The Huiyang point was scorched by the heat wave, resulting in certain natural physical reactions, impossible to resist through sheer willpower. Li Pei struggled with all her might to endure, staking the dignity of a royal lady and a blood exchange warrior, finally managing not to embarrass herself as Liao Ye had. But her 10 twinkling toes kept flexing, clearly in agony. Eventually, she reached her limit. Her breathing became too rapid, causing her vocal cords to vibrate, and she let out an involuntary moan like a kitten's mew. Making such a sound when a lone man and woman were together, was quite awkward. But at the moment, Lu Yao was too focused to care about the sensuality. Even if one knows the methods of the martial path, it is only theoretical knowledge, armchair strategy, and actual practice could raise countless doubts and difficulties. Right now, the body of a blood exchange warrior was laid bare before him without any reservations, revealing all secrets under the light of mind force. There could be no better reference in the world than this. Lu Yao carefully savored Li Pei's blood exchange body, noting its differences from his own, and immediately realized her blood was like liquid mercury, lustrous and carrying more than 5 times the blood and energy than his own. This blood was like rocket fuel, containing immense energy. To truly understand, you must leave the paper behind. With a practical reference, my own cultivation will more than double in efficiency. Lu Yao was thrilled. What he'd originally thought would be a tedious task of 30 massages turned out to have such benefits. Continue reading on Empire. He could both enjoy the smooth touch of the royal lady and gain deep insights into the cultivation of the blood exchange realm, all the while refining his own mind force. It was a most profitable affair. In his excitement, Lu Yao massaged with even more effort. He conscientiously kneaded and stimulated every part of Li Pei's body with precision. There inevitably were oversights or neglected areas during martial practice, which Lu Yao considerately corrected one by one. At first, Li Pei felt a warm sensation all over, but as it continued, it grew hotter and her qi and blood flowed more joyously, feeling utterly marvelous. She was astonished the effects of Lu Yao's massage equated to her own arduous month of transporting qi and blood. The palace servants had also massaged her, but she had never experienced such intense effects. Upon reflection, Li Pei immediately realized, the palace masters, they were just going through the motions, whereas the man before her was sincerely putting in effort. He knows how to take care of someone, knows how to be tender, and that's the key. Realizing this, the royal lady became even more eager to recruit Lu Yao into her fold. After glancing at her own fair and exquisite body, she had confidence in her allure. The massage had ended, and Li Pei covered her chest before rising with a smile. Young Master Lu possesses excellent technique, Li Pei is exceedingly thankful. Lu Yao let out a breath slowly, you're too kind. Massaging the Commandery Princess was also very beneficial for me. Li Pei knew what he meant and, raising her arm with a smile, said, "If young Master Lu doesn't mind, feel free to examine me. I've cultivated my blood exchange very solidly, you can take me as a reference." She covered her chest while stretching out her fair, lotus-like arm, instantly revealing much to the delight of onlookers. The ivory peaks of her bosom were hinted at tantalizingly. Feeling Lu Yao's roaming eyes on her body, Li Pei smiled even more joyfully. Having grown up in a house of power and privilege, she understood a principle well: things like authority and status had to be fought for. And the same held true for an outstanding husband. The blood exchange mirror was crucial, so of course, Lu Yao wouldn't be shy and grasped the snowy white arm before him to inspect it closely. Li Pei leaned against Lu Yao inadvertently, watching with a smile brimming with intent. At that moment, a cough interrupted the steamy atmosphere. It was Liao Ye. She had arrived earlier, but since the two were in the middle of business, she didn't want to disturb them, waiting until now to enter. Liao Ye looked at Li Pei, who was seductive, her expression complex as if seeing this sister in a new light. Li Pei awkwardly withdrew her charm and forced a laugh. Sister is lucky to have such an impressive younger brother. Liao Ye moved forward silently, helping the commandery princess secure the ties of her chest garment, then put on the upper garment. Both buxom beauties looked extraordinarily dazzling, and standing together, it was hard to tell them apart at the moment. After tidying her appearance, Li Pei tossed her hair and said elegantly, "I really appreciate young Master Lu today, I won't impose any further, so I shall take my leave." Then she said to Liao Ye, "Sister, would you see me out?" Both walked outside the house, strolling alongside the lake. Liao Ye looked over with a mournful expression, "Sister, you've put me in quite an awkward position. Didn't you say last time if it doesn't work out, then let it be?" Li Pei, unabashed, said, "Sister, it's not that I want to steal him. The imperial court's rewards will arrive soon, and by then, Lu Yao will be known the world over as a spirit refinement master. Those who wish to form marriage alliances could line up from Yunzhou all the way to Jinmen. Some of the more informed, seductive vixens are likely already on their way. Instead of letting others benefit, why not let it be me?" Liao Ye burst into a mix of laughter and tears, coughing and responding, "My junior brother isn't like that." Li Pei curled her lip, thinking to herself, "A moment ago, your junior brother's eyes were almost popping out, there isn't a man who isn't lustful." However, Li Pei wasn't in a rush, since, for the time being, it seemed that Lu Yao had a good impression of her, and that was enough. She just needed to play her cards right, getting too anxious could only tense up their relationship. Li Pei took Liao Ye's hand, saying, "Sister, once the imperial court's rewards arrive, the Liao family fist will be known as a prestigious and renowned faction, let me congratulate you in advance." With a fetal breath expert to protect them, the faction would surely thrive and continuously produce great warriors, destined to become a legendary clan. Chapter 196. Sooner or later, there will be a battle. In the following days, Lu Yao was incredibly busy. He not only had to practice projecting his mind force, a basic ability of the fetal breath realm of cultivation, but also needed to continue his martial path training. Having completely understood how to ascend to blood exchange by massaging Li Pei, what he needed next was the accumulation of time. Being in the fetal breath realm allowed him to observe others and himself, making cultivation no longer a blind man feeling an elephant but a purposeful refinement of his entire body's marrow, drastically more efficient. Deciphering bitter cultivation and enlightenment sutra also did not stop. This could not only gain precious knowledge of spirit refinement but also strengthen the power of his mind force. However, progress remained very slow, as this autobiography was interspersed with too many useless moans and sighs. Plus, having to give massages to the whole family, Lu Yao felt he had never lived so fully before. One day, while sitting in a pavilion, Lu Yao folded a paper airplane and threw it, watching it fly dozens of meters away. The airplane circled in the sky several times as the imbued mind force was expended, before diving onto his senior sister's plump buttocks. Liao Ye turned her head to glare at him, then continued practicing her punches. Lu Yao was beside himself with glee. Lately, he hadn't stopped teasing the young ladies. Mainly because the senior sister insisted on lying on the table for massages, covering all the important parts which made it unsatisfying for him. After a melee between the three spiritual sparrowhawks, Ping'an managed to snatch the newspaper and bring it to his master. Lu Yao was somewhat speechless as he held the crumpled mess of a paper, but luckily, it was still legible. A fierce battle at Main River, Jihad retreated. Both sides built trenches for a lengthy standoff, transitioning to trench warfare. Up to now, Frandy has lost 350,000 people, Einheit has lost 300,000 people, Jihad has lost 300,000 people. Is it really this explosive just at the start? As Liu Yao looked at the photos of ordinary soldiers killed by poison gas and machine guns, he couldn't help admiring the killing efficiency of the other world. The casualties were so grievous, exceeding Blue Star by 30%. And this was under circumstances where many missing persons couldn't be accounted for, the actual numbers were only higher. An other world that is years ahead in technology tree, along with the extraordinary combat abilities of vampires and knights, will only cause greater destruction in warfare. But with the major powers embroiled in their own struggles, the imperial court should have some breathing space now, right? Recent newspapers often featured extensive special reports on the 3 ironclad warships Ding Yuan, Zhen Yuan, Ji Yuan purchased from Jihad, marking the imperial court's navy's 6 years of establishment, finally with ships worthy of the name. However, a piece of news in the corner of the newspaper caught Liu Yao's attention. Izumo sends more troops to Goryeo, attempting to extricate Goryeo from imperial court's control. Liu Yao frowned, thinking, after defeating the Rakshasa, Izumo is officially one of the major powers. But with its narrow territory, the only way forward is outward expansion. It looks like a battle is inevitable, and who knows how the other world's imperial court will hold up. As he pondered, Liaoya came over, poking his head a few times with the paper airplane as retaliation, then said. The commandery princess called the palace has sent a great eunuch with your enfeoffment documents. He arrives today and told us, to prepare more silver taels. At this moment, Li Pei was giving her master a foot massage to repay the great kindness shown in helping her become an adult. Yu Yanmei lay in the big bathtub, her fair feet sticking out for her disciple to knead. Her eyebrows were furrowed, biting down hard on her teeth with a contorted expression on her face. Her 10 toes fidgeted restlessly, causing great trouble for the masseuse. Master, if you don't relax and keep liking foot massages, stop moving around. I can't locate the acupoints. An innate martial artist's feet moving about, Li Pei just had her blood exchange but couldn't maintain control. She simply stopped massaging and joined her master in the bathtub for a medicinal bath. Yu Yanmei asked, how's the progress? Li Pei said reservedly, he doesn't dislike me, after a few encounters. I'm ready to lay my cards on the table. Yu Yanmei glanced at her disciple with the striking figure and wasn't surprised at all, no normal man could resist that. However, when she saw her disciple, she suddenly frowned and asked, you? Li Pei crossed her legs and covered up, her face flushing as she said, what's the big deal? It's perfectly normal, lots of people do this. I've only seen you doing this. Master, have you seen many naked women? Li Pei, unusually impatient, argued back and forth for a while. Just then, the phone on the table rang. She hurried out of the bathtub to answer it, as there were very few who could call here. As soon as she picked up, it turned out to be her father. All she said was yes I know don't worry, then she hung up, looking rather forlorn. Yu Yanmei asked, was it Prince? What's the matter? Daddy was praising me, because I'm well acquainted with Liu Yao. Li Pei sighed, I've toiled day and night for the imperial court in Yunzhou, even risking my life several times, and he's never praised me for that. Yu Yanmei spoke bluntly, a wild spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing, if you can reel that in, I'd sing your praises to high heaven too if I were the prince. It's much more worthwhile than making connections with the rich and powerful. It's Ndihe who's come, I have to go meet him. Master, please enjoy the bath by yourself. This was Liu Yao's first time seeing an eunuch from the other world. Yet this eunuch had the largest entourage he had seen so far. 15 cars were parked at the entrance of Jin Garden, with 50 retainers clad in brocade robes stepping out, escorting a blue-clad eunuch. Li Pei had warned over the phone that this man was a confidant of the Empress Dowager, the chief eunuch Ndihe, arrogant and greedy for wealth. This time it was he who brought the imperial conferment documents, and his cultivation was innate and fetal breath. Li Pei began with introductions, this is young Master Liu Yao, who has purified his marrow through martial path and attained spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing. Supported by a delicate-looking young eunuch, Ndihe opened and closed his eyes, releasing a mind force that scanned over like radar waves. Liu had to use a similar force of mind force to counter it. He knew this was a routine probe and said with a fist salute, Eunuchan, I am honored to meet you. Having said that, he glanced at Liao Qi, who stepped forward with a brocade box in her arms. The young eunuch beside Ndihe hurriedly took it, weighed it with a swing of his hand, and quietly reported, "Godfather, 100 taels." Ndihe nodded modestly, quite satisfied with Liu Yao's offering. Young Master Liu is indeed a person of noble character, breaking into the fetal breath realm is surely a boon for the imperial court. You are hereby granted the salary and benefits of a third-rank official with the privilege to remain standing when addressing the court. With a wave of his hand, the retainers behind him quickly passed all the relevant documents to Liu Yao. For just 500 pieces, Liu Yao managed to send a chief eunuch on his way, smiling sincerely, "I don't dare claim such honors, I don't dare." He even made a gesture with his hand, inviting, "Eunuchin, would you care to come inside for a talk?" "No need, I still have duties to perform for the Empress Dowager, so I won't impose further." Ndihe departed swiftly, with the entire convoy vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Pei came over and said, "Local officials are hoping Eunuchin will say good things in front of the Empress Dowager after he returns to the capital. Now you have to get in line to give Eunuchin silver, he's too busy collecting money to want to spend much time here." Chapter 197. Standing on which side? Eunuchin stayed for a total of less than 5 minutes, leaving promptly and decisively. Liao Qi was somewhat dissatisfied and questioned. This person is an innate combined with fetal breath powerhouse, and yet he's still so greedy for wealth, not to mention extremely rude. What's there to be proud of? It won't be long before our Liu Yao will certainly be of the innate realm too. Liu Yao rubbed his younger sister's head and said, "A person's abilities have nothing to do with their character." Young Master Lu's words make a lot of sense. However, Li Pei said apologetically, Eunuch N's attitude is mainly because he regards you as a member of the Li family. Seeing that the three of them were looking at her, Li Pei decided to lay it all out clearly. Our two families are closely connected, and outsiders all think that young Master Liu will definitely stand on the side of the Li family. And Eunuchin is a man of the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Dowager is somewhat suspicious of my father. The commandery princess gave them cultivation techniques, carriages and houses, and also helped the three obtain official positions, and she herself donated grain twice for her sake. To outsiders, the relationship between the two families was so good they might as well be wearing the same trousers. Liu Yao understood Li Pei's meaning and said slowly, "That's why Eunuchin was particularly cold. And his visit also had the intention of giving us a warning. The palace specifically sent a spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing eunuch as a subtle message: don't get cocky, the imperial court has an abundance of talents, and there are plenty of spirit refining experts." Li Pei nodded, "As long as young Master Liu understands. This matter is indeed helpless. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. No matter, we were originally going to stand by your side anyway." Having spent a long time together, Liu Yao felt that the commandery princess was kind and righteous, worth making deep connections with, and had long since considered her a friend. On the other hand, the Empress Dowager's reputation among the common people wasn't very good due to the cultivation garden. At that moment, Liao Qi curiously asked, "Sister Li, have you ever seen the Empress Dowager?" Li Pei gently replied with a smile, "I have seen her. Her Highness is one of the 4 great Grand Masters of the kingdom, enjoying great prestige in the regency." Liao Qi, feeling that the commandery princess was very gentle today, boldly asked, "I've heard that it is the Empress Dowager who really calls the shots in the imperial court now." Liao Ya quickly pulled her sister aside, "Be quiet, what nonsense are you saying? It wasn't very appropriate to discuss such matters in front of a commandery princess." Li Pei said with a laugh, "It's all right, it's common knowledge that the Empress Dowager listening behind the curtain." However, with the intense power struggle in the court at present, and the Empress Dowager indeed suppressing her own father, Li Pei did not wish to talk about this topic any further. She took out an exquisite lady's watch and said, "Sister, I haven't congratulated you on your marrow cleansing yet, this is for you as a congratulatory gift." The watch was made primarily of platinum, with its bezel densely studded with sparkling diamonds. It was finely crafted and extravagantly elegant, extremely eye-catching. In Blue Star, it could sell for several million. Liao Qi looked at Liu Yao and, seeing him nod, happily accepted it. "Thank you, sister." Li Pei personally helped her put it on and said with a smile, "To be marrow cleansed at such a young age, you really have a limitless future. I really wish I had a sister as outstanding as you." "Don't flatter me anymore, Sister Li, it was all with Liu Yao's help. Your own efforts and talent are also very important." Li Pei quickly coaxed Liao Qi into a happy mood, and the two were intimate and chatty, laughing and joking together. Liaoya felt rather speechless on the side. Silly bumpkin, someone's trying to steal food from your bowl, and you're still laughing so happily. After the official decrees for Liu Yao were delivered, the government immediately telegraphed the news to the whole world. The imperial court was quite happy to add luster to its own face, using talented people emerging in large numbers to show harmony and good governance. No matter the dynasty, fetal breath experts who assisted in cultivating and breaking through realms were always popular. Before the third day had arrived, Liu Yao's doorstep had become like a marketplace, crammed with people from all over the country. They represented various forces, using the name of congratulations to try to make a familiar face and leave a good impression on Great Master Liu, preparing for future dealings. Of course, various little schemes were essential, and half of the people at the door were young and beautiful girls. The Liao family sisters faced this as if it were a great enemy, because the quality of the girls who came knocking this time was clearly more than just a notch higher. The most noticeable among them was a young woman dressed only in a sheer gown, which was semi-transparent if you looked closely enough to see the hints of red. There was also nothing but emptiness between her legs, clearly wearing nothing at all underneath. This woman offered her visiting card with a smile, saying, "Le Fei of the Joyful Sect, at your service." Liaoya took the visiting card with a frosty face, and upon seeing it, she realized it was from Ndihe. This sultry, coquettish woman was actually holding a eunuch's visiting card. "Your thoughts are noted on behalf of my junior brother. He's stabilizing his realm and cannot meet guests, please understand." Hearing Liaoya's perfunctory words, Le Fei giggled and said, "It's not easy for this servant to have received Eunuch An's invitation card, for there are important matters to discuss with Great Master Liu. Forgive me, sister, I have offended." As her voice fell, her whole body turned into an arrow, shooting towards the courtyard, brazenly forcing her way in. Liaoya's complexion changed, but she did not panic. A shrill cry rang out, "Audacious!" Another figure burst forth to intercept the intruder, resulting in a loud bang. It was actually Li Pei who had stepped in. It turned out that the commandery princess had arrived early to help with the reception. Some factions only needed to accept the invitation card and go through the motions, while others had to be treated with seriousness. She was adept at these chores and also quite eager to drive away a bunch of enchanting harlots. Although she did not mind men having multiple wives and concubines, having fewer of them was always much preferable. At this moment, two figures clashed with a series of crackling sounds, accompanied by bursts of cheering as their vigor radiated in all directions. Liu Yao delegated the reception work entirely to the three ladies, himself focusing intently on his cultivation. Time waits for no one, and crises loomed in both worlds he inhabited. Nothing else mattered, only formidable martial strength was the key. After completing the spirit refinement of divine fetal breathing, he entered a stable phase, switching his focus to cultivating the martial path. The marrow cleansing realm required tempering the bone marrow, spinal cord and brain marrow, transforming the marrow into frost-like white crystals, hence the term marrow cleansing as frost. This stage was both slow and dangerous, as any careless tempering of the spinal cord and brain marrow could lead to complete paralysis. However, Liu Yao had no such worries. He could observe others in the fetal breath realm, and naturally, he could observe himself, making his cultivation precise and efficient. But a problem arose: insufficient inner breath. Marrow cleansing solely relied on the inner breath, and no matter how much one supplemented, the total amount of inner breath was finite. At this moment, Liu Yao had depleted all his inner breath, and opening his eyes, he furrowed his brows. At this rate, I will need 2-3 years to complete marrow cleansing and advance to the blood exchange phase. Normally this would be quite fast, Li Pei said it took her 5 years, and that was with the help of an innate realm master. But, setting aside my illness and the increasingly dire situation, the Foreign Affairs Bureau alone wouldn't give me 2 years. Liu Yao pulled a USB drive from his pocket, precisely the equation that the Foreign Affairs Bureau so coveted. Such a small gadget, yet it held potential profits in the trillions, as it could nearly costlessly produce crystal opium. Therefore, Liu Yao had no intention of handing it over, and the Foreign Affairs Bureau would certainly not let him off the hook. While pondering, a loud bang erupted at the doorway, resembling the sound of a pile driver. It was the collision of vigorous energies from a clash between experts. Liu Yao was about to go and check when Liao Ye's voice came through the earpiece, "No worries, a wanton woman from the Joyful Sect has been stopped by Sister Li." The Joyful Sect? That immediately perked up Liu Yao, who had once heard Fu Fengsheng speak of this woman's sect and was keen to see for himself, promptly rising with renewed vigor to have a look. Liaoya quickly intervened, "Junior brother, you mustn't show yourself. You don't know how many people are outside, and once you appear, those people will surely cling onto you like mad." "All right then." Liu Yao had no desire to waste time on social engagements and, thus, reluctantly decided not to go outside. Meanwhile outside, Li Pei and Li Fei had already determined the victor. The commandery princess, with an innate master at her side, had the upper hand, sending the seductive woman flying with a punch. Li Fei, clutching her chest, had planned to break in relying on her higher realm, but had not expected Li Pei to be present. She angrily shouted, "You a woman in dire straits, I'll see how long you can be so arrogant." With that, she turned and bounded away with several leaps. Li Pei sneered with disdain and harumphed coldly. Afterward, everything went smoothly, with the visitors queuing up neatly to present their invitation cards. They were all seeking to establish a good connection, and Li Fei's kind was rare. The three ladies handled each visitor with reason and order. Thanks to their efforts, not one of the beautiful girls got to see Liu Yao. Chapter 198. Izumo's Cultural Relic Collector. By evening, the crowds had completely dispersed. After today's events, Liao Qi had a very high opinion of Li Pei. "It's all thanks to sister that we didn't get overrun by those harlots from the joyful sect." Li Pei replied with restrained amusement, "It's nothing, it's what I should do. If she couldn't get the first taste of the soup, she at least had to be the second in line. Of course, she couldn't let those harlots barge in." Liaoya intended to remind her sister, but the commandery princess had been so kind to her from the beginning, treating her truly as a sister. She found herself in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. At this moment, the sun was about to set, and the three women were tired from a day's work and were about to go back to rest. Suddenly, they saw a car slowly approaching, flying the flag of Izumo. Li Pei's face showed a look of disgust. "It's the Izumo people. These people are constantly recruiting our experts with nefarious intentions. I won't show my face, you deal with them." The sisters shared a dislike for the ambition-filled Izumo and immediately put on cold expressions. Kuki Raiwichi stepped out of the car, his eyes squinting into slits. He was a cultural relic collector from Izumo, whose main job was to thoroughly scour the Shun dynasty for cultural artifacts and ancient books. Kuki Raiwichi had a great respect for Liu Yao. A spirit-refining expert, apart from assisting others in cultivation, could also use their mind force to become an outstanding exploration specialist, easily locating underground tombs. If we can recruit this person, it will allow us to excavate wantonly within the Shun dynasty's territories. When a country declines, it cannot afford to protect its cultural heritage. This ancient land, with its long history, held countless treasures underground, not only wealth but also many extraordinary secrets. But Kuki Raiwichi's venture was not off to a good start. The sisterly duo at the gate had cold eyes and a clear hostility towards him. He quickly handed over a visiting card from Ndihei, carefully watching the women's expressions, hoping that the chief eunuch's card would take effect. Unfortunately, it backfired, as their looks of disgust grew even stronger. The slightly younger sister muttered under her breath, "Whom Ndihei is giving his cards to?" In a hurry, Kuki Raiwichi called out in fluent Shun dynasty language, "I urgently seek an audience with Great Master Liu, concerning the leader of the Great Vehicle Sect, Hong Rongkan. Experience more tales on Empire." Recognizing the gravity of the matter, the sisters exchanged glances and promptly went to notify Liu Yao. Kuki Raiwichi knew he was guaranteed an audience, for the secrets of the Great Vehicle Sect's leader were something no one, especially a spirit-refining practitioner, would want to miss. Sure enough, when the women returned, Liaoya said, "Please follow me." Kuki Raiwichi's smile widened, and he bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for your trouble," before following them both. Liu Yao hadn't expected the Izumo people to come knocking, especially with a visiting card from Munikan. This country began its infiltration 20 years ago, indeed, it cannot be underestimated. Let's see what he has to say. It wasn't long before Kuki Raiwichi arrived. Bowing on meeting, he said, "Lord Liu, I am Kuki Raiwichi, an advisor to the Izumo Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for meeting with me amidst your busy schedule, I humbly seek your guidance." Liu Yao spoke indifferently, "Get to the point, I have to continue my cultivation." "Yes." Kuki Raiwichi said gravely, "Our Izumo Empire has always revered and yearned for spirit-refining experts, and we would like to invite you to become a patron. Should you accept, we will provide 1,000 taels of silver annually, as well as guidance from experts who have reached the out-of-body stage. Kuki Raiwichi paused, then added, Minister Komura is a well-known out-of-body expert, currently in the capital. If you agree to become a patron, he can offer free guidance 3 times a year. Liu Yao lowered his head to look at the ground and said, you just mentioned something about the Mahayana sect's leader. Kuki Raiwichi smiled and said, that is our highest secret, but I can reveal a little to you. We brought together the best of advisory teams, diligently researched Hong Ronkin's life trajectory, and essentially deduced where he found that fortuitous ancient site. To go from an ordinary person to astral projection in just 5 years, calling that site divine technique is more appropriate. If you become a sponsored worshipper, you will certainly have first dibs on entering. Is that it? Liu Yao thought the other party might have some incredible secret. He himself had Hong Ronkin's diary, what didn't he know? Suddenly, he lost interest in continuing the conversation and directly said, I'm not interested, you may leave. Kuki Raiwichi was shocked. In his view, no spirit refining expert could refuse the conditions he offered. Plus, it was just about being a sponsored worshipper, what spirit refining expert wasn't holding multiple positions, serving as worshippers, elders and the like under countless powers, adding one more with him wouldn't make a difference. Kuki Raiwichi hurriedly bowed deeply and said, Master Lu, as a worshipper, you get 100 victor entries every year. I will duly bring women of the age group you designate to your doorstep, and you may do as you please with them. Liu Yao's head hung even lower, and after a while, he said coldly, please leave, I'm not interested. Kuki Raiwichi floundered, please reconsider carefully. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime through the Izumo consulate in Yunzhou. After speaking, he bowed deeply and retreated. After leaving Jin Garden, Kuki Raiwichi took out a straw man from his bosom and respectfully said, Minister Komura, he clearly isn't interested. This straw man harbored a thread of Minister Kotaro Komura's mind force, and in a very human-like manner, it now twisted its head and said, Kuki-san, without me, you would already be dead. Kuki Raiwichi was startled and a bit confused. The straw man continued, this man harbors immense hatred and disgust for you, and even for Izumo. He kept his head down while speaking to conceal such emotions. He didn't strike right away because his danger sense as a spirit refining cultivator detected my presence. Kuki Raiwichi was full of astonishment, why is that? It's our first meeting. The reason doesn't matter, the outcome does. Give up on recruiting this person and make him the prime target for elimination. His ability to sense my presence indicates extremely excellent talent for spirit refining, and he harbors strong malice against our country, he must be eliminated. Kuki Raiwichi bowed in agreement, yes. I will arrange it immediately. Then, as if thinking of something else, he added, I suggest we capture that pair of sisters alive to lure this man to Hong Ronkin's ancient site. The place is very peculiar, and if a spirit refining expert can scout ahead, it can greatly reduce our own losses. The straw man nodded, do so. Our country is about to go to war with the Shun dynasty, you may adapt as needed. Meanwhile, Liu Yao and his 2 companions were witnessing through a drone the bizarre scene of Kuki Raiwichi speaking with the straw man. Good thing I didn't make a move, the man indeed has something that could threaten me. At that moment, Liu Yao's disgust reached its peak, and he was about to signal the sisters wielding the fire god cannon to take action. Fortunately, he was wearing the ice jade ring. The magical ring sent a strong chill that spread from his finger throughout his body. Leveraging this cool sensation, Liu Yao clearly sensed an immense threat, which is why he didn't act. Otherwise, even if he could kill the visitor, he would have exposed too many secrets. Chapter 199. Buy a parachute in advance. Liu Yao looked at the ice jade ring on his hand and exclaimed. This object is indeed mystical. It even enhances perception. No wonder it was mined to exhaustion. In the past, he had only used this item to decode Hong Ronkin's autobiography, treating it as a means to aid in cultivation, but its mystical properties were far beyond just that. The treasures from the trip to Jinling, one more powerful than the next, it's a pity I dare not use them openly. What these otherworldly nations called World War I boiled down to was this very incident, with the powers now brawling with over 1 million casualties. Liu Yao, as the culprit behind it all, of course did not dare to show off. The sister's concern was focused on the straw man. Liao Ya's pretty face was tense, and she said gravely, that straw man embodies a strand of a spirit refining expert's mind force. It's a technique only those in the out-of-body realm possess. Liao Qi nodded in agreement. I've seen it in illustrated books. During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Kongming also commanded large armies through this method. Liu Yao spoke slowly. It must be the minister Komura we just mentioned. The man often makes newspaper headlines, is the Izumo envoy to Shun country, full name Kotaro Komura. Because he's short in stature and crafty, adept at stealing intelligence, the other ministers have given him the nickname Rat Envoy, mocking him as being as cunning and tricky as a rat. They are plotting for Hong Ronkin's relics, and we will inevitably encounter them sooner or later. We'll deal with it all then. Compared to bandits such as Einheit, Izumo posed the greatest threat in modern times. Its ultimate goal was the annihilation and replacement of nations. Moreover, Izumo understood Shun dynasty better than any other nation. The cultivation methods and realm divisions were exactly the same on both sides, with both martial path and spirit refinement spanning 9 realms. Even their secret manuals were interchangeable, with Chu Yun's side using square characters to record major events. At this moment, in Izumo country, Hiroshima-goka, the store signs along the streets were all in square characters. At first glance one might think they were in Shun dynasty. But the occasional samurai with Mediterranean hairstyles and women carrying pillows on their backs on the streets clearly showcased a strong foreign atmosphere. Far out at sea, a battleship with a displacement of 4,000 tons was slowly entering the harbor. It was the Yoshino, a cruiser newly ordered from Einheit by Izumo. The Shun dynasty, thick as thieves with jihad, bought a ship today, added a cannon tomorrow. Izumo wasn't idle either, clinging tightly to the thighs of the Empire of the Eternal Sun, Einheit, allocating 60% of the national fiscal revenue to military development. The Yoshino cruiser was part of their harvest. The ship was over 100 meters long and 14 meters wide, designed with a high forecastle and a poop deck, giving it a sleek shape. Its main artillery consisted of 4 6-inch rapid-fire guns and American Samoa many as 5 14-inch torpedo tubes, additionally equipped with the latest cannon rangefinder. This meant that the Yoshino's gun aiming and ranging were more precise and convenient, doubling its combat power. Kawahara Yuichi was extremely satisfied with the new battleship he was about to take over, as he would be the captain of Yoshino. On the new captain's shoulders sat a straw man, which was none other than Minister Komura. This is the last one. It wasn't easy. To gather funds for the purchase of Yoshino, the emperor declared to eat only 1 meal a day until the defeat of Shun country. The Empress Dowager donated her jewelry, and the public also started a Yoshino fundraising association. Today, we've finally brought it back. Kawahara Yuichi pinched his beard and said. At present, our navy has 31 warships and 24 torpedo boats, with a total displacement exceeding that of Shun dynasty. As Western countries battle fiercely, we cannot fall behind. It's time for war. Separated too far from the original body, the mind force of the straw man rapidly dissipated, and before disintegrating it said, "May your military fortunes be as prosperous as ever." Jin Garden. A paper airplane circled countless times around the small lake in the garden, watched curiously by 3 spiritual sparrowhawks perched on the trees. Liu Yao's inner breath had been depleted, and now he could only fold airplanes for fun as he cultivated the power of his mind. After 3 solid days of cultivation, the shortage of inner breath became more and more serious. Because he also had to give massages to his whole family, even after reaching fetal breath and being able to play around with inner breath, massages still consumed energy. The cumulative effect was not to be underestimated. He was already spread thin with his cultivation, and now he was stretched even thinner. After throwing another bunch of paper airplanes, his mind force was nearly drained as well, and Liu Yao clapped his hands and decided to go back to Blue Star to take a look. The marrow cleansing realm can't even withstand a rifle, only the blood exchange mirror could be considered barely self-protective. I hope the medicinal extractions on Blue Star are useful. Liu Yao came to the storeroom and scraped together 4 large bags of money to take back to Blue Star. Zhang Xian's 2 tons of money finally saw a small dent. On top of the money pile were the lime bags carefully placed by Liao Qi for moisture and insect prevention. However, they do take up a lot of space, so Liu Yao decided to bring some back to Blue Star to spend. Just as he was carrying 2 large bags and opened the portal, the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks jostled each other to squeeze in. Intelligent species are good at imitating their own kind. Ji Xiang and Ru Yi saw how Pingan would disappear with their master for a few days and come back looking like he had reaped huge benefits, so naturally, they wouldn't miss their chance now. But, the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks were too big now. With a body length of 1.4 meters and a wingspan close to 3 meters, they already far surpassed golden eagles in size. After organ refining, as long as the spiritual sparrowhawks had sufficient resources, their path of cultivation was wide open, only needing a breakthrough at the blood exchange stage. Liu Yao had plagued so many vampires, that the one thing he wasn't short of was blood cores. Leaving only the blood cores of a few Earl level, innate, vampires in Jinling, he squandered the rest without a second thought. The 3 spiritual sparrowhawks became increasingly magnificent, and were close to catching up with weak old Daoist's immortal crane Sui in the marrow-cleansing realm. Liu Yao took the 3 birds with him through the portal, and in the next second, they arrived on Blue Star. The 3 hawks found themselves in Liu Yao's home and were very excited, flapping their wings and leaping around, rummaging for things that interested them. Liu Yao snatched back his slippers from Ji Xiang's mouth and opened the window to let them out to vent their excessive energy. With a flap of their wings, the 3 spiritual sparrowhawks caused a strong gust of wind in the room and shot into the sky like arrows, soaring away. So fast! It's been a while since I've tested their speed, it probably already far surpasses Blue Star's highest record. Hawks are naturally one of the most adept flyers among birds of prey, and after enhancement, they were beyond compare. Liu Yao was looking forward to flying with them after their blood exchange. But, these 3 are really flamboyant flyers, constantly rolling and pulling off various stunts. Maybe I should buy a parachute in advance, just in case I fall. The phone's power was less than 20% when it was turned on. As soon as Liu Yao found the charger and plugged it in, a stream of gibberish data flooded the screen, and a video call was automatically connected. Hello, Mr. Liu, I am Agent Janice. Has my phone been hacked? A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman appeared on the phone screen, dressed in a business suit, looking cool and untamed. The background looked to be an interrogation room of sorts. What surprised Liu Yao was seeing his uncle's family hanging there, mouth sealed with tape, making muffled noises. Chapter 200. Let's see who laughs last. Every time it's some blacked-out phone, don't you guys believe in human rights? Liu Yao casually sat on the sofa and struck up a conversation with the female agent before him. Janice aimed the camera at Uncle Three's family and even tore off the tape from Liu Zhenghong's mouth. Liu Zhenghong immediately screamed. Liu Yao, save me, save me. Just agree to them, agree to them. Come and swap us out. Liu Yao burst out laughing on the spot, so it really was you guys at the airport that day. Janice saw his genuine smile and realized the hostages in her hands were truly useless. She resealed the hostage's mouth and said, Mr. Liu, don't think you're safe just because you're in Xia country. I've already located your home address, I can send someone to arrest you at any time, or even fire missiles. Cut the crap, missiles now? Do I need to remind you the Qing dynasty has been dead for over 100 years? It's not your turn to act recklessly in Xia country. Liu Yao sneered, but feel free to come, send someone formidable, don't send another useless person like your last colleague. Janice's gaze turned icy as she pointed at the 3 hostages and said further. We will tirelessly capture those you care about, your loved ones, and they will suffer unspeakable tortures, just because you took something you shouldn't have. Bring on whatever tricks you have, but I'll retaliate just the same, like going on a killing spree at your headquarters, for example. Liu Yao moved his fingers to click open a web page and said. The headquarters of the Foreign Affairs Bureau is in the Star Alliance country, in Langley Town, F State. The internet is quite advanced, it's really easy to find. Janice watched, without blinking, the Asian male on the screen, while an entire team behind her analyzed Liu Yao's expressions and tone. But without analysis, she knew that as he spoke these words, he was calm and steady, very sure he could make good on his threat. And considering his track record of wiping out an entire Delta Force team alone, he really did have that sort of confidence. Mr. Liu, you're too confident, and you lack respect for Blue Star's largest intelligence organization. I need to correct you, the ones who are overly confident are you guys. By the way, aren't you afraid I'll post the formula online? Janice laughed, taunting. You wouldn't do that, my dear champion of justice. You know that would be like opening Pandora's box, any high school chemistry lab could make ice crystal tablets, Blue Star would become a place of utter chaos. Profile assessment shows, you possess the morality and righteousness of Xia country people, that word is, justice. So, you won't release the formula. No doubt, the psychological profile the Foreign Affairs Bureau constructed based on Liu Yao's life was incredibly accurate. Liu Yao tapped lightly on the table, knowing the terrible consequences of the formula, why still seek it out? Don't tell me you plan to safeguard it properly. Janice shifted her crossed legs, voice rising, need counter-terrorism funds, or fighting crime. Intelligence agencies are always short on money, with the formula they probably won't be anymore. Don't just look at me like that, if you think of opium as something like tobacco, it's really not that terrible. It has become a unique part of our country's culture. Liu Yao was completely speechless, no wonder it's from a country that occupies 60% of the global opium market. With that said, he didn't want to continue the conversation. But Janice still wasn't giving up. Mr. Liu, handing over the formula is your only way out. Or you could also try to negotiate. Liu Yao tugged at the corner of his mouth, dream on, I'm not giving it to you. You're courting death. You will regret it. Then let's put our divine skills to the test, and see who has the last laugh. Liu Yao directly crushed the phone into pieces, cutting off the video. Liu Yao rushed to the supermarket downstairs and borrowed the mobile phone of the owner's daughter. The young girl's face turned red as she handed over the phone. After Liu Yao thanked her, he first called the couple, Li Jin and Zhao Ye. He heard Zhao Ye's voice tinged with excitement. Liu Yao. That Mr. Semyon you introduced last time is a very knowledgeable engineer. I've discussed a lot with him and have learned immensely. Your battle armor will be designed soon. Okay, trouble Zhao for that. Is Li there? Li Jin's voice came through, here I am, little brother, if you've got anything, just say it. Li, my phone just got hacked, they forced a video call on me. Do you have one of those, safer phones? Well, there is one, called a personal PDA, very popular among geeks in recent years. It's essentially a computer, with very good confidentiality for the system, and the phone function is just one of its modules. To hack into it, they'd first have to break through the peripheral system and slowly locate the module. It can be set to automatically disconnect from the network upon illegal entry. Good, that's the one. Li, help me get one and send it to the supermarket downstairs from my place, I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. Hey, don't worry about the money for such a small thing, I'll give you one. I've made a lot mining lately. Liu Yao asked, by the way, you guys better not go to the Star Alliance country, anyway, just don't go abroad. Li Jin said with surprise, little brother. Do you think we still dare to go abroad? Our whole family doesn't dare to step over the national border for the rest of our lives. This unfortunate family indeed dared not go abroad anymore. Liu Yao laughed, okay then, I'll hang up first. Then he called his sister Li Lei to come downstairs to pick him up. When returning the mobile phone to the owner's daughter, the young girl's face was blushingly red and her eyes misted over. Although Liu Yao was wearing sunglasses at the moment, he was very close to her. After the marrow-cleansing realm, the pure and robust aura of his body had the young girl utterly infatuated, and she couldn't help but eagerly strike up a conversation with Liu Yao, desperately wanting the extraordinary seed. They had only spoken a few words when Li Lei arrived. The young girl watched with eyes wide as Liu Yao got into the beautiful, wealthy woman's luxury car and drove away, her eyes filled with loss. I have some Star Alliance currency in cash, about a few million. Can you handle that? No problem, I have foreign trade business. Li Lei answered casually, but she looked a bit haggard and preoccupied. Liu Yao then asked, how's the drug extraction going? Li Lei sighed and said with frustration, my old man, that woman who scammed him, somehow heard he's in charge of the lab and came back. What? Liu Yao said in surprise, then what happened? Li Lei showed a hint of embarrassment, the old man really let me down, got so bamboozled, chasing after love. But we're just shy of completing the drug extraction. Once those scammers realize he has no money, they'll naturally leave. How about calling the police? They're from a professional scam group from Yi State, leaving no trace at all. I've already asked around, there's nothing to be done, not even deportation. Liu Yao's expression cooled, professional scam group. Do you know where they are? They're at the Tianding International Hotel. Realizing what she'd said, Li Lei asked in alarm, what are you going to do? Nothing, I won't do anything illegal, don't worry. Liu Yao manipulated a few strands of inner breath around his fingertips as he spoke slowly.